Her story is a word that I use to show a time that existed on earth that was written out of his story, which is history. That was a play on words of me going against history. I was calling it her story. This was 8 years ago. I just want to show the receipts before we get into the video. You see that? 8 years ago. Now let's play the video and you'll see why that matters in a minute.
Here it is, but
lot we got to unpack. Let's get it.
But before men was created, this planet was controlled by all women. Eve did not come out of the rib.
Stop right there. We got so much to unpack. This brother said before man was created, women, the earth was controlled by all women. Watch what else he say.
Of Adam. Stop it. Only life forms that give birth is women. Right or wrong? They said Jesus died for our sins so we can live better. Well, the only person that can die while giving birth is a woman. So was Jesus really a woman? The woman or the goddess is the only one that will sacrifice her life to bring more life onto this planet. How many stories have you heard of a woman dying while giving birth? That is the ultimate sacrifice. The reason why this planet is vibrating at a low frequency is because man made history and rewrote her story.
You heard that? Man made history and rewrote her story, which is wrong. Man didn't rewrite her story. He hid her story behind history. No one was never taught about the pre-dynastic era because it don't consist of written history. The pre-dynastic era is all about symbolisms, art of pottery, stones, cave carvings. You're not going to find papyrus. You're not going to find modern day script writing in the pre-dynastic times. They want to say that people were civilized in the pre-dynastic time and that civilization actually started during the dynastic age. And no one is able to even research pre-dynastic time and be taken serious. But when you do, you will see that there were very intricate and advanced cultures that existed before everything we was taught and read in history. And that a lot of these pre-dynastic cultures were matriarchal cultures, meaning that their spiritual systems were based upon goddesses and the worship of the womb. And what this brother just said was that Jesus had to be a woman. He's taking stuff that he's heard from brothers like myself, and he didn't really do the research. But see, this kind of stuff will go viral on Instagram and stuff, because what I was doing 8 years ago was teaching women about a time on the earth when the spiritual systems was about women. I just wasn't pandering to women like this brother doing. This is dangerous what he's doing, because he's mixing in pseudo, which is that women don't need men to make life, and that the earth used to just have women on it. I want to teach y'all something. That right there is anti-ancestral. That goes against the teachings of our ancestors who stood for balance among the masculine and feminine principles of the universe. This is a lost young brother. It's dangerous that lost young brothers like this go viral. And I'm going to tell you something. When you're on the outside looking in on what I do, it's easy to mistake it with just I'm pandering to women. If you're on the outside looking in, and if you're not careful, you'll think Brother Sanchez is just some simp who's up there pandering to women. Let me show you what separates me from young brothers like this. See, I've been doing this for over a decade. This young brother need to come sit around me and suck up some game before he try to teach this stuff. This is an embarrassing video. Now let me show you what her story is all about. Because he's taken a word that I use and associating it with a bunch of pseudo stuff that's embarrassing. So what I was teaching about her story, that there was a time on earth where all of the gods that we worship today took the form of the female reproductive system. He don't know this knowledge. He don't know that. If you look at my old Her Story videos, you can see the thumbnail on them. I've been teaching this for a long time. Let's look at the thumbnails, man. Watch this. Let's look at the thumbnails. Look at the thumbnails and tell me what you see right there. You see the female uterus, right? You see the, let me zoom out. You're gonna see the female reproductive system right there. You see it? The female uterus. And I was teaching how that's what Christ is. Christ is saying, everybody gotta be born again through me. What I was teaching was everyone is gonna be born again through their mother. That's right. You exist in many parallel realities, and the gateway to the earth is in between the legs of the woman. So a lot of young brothers, they don't really want to learn this stuff. They just want to pander to women and go viral. But let me teach you something. All of the women that's getting behind this, and the brothers, y'all are weirdos. It is a pink power cult that is a detriment. It goes against balance. It's satanic. It is anti-ancestral. If our ancestors heard this, they'll laugh. They wouldn't want to associate with any of you because it's imbalance. Our ancestors created one of the oldest spiritual systems on earth. And excuse me, did I say systems? Our ancestors created one of the oldest spiritual symbols on earth. There's no older spiritual symbol than the yin yang. And you know what the yin yang represent? Man and woman. There was never a time on earth where the yin existed without the yang. And now, if this brother can show me a time on earth, right, where the yin existed, but the yang didn't exist, then I can consider what he's saying. I can be like, hey, maybe that was a time on earth, right, where men didn't exist, because I'm looking at the oldest spiritual symbol and it's just the yin without the yang. Now, I would scratch my head on that. I would say, look, man, I just found the symbol of the yin without the yang. What if men is new to the earth? Now, that'll be a reach. You know, that'll be a big reach just because I found the yin symbol without the yang. But it'll be a theory. It'll be something to think about. But just but this is something you would have to do. For you to say that was a time where there was no men, you actually saying that was a time in the universe when there was no masculine energy. Bro, that time don't exist. The universe is a result of yin and yang coming together, just like Sanchez. I'm a result of my mama and daddy getting it on in that bedroom, sir. That's right. And I think that that's a beautiful thing. I don't want to picture a world where you got beautiful women walking around and no men mating with them. How is that a utopia in y'all's imagination? Because y'all ain't balanced. That's right. You're not balanced. The ancestors spoke about opposites attracting, the law of polarity. There's a reason why the sun is paired with the moon. There's a reason why the sun ain't lonely without a companion. That's right. Even the cosmic luminaries above us mate with each other. Even heavenly bodies come in masculine stars and feminine stars, bro. If you study stars, you know that some of them stars are masculine, some of them are feminine. They frequency, the way they glow, the color patterns, the way they move, yeah, that's a feminine star. Yep, that's a boy star. These forces have always existed, man. You ain't gonna never find a time where yin didn't have yang, and yang didn't have yin, and sun didn't have moon. And a lot of young brothers are trying to go viral quick, but pandering to women is such a rookie mistake, young brothers. That's right. Because guess what? The women you're trying to attract to your channel ain't trying to be pandered to. You rather have a few boss women following you than a bunch of women with low self-esteem. Because if you got hundreds, thousands of women following you with low self-esteem, you gonna have to pander to them every time. And I don't know about you, young brother. I'd rather teach people. I don't think adults need to be pandered to. So I don't try to make women feel good. I try to make them do good by empowering them with knowledge. Pandering don't equals empowerment. Pandering don't equal empowerment. This is typical pandering. I want to point out the difference between what Sanchez do versus what you see here. It's very important.
We need to go back to the goddess. It's a reason why this planet is called Mother Earth and not Father Earth. Think about it. When they say...
Let me explain something to you, bro. The reason why Earth is called Mother Earth, because it's a womb. If you think of the ground, if you drop a seed in it, it'll give you a tree. But guess what? The seed is dropped by the masculine. This brother is imbalanced. His ideology is feminine. This is not good for manhood. It's not good for molding young men on a spiritual level. If our ancestors were to hear him, they would shun and rebuke this nonsense. That's right. As a man, stuff like this shouldn't even come out of your mouth. How, as a man, you don't see where your role is in the universe, but you know everything about the feminine? How did you learn about the feminine energy before you learned about your own masculine energy, brother? Don't you know that I was able to empower women because I first empowered myself as a man? I wouldn't have even made the Her Story series if I wasn't first in tune with my masculine energy. That's why it didn't come off as a dude pandering to women. Women took me serious. They said this brother's teaching, not making us feel good, but making them think. What was Sanchez teaching women? That you shouldn't be on your knees worshiping a male god, because in the pre-dynastic times, spiritual systems were all feminine for a reason. And it was because the most important thing on the earth is the gateway in and out of the earth, lest you be a trapped or damned soul. And you know what that gateway is? That's the womb of the woman. That's the womb of the woman. So in between the woman's legs is the gateway to the earth, and that was very important to the ancestors. And they worshiped the womb everywhere you went. Let me show you the oldest deity in the Middle East, right? Let me show you the oldest deity in the Middle East. It's a big, black, fat, I can't say the word. They ain't gonna let me keep my channel. But womb worship, man, look at here. We know what that is. That's a womb. Now, people say that, some people call it Saturn, Lilith, and they blame it for recycling you. People say that the planet Saturn gonna recycle you, right? But before this symbol was Saturn, it represented the womb of the woman, the sacred feminine. All right? And you can see it. So, yes, you're gonna be born again through your mama. And some people scared of that. They said, well, Saturn gonna recycle you. Saturn, or Satan, was the devil, which is the diva. Everyone worshiped the goddess. So this symbol that I'm showing you right now is later became the Vesica Pisces. And you can see Jesus coming through what? The womb of a woman. Here is the womb of a woman. Here is the cobblestone cube. Before they turned it into the cube, it was the womb of a woman. It's all feminine practices that come from our ancestors. And let me show you another one that I brought up. Then I just bring up, the Vesica Pisces. Let's pull up Jesus coming out the womb of his mother. There was no such thing as no immaculate conception. It was taught that God and Goddess rule together, which is yin and yang. You can see Jesus coming out the womb of his mother. This is what it meant before it got translated to, it means a lot of more other stuff today. Incubator babies coming up out the incubator. But in antiquity, this symbol meant humans being born through the womb of their mother. It was very simple. Birth was something that was revered because it represented a new soul coming to the earth. So Jesus is personifying a female reproductive system. He suffered that you may live because birthing pains are very painful. Your mama suffers so you can live. They talk about being covered in the blood of Christ. Every baby is covered in the pregnancy blood, the blood of their mother. And they just translated simple childbirth, how we had reverence for the womb and the mother. And they turned that into these patriarchal deities. But this young brother don't know all of this stuff, right? It's okay. You hear this stuff from people like me, and you may hear the word her story. You may say, okay, I just can pander to women, throw the males under the bus, say something to make them feel good, come with the word her story. Why? That's kind of catchy, talking about the women's story. But see, that comes from Sanchez. And my whole thing be, if you're gonna take it, then you got to take it all. Because I want the knowledge spread it, but not the pandering spread it. That ain't what we doing over here. It may look like it, but we really teaching deep stuff. But check this out.
God said, let's make man in our image, our likeness. They were speaking about woman. Woman created man so they can protect her. Yes, we were.
Y'all hear that? They said that women, this brother said women was on the earth by themselves without men. But women needed protection, so they created men. Come on, y'all. I can't believe this got 15,000 likes. Are you telling me that our brains are this fried in 2025? If the planet was full of all women, who they needed protection from? Oh, my God, we don't think. And people asking for this dude links, his book and all that, we in trouble. Damn, we in trouble. Listen, man, this is all wrong. If women said, the planet was full of all. Now the brother blaming violence, war, and all that on men. But if the earth was full of all women, who did the women needed protection from to create men? Why did they create men to be protecting them if there was no men there to endanger them? I'm confused. Let's take it back.
Hear this, but a lot of people probably don't want to hear this, but before men was created, this planet was controlled by all women. Eve did not come out of the rib of Adam. Stop it. Only life forms that give birth is woman. Right or wrong? They said Jesus died.
That's wrong, man. That's wrong, man. Life is created by the masculine and feminine coming together, dude. That's why in the middle of a yin-yang is a sine wave. Do we know what the sine wave symbolizes, brothers and sisters? Life. The sine wave means masculine and feminine. That's why it's a up and a down. The sine wave that represents life is the universe trying to maintain the law of polarity. What do you mean, Sanchez? Here is the law of polarity in a nutshell. The law of polarity in a nutshell is the universe must keep change constant at all time. That's a law of energy. Energy got to stay in motion, and it always have to change. It transform itself as it flows. That's a law. So for the universe to maintain that law, and by maintaining that law, it will produce the foundation of life, which is the sine wave. Life itself is your heart is basically contract, expand, contract, expand. That's a sine wave. That's yin yang, masculine, feminine, sun, moon, sleep, wake, night, day. Everything in the universe follow the law of polarity, but our stupid self, because we like to cater to these genders and keep the division going. That's right. Because you know you can go viral real quick playing into the damn division. So if I shit on men and make women feel good, I get to go viral. If I shit on women and make men feel good, then I'm going to go viral in the manosphere. So it's like Democrat, Republican with the gender war. And I don't pick sides. That's why I don't grow as fast. That the algorithm trying to divide and conquer us, man. And it got an incentive for you picking a side. It's just like the people that don't want to be Democrats or Republican. Nobody want to hear what they got to say about politics. That's right. The Republicans think the Democrats are so dumb, but they rather listen to a Democrat than a person that don't vote. Just think about that a minute. You don't pick a side, you don't even get taken serious. And that's by design. The gender war is real, and this brother's video is viral because he's playing into it. The way that the women are reacting, again, I call it the pink power cult, because you got a lot of women that are online trying to get their self-esteem taken. I hate to say this, a lot of our women got low self-esteem. That's why you can go so viral pandering to that dynamic. I know what kind of content to make to pander to that dynamic of low self-esteem women. See, it's a lot of women out there, this bull crap can't work on them because they gonna say, brother, that don't make no sense. But see, a woman with low self-esteem, she don't care how ridiculous and stupid it is. It's making her feel good. But a woman that already got her good feeling and she responsible for her own joy, she don't care about this kind of pandering. Drop a one if you one of them kind of women. Those are the sexy women right there, by the way. I can't lie. I'm just saying it's two different mentalities of women. It's low self-esteem women are easy. You can get them easy. It's not a trophy because you know you just pander to them and you in them draws. You in that pocketbook. They got low self-esteem. I reached a point where I stopped feeling, it was like I'm taking advantage of a retarded woman. I stopped feeling right doing it. You see what I'm saying? A lot of these women, if you try to teach them something that makes sense, if it don't pander to their low self-esteem, they ain't gonna go for it. They not looking for knowledge. They looking for confidence. They looking for a brother to rub them on the back because they been hurt so much, and they want a brother to just tell them, you're a queen, you're an angel, you the best thing on earth, because they never had a man to do them like that. So they get it online, and there's a lot of guys trying to fulfill that fantasy. But that's just what it is, a fantasy. In order to fulfill it, the man got to be boo-boo the fool and even ignore balance. That's right.
For our sins so we can live better. Well, the only person that can die while giving birth is a woman. So was Jesus...
Let me explain something to you, brother. It's true that a woman can die while giving birth. But it's true that women are fighting for fucking abortion rights, my guy. This kind of pandering is so off the Richter scale, bro. No man, and I'm gonna show you how you end up like this, because he don't know how he looked to real men and how he looked to women who really got their self-esteem in check. He don't care. The majority of people online is broken. The majority of guys on here, they looking for broken women, low self-esteem women. So they trying to compete with this nigga and who can pander the most to these chicks. You see what I'm saying? But here's the thing. When a guy walk in a room who asserts himself and tell these women the truth, oh, trust me, dude, they want him way more than the panderer, bro. I know that. That's right. The guy in the room that don't care about pandering to that chick's feelings and just gonna tell the truth about how it go, he's still gonna end up with her and he didn't even have to pander. Why are you doing all that? The only thing he ain't gonna end up with is a big social media follower. That's right. Because they coming online for therapy. I'm not gonna be your therapist because guess what? Knowledge is power. Therapy just a hustle. That's right. All these people that saying they need therapy, your punk ass just need knowledge, fool. That's right. Therapy ain't power, knowledge is power. After therapy, you still gonna be a dummy making the same dumb mistakes that's keeping you depressed, that's making you think you need therapy. What you need is self-control, and that the root cause of your damn problem is you not having no control over your actions, and you keep finding yourself in situations that you regret and feeling bad about, and now I need therapy. Nope, you just need an ass whooping and some good knowledge. What happened to the good old days? Right.
Is this really a woman? The woman or the goddess is the only one. You don't want to hear this, but before men was created, this planet was controlled by all women. Eve did not come out of the rib of Adam. Stop it. Only life forms that give birth.
You know what I don't like? A guy that'll stand up and tell me Eve did not come out of the rib of Adam. But the world used to be with all women who created men just to protect them. Eve didn't come out of Adam's rib. We know that's a ridiculous lie. But don't then turn around and replace it with another ridiculous lie. Gee, this is crazy, my man. Eve didn't come out of Adam's rib, but men were created some kind of way by women, not by God. See, women were created by the creator, of the universe. But men, women just created your asses later just for protection only. They didn't even need you for sex. What was they doing for sex? Now this gets weird right here. Because now I gotta ask, did the women have a sexuality when the earth didn't have men on it? Because if they did, then we know what was going on. All right, and I ain't got to go into that too deep. See where it's just so imbalanced? But let's play the video. It's so much pseudoscience, and it's like TikTok and Instagram is, if you can make a 1 minute or 2 minute video with the most bullshit in the world packed into it, oh, you going viral, you gonna be a genius, son.
Birth is woman. Right or wrong? They said Jesus died for our sins so we can live better. Well, the only person that can die while giving birth is a woman. So was Jesus really a woman? The woman or the goddess is the only one that will sacrifice her life to bring more life onto this planet. How many stories have you heard of a woman dying?
The brother just said women created men for protection, meaning they couldn't even protect themselves. You saying that the woman, the only one, will die giving birth? The man, the only one that'll run out there in a fucking war full of bullets to protect his family and country. See, you just said women created men for protection. So when it comes to who will put their life on the line, sir, it's both sexes, my dude. That's right. You can't throw men under the bus to make women feel good. How about we uplift both genders, man? That's right. We don't got to down talk one gender to make the other one feel good, because that ain't balanced. That goes against our ancestors' ways. Galactic Carbon, thank you so much. Can you elaborate on Sophia? This show right here, we ain't on that, but eventually I will. I'll do a whole show on that one for you for sure. But this is important, man. This is very important. We don't need this to become a trend. And man, you know, when I was doing my Her Story stuff, a lot of guys was coming telling me that. They was like, Sanchez, you ain't balanced. You catering to just the women, but what about the young brothers? We need balance. And at that time, I wouldn't say I was pandering, but I was just giving the women their respect due. It's a difference. It may have came off as pandering, trying to be self-conscious. But a lot of brothers was telling me, man, what you doing, Sanchez, that's dangerous. You simping. And now I see what they're saying, but I wasn't coming off like this now. This is just crazy. But I wasn't trying to simp and pander. I was literally trying to give women, and I wasn't trying to make them feel good just by telling them a bunch of bullshit. I was trying to make them feel powerful by giving them knowledge, because knowledge is power. And that's what I gave them. I made intricate collages. Man, I got a whole series. This is some of my best work. I put a lot into it. This is a whole, and it's free. I didn't charge the women for it. You know what a guy pandering for money, because this dude trying to sell a book. He's trying to sell an ebook. When I was coming with my knowledge, I was coming with 3-4 hour lectures, and he just taking a word that I coined to pander with. All right. So I wasn't charging for none of this. Yeah, I wasn't charging no women. Why would I charge if knowledge is power? People will donate if it moved them, if it touched them some kind of way. You know, and by the way, salutes to the people that hit the donate button. Thank you. So I gotta do videos like this. Like when I see somebody, I love it when a young cat try to, you know, come with the teachings, but people just trying to get paid, man. They don't care about being thorough. They don't care about making collages like what I see, what I'm showing you right now. Look at this. People don't care. You just up there talking. When I say that the devil is the diva, I can prove that with sacred geometry. Look at this. I'm not just talking. I can prove to you that every deity on earth was worshiping the female uterus, because that's the portal to the earth. So even if you talk about the world egg that a lot of people bring up, here it is right here. That's the uterus, which is why it's an egg dealing with fertility and the female ovaries, man. And if you look at why they put wings on it, because it's personifying the uterus. But they turned this uterus into the devil and all that. The word for goddess in Hindu is literally diva, with an E, not an I. But that became devil. So it's so much that Negroes need to learn. Like, a lot of people want microwave results, and they don't want to be thorough and put in a work. They just want to go viral real quick and have something to sell, a landing page to get some money real quick. But that's muddying the waters with the knowledge, though. That's right. And the algorithm is pushing that kind of stuff on purpose to silence out the truth. So it's almost like they got people addicted to TV dinners, like we was in the 80s when TV dinners was a thing. People wasn't even cooking no more. So now when Sanchez try to give you a home cooked meal, people gonna choose the TV dinners over that. The video too long. And plus, a person ain't looking for knowledge. They just looking for something to stroke their ego and lift their little self-esteem up real quick. So a person can make that in 2 minutes. If all you want is your ego boosted, that's a 2-minute, 1-minute video, and that's what the algorithm's pushing. Quick dopamine hits. Everybody addicted to liberty, quick little misinformation videos that make them feel good. The same with the men. I see the same kind of videos from the men where they say stuff like, men don't need women. The only thing men need women for is for having sex. And I'm like, bro, you don't think that a woman is a beautiful pair and companion for the masculine, the feminine? Women they have all of this horrible stuff to say about women. Nothing good. And they try to find science that will support the idea that women are less than human. Women are deformed. The people that wrote the Bible, what you think they had some against women? Women messed everything. That's what I'm saying. But the answer to that ain't to do the same thing against men. That's right. It's bring back balance to both genders. It ain't to now turn into a freaking female cult. It's to bring back the family cult, not the masculine cult or the feminine cult, but the family cult. What about the children? Everybody glorifying the man or the woman. There's a debate, gender wars. You got the manosphere, you got the woman sphere. You don't got the family sphere. You don't got the children's sphere. Everybody arguing with their genders, and it's a big opportunity for you to pick a side and get a lot of money. But let's listen to some more of the nonsense.
Dying while giving birth. That is the ultimate sacrifice. The reason why this planet is vibrating at a low frequency is because man made history and rewrote her story. We need to go back to the goddess. It's a reason why this planet is called Mother Earth and not Father Earth. Think about it. When they said, God said, let's make man in our image, our likeness, they were speaking about woman. Woman created man so they can protect her. Yes, we were supposed to be the protectors of the goddess. But now you see men beating up the woman, men disrespecting the woman. Which you forgot that we came from her, out of her womb. Do it make sense? The same life forms that's destroying everything on this planet right now. The goddess made us so we can fight them, but we started fighting the goddess. You ever wonder why there's no woman?
I'm gonna be honest with you. It ain't as simple as men fighting women. I know that make women feel good, but the truth is that there's a system that got the family divided. That's right. And women utilize that system. See, the thing about men protecting women, we can't protect women that feel like Uncle Sam is their damn protection. That's right. Most of the women that's amen in this video, they don't want no protection from men. The system is their protection. See, that's why I don't make these kind of pandering videos. I just get on here and teach the women the history that men hid from them. And that's gonna empower them. I don't got to come making men feel like shit or making women feel like shit. My Her Story to His Story series is empowering women by giving them knowledge that they didn't know about on how special they were at a certain time on Earth. That's all you gotta do. And I know that ain't gonna bring a lot of views. That's boring, right? You just teaching women some knowledge that was hidden. Who cares? You ain't picking a side. You ain't getting into the division. You ain't pandering to the feminine. That's boring then if you ain't doing that. You just teaching women some knowledge? Who cares about that? That ain't good for content. That's like right now. But Red Wine Entertainment, thank you for becoming a member of this channel as well. So yeah, this is very interesting. Let's listen to it some more.
Women presidents in United States, why women don't have no rights. It's 2025.
Actually, women have more power in the family courts than men. That's right. Like this whole video was him saying, I know the formula. Go up there, pander to the women with low self-esteem, and guess what? I'm gonna go viral and sell books. Now, I hate to be this way, but if you go through the comment section on this video, it's a lot of black women. Is Sanchez being a coon right now? No, see, people don't want to tell the truth. People don't want to tell the truth that a lot of black women got low self-esteem, and that's who he's aiming at. Self-esteem is very prevalent. Now, I know this gonna piss a lot of people off right here. But look, I'm not lying. Look at the comment section. Listen, bro, I come from a black mother. Don't try to hit me with no, like I'm cooning type shit, like I can't tell my people the truth, nigga. You know what's crazy? I'm speaking from experience. Like, I date black women. I've dated black women my whole life. And I'm telling you, a certain dynamic of black women, I didn't have to spit a lot of game to because they had low self-esteem. You tell them a few things and you in their bedroom. Now people gonna crucify me for telling the truth. So I'm telling you that this is the type of dynamic he's aiming for. And he hit the target, because look at the doggone, I'm not making it up. Look at the comment section. Where are the white women? Where are the Asian women, bro? Okay, here go one white woman right here. I'm finna start counting them now. I'm gonna start counting them. We gotta go into this now. Because when they say that the white man is teaching us the wrong history, the white man is teaching us bull crap. No, black grifters is teaching y'all what y'all want to hear. It's the blind leading the blind. The white man don't got to miseducate the black people. When you got cats like this that know you don't want no knowledge anyway, you just want your ego boosted. You want your self-esteem lifted. Look at here, black women, black women, black women, black women. We got one white woman now, one white woman. I'm trying to see if we can find at least one more white woman. Is this one? No, that ain't a white woman. She look white. Listen, y'all might not want to go into the color thing, but I'm trying to show you something. I can't make this up. Look. Look at here. Look at what, now we finally get to a white person, and it's a white man that's saying what I'm saying. Man and woman were created simultaneously. Ain't no way humans the only species that started off with women only and then mutated to create man. But see, you got 15,000 broken low self-esteem motherfuckers liking this post because it's making them feel good, and that's why we can't do good. It don't feel good to lift weights, but it make you stronger and it make you do good. And when you only live your life going for what make you feel good, you just gonna be a damn junkie. And a lot of y'all are dopamine junkies. You go online every day looking for something to make you feel good. Feeling good and doing good is two different things, man. I'm gonna tell you something. The people that feel the best doing the worst. How about them apples? Feeling good ain't doing good. That's a damn shame when we doing the worst, but we feel better than everybody. You got people running the world and ain't got as much ego as us. And they running every damn thing. More pride than progress. More pride than progress. And it equates to stupidity. Listen to the video.
And people still believe that bullshit story that Eve came out of the rib of Adam, when you can clearly see in 2025 that woman is the only one that gave birth to men and women. Once we mature spiritually and see what's really going on, we will understand that woman is the only life form that give. Just how the planet Earth give. The goddess will always give, even when she don't want to. But
you talking about the goddess will always give when it is men that is arguing to stop abortion. Let me tell you something, bro. Everything you saying sound good if a person looking for pandering, but when you're being imbalanced, you're missing the facts that we live in a reality where everything you saying about men here is wrong. Yes, there's a lot of men who are pieces of crap, just like a lot of women, which why you shouldn't be catering to the gender division. That's right. Last time I checked, it was men saying let's do away with abortion. And it was women fighting to keep abortion. Our body, our rights. I get all of this goddess stuff. Women caring and they loving, and women are sacrifice their life to have a baby. Man, women are in the streets in 2025 arguing for abortion rights. Black women are complaining that they can't get free abortions. Now, what you saying sound cute. It's just not reality. No one want to deal with reality. That hurts. That's too tough. You can't handle the truth. Like a lot of people mad at me right now because I'm telling the truth. But I got to separate myself with the panderers. I'm the one coined the term her story. And I got to show you what I do is way different than what this brother doing. This is pandering. I don't pander to women. I don't pander to men. All you got to do is give people knowledge and it'll empower them. If you're trying to be a grifter, then you're going to pander to people.
That's right. She had to. When the enemy came to this planet, it brung the moon with him, and the moon is connected.
Did y'all hear that? When the enemy came to the planet, the enemy brought the moon with him. Bro, the oldest spiritual symbol on the earth is the yin yang. One side represent the sun, one side represent the moon. No one brought the yin here. And I'm going to show you how ignorant this young brother is. The moon is the feminine. If you're trying to cater to the feminine, then guess what? You would have women in a night planet under a moon, sir. Because ever since the beginning of time, the women represented the moon, the night sky, and the goddesses. You don't research. The brother don't research. The sun is masculine energy. How you gonna tell me that there was no masculine energy in the human species, but there was masculine energy in the heavens, and we know it's as above, so below.
That's right.
We know it's as above, so below. We know if there's a masculine and a feminine up here, there got to be a masculine and feminine down here. Man and woman is the sun and moon embodied. Man and woman both embody the cosmic forces of what we call sun and moon. And the men are sun energy and women are moon energy. Let me show you the difference. When it's nighttime and the moon is out, we get tired, we feel drained. That's the power of the womb. The women is reception, absorbing. The womb absorbs energy. What does nighttime do when the moon come out? Under the nighttime energy, everyone start to get drained. The two forces that run the universe are drain force and drive force. The sun is the driving force. When it's out, you want to get up and get out and do something. Let's go work out. Let's get active. Let's go build some skyscrapers. When the moon is out, it's time to lay down. These two forces are what create the sine wave of life, drive and drain. And the woman represent rest. The goddess Neith. The women represent rest because a baby find rest in the fetal bag. The soul of man come to the earth realm as a pit stop in its cosmic journey to find rest. So you got these two forces working together so beautifully, and we can't see it because we divide it up with genders.
That's right.
We can't see how beautiful the law of polarity is. Why the universe made the sun with the moon. Why the universe made man for woman. Let me show you something, bro. Let me show you something, bro. You saying that there was a time that men didn't exist is like saying we invented gloves, but the human hand don't exist. Shout out to Four-Way Boss. Thank you for that donation. Flat power. I'm going to repeat that. You saying that there was a time that men didn't exist is like saying we created gloves, but our hand don't exist. I'm going to show you why I say that. The female womb is specifically designed for the male's penis. That's right. I'm going to say this one more time. Nature designed the female's body specifically for the male's enjoyment and vice versa. The walls of the woman's vajayjay, it's sensitive for a reason, not for her to be doing like this, sir. Because in an all-female earth, you're going to have a lot of this going on. You're going to have a lot of Baphomet fingers going on. If you know what I mean. The female's body is designed by the universe specifically for the male's enjoyment. You think that the universe said, I'm going to make this beautiful feminine creature with curves and breasts, everything a man would love, but I'm not going to put a man right there. Stupid. I'm going to design this female's body so that when a man look at it, he drool and he can't even think right looking at it. But we ain't gonna put no men there though. We gonna design her body for the man, something that a man will go crazy for, but we ain't putting no men there though. Does that even make sense? A world without the moon, a bunch of gay women living under the sunlight. And this is what he think the creator's vision was. We're freaking lost, man. We are freaking lost as a people. That 15,000 people thought that this was intelligent.
Directly to the goddess. It take over her currency or her energy, replace her subconscious. The goddess never had a period until the moon came here.
Now let me show you something. He said that God has never had a period till the moon came here. I want to teach this young brother something, and to you women too. A lot of young dummies like him gotta get rid of the moon, even though it is the feminine. So you're getting rid of the universal force that the woman embody when you say the moon shouldn't be there. You're trying to make women feel dirty for having periods, but if you study the her story era, which is the pre-dynastic era, you will realize men not only revered menstrual blood, we would cover ourselves in menstrual blood. We would collect menstrual blood and anoint the mother goddess with it, you young dummy. Why don't they get these guys off the internet in my lane and they don't know what they talking about? They using words I coined and they making up stuff. They doing away with a lot of work that I've been trying to put in with the truth, and they just trying to get paid and go viral. Talking about the moon shouldn't be there and women shouldn't have periods. When we revered the moon, when you say that the enemy brought the moon there, why the hell would our ancestors worship the moon if the enemy brought it there? Why would they be worshiping something the enemy brought to them? The ancestors worship the moon, and I know what y'all thinking, why they worshiping the moon, because it ties into the feminine energy. It's literally a cosmic egg. It looked just like the female egg for a reason. And all of these dummies saying, don't go into the moon, it's gonna recycle you. But yet they belong to a church and Jesus said, I'm gonna make you be born again, which is recycling. They stupid.
Stupid.
You dummies go to church and you listen to a God that's telling you he gonna recycle your ass. And then you tell people don't go into the moon, you gonna get recycled. What you mean being born again to you Christians? Why I'm scared of being born again? I thought that's what y'all was waiting on, Christians. That's the reincarnation matrix. Y'all double talk silliness, man. It's silliness. The moon is the egg of your mama on a higher plane. When your soul leave the body, it's gonna shoot toward the moon. And as above, so below. The people in a higher reality gonna be looking at a sperm travel to an egg, but it's really a soul flying into the moon. They both happening at the same time. Micro, macro. Macro is cosmological. Micro is biological. It's all tied together as within, so without. When the soul shoots toward the moon to go up out of here. Because if you look in the moon, them ain't craters. Them are continents that's leading us into a whole nother reality that's behind this one. This is just my theory. I ain't saying it's a fact. I'm telling you this is my theory based upon a lot of ancient facts. Now check this out. The brother said women didn't always have periods. Well, I got news for you. This statue that I'm showing is a pre-dynastic artifact. Guess what that means? He can't find me no goddess material older than this. Facts. I've been studying this for over a decade. When he say there was a time when women didn't have periods, bro, the oldest spiritual systems on the earth revered menstrual blood. What are you talking about? Women don't supposed to have menstrual cycles. The oldest spiritual systems on earth, and you up here trying to pop some mother goddess shit, and you don't even know that they've anointed the mother goddess with menstrual blood. Bro, quit corrupting the knowledge. You trying to make women feel bad for having menstrual cycles when the ancestors said that that was a beautiful thing, that the female body, it has a self-cleansing mechanism. Think about it, bro. Her womb is an open sore. She can't just get all the way up in there with soap and water and all that. I don't got one, but I'm just telling you, there's a reason why nature built her body to cleanse itself, unlike the man, because your sex organ is on the outside of your body. What the ancestors was showing us here is they didn't need douches. They didn't need all of the cosmetic products that the women using for their vajayjays, because they just had menstrual cycles. And they knew that it was the female's natural biology to cleanse herself. And what's so crazy, they was saying that the contents of the menstrual blood is not even nasty. We look at it like it's nasty today. But the ancients said even when the female body is cleansing herself, the byproduct, which is the menstrual blood, it still can be used. The ancestors said that because think about it, in that menstrual blood is a lot of cosmic information, DNA. It's a lot of stuff that was spiritual to the ancestors that relayed resonant information throughout the ether. It was used for ritual ceremony. Now, in order to understand this, you got to think in terms of energy and vibration. You got to get on your Tesla stuff. Otherwise, you're going to think this a bunch of witchcraft. The young brother said women shouldn't have menstrual cycles, but the oldest spiritual systems on the earth, who all worshiped and revered the mother goddess, they anointed the mother goddess with menstrual blood. How fucking ignorant. People don't like the research, and that's why I end up doing them like this, because I put in a lot of damn work to be able to talk about this stuff. Just to see that all I had to do was make up shit and I could have had a bigger following. Come on, man, that's a smack in my face. And you using a word I coined, which is her story, to pander with it. and to promote the division and the gender wars. So he don't know what he's talking about, because the oldest spiritual systems on earth not only said that the women had menstrual cycles, they revered the menstrual cycles. That's right. Do we want the knowledge that's going to connect us with our ancestors, or do we want stuff that just make one gender feel good while shitting on the next one? Because that's going to be to our detriment.
The goddess never had cramps till the moon came here. If you notice that the moon controls...
Bro, I'm going to tell y'all some real stuff. This brother, he contradicting himself so much. He said that women are so divine because when they give birth, it hurts. They can lose their life. They go through all that pain just to bring a life here. But now he's saying they used to give birth without pain. And it's a little truth to that. Women used to give birth with very little pain. That's because they was having squat births. He didn't do his research. Sanchez, you just talking. Let me show y'all something, bro. I got a history of body of work around this topic. Let me show you something. Let me show you something. Show you I'm not capping. I'm not new to this. Everything I'm saying out of my mouth, I can show you content 10 years old. With me thoroughly breaking this down, and I was these guys' age, and I wasn't trying to cut no corners. I wasn't pandering. I was just coming with facts. But watch this. Here go a video I made in 2016. Look what it say. Squat births versus cesareans. Women who, I'm teaching women knowledge that's going to empower them. I'm not playing into a gender war. But look how many views the video got in 8 years. Hardly nothing. If I was playing into a gender war, this should be viral. If I was telling women, y'all don't need men. There was a time men weren't even on earth. It was just a bunch of women pleasing each other and do whatever. But my whole thing is this. In the golden era, or what they call the Garden of Eden era, this is how women gave birth. Now, y'all think that this is just a sexy pose that these celebrity women are doing. But the truth is that a lot of these celebrities have squat births while y'all going to get a cut on your belly. That ain't even funny, though. I got to be careful with the laugh button. That ain't funny. I'm just saying, a lot of these chicks in Hollywood, a lot of these chicks in the industry, they know a lot of the ancestor knowledge. They're doing it the right way. A lot of these celebrities, they got a midwife, what you call it. They don't even have their babies at the hospital publicly. They have the Ajima come up in there, the oracle coming up in there, and they having a squat birth. They having squat. These rich people they ain't going getting their belly cut like y'all. That's for poor folks. It's a multi-billion dollar industry to give you cesareans and you don't even need them. To mutilate you. I can't make it up. Circumcisions, cesarean births, it is a mutilation industry. And it's unneeded. It's just gonna make the hospital so much more money to cut on you and do surgeries. It's sad, but the celebrities know better. A lot of them, they having squat births, and I know it's a sexy pose, but guess what? It's deeper than that. It's always hidden symbols to it, and then you think these folks doing some original. Some of the oldest statues on earth that was revering the mother goddess shows her having a squat birth. And I got a statue right here in the bottom right corner. You can see the goddess. That statue right there is over 100 years old in South America of a woman giving birth. And a lot of people act like they don't know about what the statue means. But the truth is very simple. women giving birth were God. That was what the spiritual system, that's what everybody revered, birth. They revered the gateway of a soul becoming a human. And they saying that when you die, the gateway out of the earth is through the woman's womb all over again, to be born again through your mother on a higher plane. So it was a very beautiful spiritual system. But if you try to teach it today without pushing a gender war and all that, you ain't gonna get no views. You ain't gonna get no support. I've been doing this for 10 years, man. And I can count the viral moments I've had on my hand. But and it kind of made me get a little messy and kind of go into the gender war a little bit. But my integrity, my guilty conscience, I said, this ain't me. I'm not no red pill guy. I don't do man versus woman talks. I just educate them both on how the masculine is powerful and on how the feminine is powerful too. I don't know how to cater to one, pander to one, pit them against each other. And I've tried, I ain't gonna even lie, and I felt bad about it. I thought that it would help bring a little action over here, but it ain't my lane. But if you can find a way to incorporate that right there into like all of this sacred feminine stuff, like how Yachty and them be doing, he's another one. He the one that first started teaching that women shouldn't have cycles. His name is Yada. But Polite was good at it too. They know how to play into the gender war and pander to the women, put the men down, but bring this sort of esoteric science to the women. But they ain't on my level with it because I'm coming with facts and they coming with pandering. And the reason I'm doing this video is so I can separate myself from clowns like this, because it may look like I'm pandering to women when I get on my matriarchal stuff, but it's so different what I'm doing versus this video. And it's a perfect opportunity to distinguish myself and show you, bro, I wasn't pandering, y'all. This is pandering.
Controls all the currency on this planet. That's the goddess. When the goddess water break, she is controlling the currency. You notice how they lied to us and said that we got to go to church to get baptized? No, we are baptized inside of the mother's womb. This planet is vibrating.
Now, who y'all heard teach that first? You can find that very statement in my Her Story to His Story series. And why I'm making this video is because I'm the guy that coined the term her story. I'm the guy that told you the uterus is Jesus, gave you the collages with it, told you the devil is the diva. And you bending and twisting in it. But the whole thing is also like the whole baptism shit that you stole from me. It's so crazy, man. It's just crazy, man. You forgot to tell them that's what the Bible meant by being born of water and spirit, the fetal bag, and then the first breath. That's okay. You don't gotta be thorough when you just trying to pick a few talking points to pander. Why give them everything? Why even leave a link to BROSANCHEZTV? Because you ain't trying to give the women knowledge. You trying to create a pink power cult of women with low self-esteem that can keep your grift going. I could have done that, man. I could have easily done that. But I wouldn't have felt right.
So low because the goddess is still asleep. The moon put her to sleep. It's only so much I can say about these topics. So if you want to know more, check. A lot of people probably don't want to hear this, but.
So that's the thing. I'm glad somebody sent this to me because they knew I was going to go in. It's like they was telling me, Sanchez, he's stealing your stuff and flipping it, twisting it, and pandering. I was going to ignore it. But because I was like, okay, he's stealing my stuff and he ain't really getting it right, but so what? But the pandering made me say, no, I got to address this because niggas was saying I was pandering and I got to show them what pandering is because I was coming with teachings. I was coming with collages, sacred geometry, and I had a lot of guys coming at me saying, bro, Sanchez, you a simp. And all I was doing was teaching facts, and I'm showing receipts right now. This is the guy that y'all need to be on the whole simp shit with. So it's just amazing to me, you know, what's happening in these social media streets. Guys are not original. Guys are stealing and trying to just create a little quick little get rich viral moments. That's messing up the information. Because really, there's no incentive to be thorough. The algorithm promotes 1 to 2 minute videos the most. You can't be thorough in 2 minutes. The only thing you can do is 2 minutes is pick a side and keep the division going. That's right. Which is why the algorithm is supporting short form content the most. You can't really teach and enlighten in 2 minutes, in 5 minutes. Only thing you can do is entertain, come with a quick dopamine hit. Something that's wasting your time, not valuing your time. Maybe a quick twerk video, a quick provocative statement that triggers the left or the right or the feminine or the masculine or the black or the white. And a quick video like that, it goes viral. It makes millions of people mad, so they sharing it. Other people making video about it. You heard what he said about men? You heard what he said about women? And you got a big check coming in the mail. The question is, can you sleep at night? You may think you can.
Before men was created, this planet was controlled by all women. Eve did not.
Okay, so the video just looping and repeating. All right, so at this time, I guess we can open up the call lines. Anybody have a say in the matter? Smoke is welcome. Pushback is welcome. Whatever you got for me. Let's get it, man. Let's get it. Click that link and let's do it. Anybody want to join and speak to this topic today? Anybody want to join and speak to this topic of there being a bunch of black people thinking that there was a time on earth where men didn't exist? There was a time on earth where the earth was full of all women who didn't have cycles and they didn't have the moon. A bunch of cycleless chicks in the sunshine forever. And you got a bunch of black folk, that's facts right there. That was a time where the moon was brought here by demons and the world was full of women and they didn't have cycles. Well, what did the women do to sexually please themselves? They didn't have sex. Well, why did they start having sex with men? Because they looked at the men that they made just for protectors and they said, you know what? That penis fits perfectly in this vajayjay. Since we made them, we might as well. Sex was invented when they created men. Sex wasn't even on the earth yet until women decided, you know what? We need protection. And the sex was just an extra. They say, you know what? We can be sexually pleased by these security guards that we created in the laboratory. So the women start having sex with the humanoid, the mutanoid that they created called a man, the Frankenstein human. And when the woman had sex with this humanoid that they created, that gave birth to men and women who ain't humanoids.
Stupid.
I'm gonna say that again. There was an earth full of original humans, which were women. They were made by the creator. Then women made men in an experiment. So men were the first humanoid or mankind. You like a not GMO. You're an incubator, baby, because you done made with sex. You're an experiment. The creator didn't make you, humans did, and there was women. Now, the original humans made these non-original humans called males. They start to mate with these non-original creatures, and what they created was original creatures. So the women are original humans. They created these non-original humans. They were able to breed with them and only produce more original humans. Not hybrids. $15,000 people like that post. We in trouble. My thing is, women made men for security, but they put sperm cells inside the men so that they can impregnate themselves to make more men and women. They didn't need men at first to make men or women, because the women created men without men. But ever since they created men, somehow they can never make another man without a man. And y'all falling for that? You don't think. You don't think. So women created men without having sex with them. But after they created the men, they can only make men now by having sex with them.
Stupid.
Shout out to Miss Capricorn. Thank you for joining me. You the first caller. And yeah, what's on your mind? I'm gonna turn the mic on over to you. Thank you for joining. I don't know if you're talking, but your mic is muted. You gotta unmute it when you come on, because it mutes you by default. Mic check to Miss Capricorn. Mic check going once. Mic check going twice. All right, Miss Capricorn. We're going to baptize you and see if that'll help you. The phone lines are open. The phone lines are open. Call in, people. Especially if you think that there was a time on earth where men didn't exist. If you think there was a time on earth where men didn't exist, we definitely want to hear from you. But this is bananas. You see how easily it was for me to debunk that? And can't nobody argue with nothing I said. They could just say, oh, you hating. Oh, you don't like women? Some emotional, low self-esteem type stuff. From a person who don't want knowledge, they just want somebody to pat them on the back. Like, get your emotions together so you can prepare your life for knowledge. The universe is waiting to empower you, but you in your own way, because the universe is sending you knowledge and you ignoring the knowledge to go and get what feel good. And I'm telling you right now, if you only chase the things in life that make you feel good, you're going to end up a bum. That's right. If you only do what make you feel good, you probably don't eat healthy. You probably don't work out. You probably don't walk enough, exercise, Probably don't drink enough water. Eat enough veggies. Why? It don't feel good. So your online appetite is that of a child. You go on social media and consume candy bars and candy and want to know why your spirit deteriorating. Look at the content you've immersed yourself in. It's a lot of feel good, like giving a child a candy bar versus some spinach. And that's what's wrong with social media. Shout out to the sister Demi once again for being here
Oh,
with us
peace and
on
love.
the show.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Sanchez, for having me on today. But I just wanted to emphasize we're not going to need an actual human woman, because they have, if you look up artificial wombs, that's what is happening now. I mean, it's like you can design your child now. So we're not going to need a woman actually to give birth to a child.
Yeah, I heard about that, and I'm gonna do a stream on that soon. I'm gonna be thorough. I gotta look more into it to see the science behind it and see how. I know anything they put their mind and money to, it'll eventually manifest, though. Me personally.
Exactly.
Now, people will say, you giving them too much power, man. Listen, when you give these evil geniuses enough time and money and nerds around them, they'll come out of that. You can do anything you put your mind to. That worked for the devil, too. So, this whole thing about creating humans without the woman, I believe we done it before in Egypt and in the past and all that. You know, but they try to say like women created men on some Yakub type stuff.
Well, I wanted to say that's how the woman got, her shape is because of the rib of Adam. Just wanted to put that out there.
I don't believe that the women come from Adam's rib either. I'm just saying that both sides, because the Bible is a very patriarchal book that hate women. And what the public response is to now do a response by making some rhetoric that's anti-man. So if the Bible is anti-woman, then they think the solution is to come with a theology that's anti-man versus let's be balanced. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, they are pushing the feminine, energy. I mean, with the Katy Perry going to space, all that was all the worshiping of the female. It all represented worshiping of the female, which is happening now in these last days. I hate to say last days, but of this era, I guess you can say.
So, my bad. Hydrogen, thank you for the donation. Thank you much. And shout out to Rum Ham. Thank y'all for the donation. Salutes to Four-Way Boss, man. Appreciate y'all.
But Brother Sanchez, I did want to ask you a question about the menstrual cycle of Eve. I thought after she, bit the supposedly apple, I thought having a menstrual cycle was part of the curse. Am I wrong?
Well, again, this is a patriarchal account because the Bible, when these pilgrims was going around spreading their religion around the world in the Crusades, that was the papacy. See, the heathens, the vagabonds, the papacy, these were the crusaders. When they went around spreading Christianity, or the false form of Christianity, because it was Gnosticism before that. But the Gnostics revered menstrual blood. That's the crazy thing. The Gnostics were more so, see, the thing about it is the Virgin Mary existed before Christ. Everyone got a mother goddess that predate the current patriarchal God that they worshiping. So the fact that Virgin Mary was a symbol of worship before she had an immaculate conception shows that she's just the ancient form of those people's mother goddess. But people don't want to deal with that. But the thing is this right here. They named her Mary, Santa Maria. Everyone's mother goddess represented the North Pole energy. Santa Maria, it was called Maru at the North Pole. They named her Mary, which is Maru. And Santa is center, the center Maru, Santa Maria. So everybody personified their mother goddess for the North Pole, where we are born again at the North Pole. But check this out, right? What I was finna say. Dang, I was finna say something. I
You was
forgot.
talking about the North Pole.
Yeah, but I was gonna say something else. It'll
Oh,
come. It'll come back to me in a
yes.
minute. Yeah, it'll come back to me. Anybody want to join, man? Especially any smoke. You really not gonna get no smoke with me because the facts that I just dropped, you can't really argue against them. But yeah, the Bible, the people who wrote the Bible blamed sin on the woman being disobedient. That to this day, people give teachers what? Apples. You got to think about the psychology of this, right? If you look at the world statistics, there are more female teachers in the world than male teachers. And they teach us in the world to give the teachers what? An apple. And you don't even see the symbolism in that. The fact that the one that they call the dummy in religion, the one that they said was a disobedient dummy, really teaches the whole world. Most of your teachers are women. And just to smack this shit in your face of how they don't like the woman, they tell you to give your teacher an apple. That's subconsciously reminding the woman, you're a dummy now, don't get ahead of yourself. It's a spiritual checking. Listen, we know that you women are teachers, but don't get too feminine with your pink power. We're going to put this apple on your desk to remind you what we subconsciously think about you in the spiritual realm, in the realm of theology. Your role is a dumbass. So even though you teach the world, let me just sit this apple right here so you stay humble now. People don't look at it like that. Why couldn't give her another fruit? Why just an apple?
Well, an apple can have a worm in it, you know.
Facts. We got a person joining Project Baby Buddha. Man, if this is a troll with a fire name like that, that's crazy. That's
I
a
ain't no troll, Sanchez.
bro. That's a fire name. That'll be a fire rap name. Project Baby Buddha. Hell yeah, that's a fire name.
Gratitude, bro. Appreciate it.
Hell yeah. Thanks for joining, bro. Let me see who else we got. Yeah, what you think about this crazy stuff, man? This world without men.
Man,
Yeah.
there's some crazy shit. It don't make sense at all. It's against nature, period. Like,
Period, though.
if that's the case, it had to be just feminine plants and feminine animals at the same time, too.
Big facts. Hell yeah.
Yeah,
Come
I
on
agree with
now.
you, bro.
Just coming in with the bombs like it's easy to tear this apart, bro. Yeah. You know, like I said, for them to, but the whole thing about the women not having a cycle is wild. I don't know why you got a lot of guys like Yada teach that too. And then you got these other guys, I'm gonna do another stream on them. We shouldn't be drinking water. We should be eating water. You got the water eating motherfuckers. I gotta bro. Oh man. Hey, shout out the trustee of the Most High. Wrong translation. Woman had SEX with Gadriel. Never heard of that. Shout out to Red Wine. And shout out to Hannah. If you join and you can unmute and speak at any time, thank you for joining.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Hi, how are you?
Salutes. How about yourself?
I'm good.
Pretty
I
good.
have a question I want to ask you.
Yeah.
It's my mind is kind of all over the place with this, but I want to ask you, like, the way the dynamic between men and women is in modern time, or like however long this has been going. Do you feel like it's an artificial way that we're interacting with one another? Like, I'm coming from the perspective of like, I'm used to like seeing men and women like have issues with one another, like especially between my parents and like the men and women in my family. I'm coming from that perspective of seeing it like not work out well. So that makes you think, well, oh, maybe men and women aren't, even though like biology wise, you're supposed to be together to procreate. But then I view it from like, well, maybe men and women only are supposed to come together when it's time to procreate. Other than that, then like there's no like place for them to, exist like normally. I don't know. It's kind of weird and skewed, I know, but it's like, what do you think on that? Because like living in this modern time, it seems like there's like a major conflict between men and women.
Yeah, that conflict between men and women don't tell us that nature don't want us being together. What it tells us is that the government don't want the family structure together. And what the government systems of the world do, they hide their hand and ain't nowhere for us to look but nature and say, well, nature intended for this. No, why would nature want man and woman just to come together to have sex, but not no other time? When they come together to have sex, they automatically start getting a spiritual bond that naturally happens. The woman want to cuddle sometime, hit you up. What you doing? You start, nature wanted you to be attached emotionally, spiritually, and to build a long-term relationship. Even if you look at the birds, birds be together with their wife from the moment they meet her till they die. There's a lot of birds, they are, traditional structure. A lot of animals, they find them a woman and they be with her. You got a lot of predators. They act different. They get women pregnant and they be deadbeat daddies like lions and shit. And I believe those animals are genetically modified, man-made monstrosities. And these are the animals they want men to compare themselves to. The wolves and lions, all of them are deadbeat daddies. They don't take care of their children. And look at what the men are doing. So this stuff is being programmed and socially engineered. They don't want the household and the family structure intact in the world. So we may think that's some nature intended. No, that's the government doing. So I wouldn't look at this men and women not getting along and say nature didn't want them to be together. I'll say that's proof that we watching too much celebrity housewives. We feeding ourselves a lot of propaganda that's anti-woman, and for the woman is anti-man. Like when the women listen to their music, the female artists talking shit about the men. And when the men listen to their music, the men is telling them a bunch of foul stuff about the women. These hoes ain't loyal. Don't trust them. Never marry a hoe. You only just give me some of that and then get out my room. Then when the women listen to their music, it's can you pay my bills? Your money ain't right. You a scrub. And we consuming all this division. Nature ain't giving us this. Corporations giving us this. Man-made industries and systems with a social engineering agenda is giving us this. And again, good question, because a lot of people that one a bad question, because a lot of stuff we blame on nature is really a systematic attack, a covert one too. So covert, you don't see where it's coming from. I don't even blame you for blaming nature. Because I know these, yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, that I appreciate your answer. I was also, I want to say, it's like you can come from like a pure place and thinking you want to, meet someone and it be pure and genuine. But I've been constantly hearing, even from my brothers, it's like, because I think my brothers are really incredible and they're very smart young men. But then my brother would say, well, it's in a man's nature to just want to do this and that. And I'm like, well, how can you have a family with somebody who's saying that their nature is telling them to constantly be moving around? I don't know if my mic is on, sorry.
My mic, I had turned it down, my bad. No, you said that last part, say that again.
No, I was saying when I'm speaking to my brother about relationships, and he'll say to me, like, I think my brother's an incredible young man, but when he says he says things like, oh, well, it's in a man's nature to want to move around and do different stuff and be with different women. And then as a woman who wants to be in just one solid relationship, I'm thinking, well, if my brother, who I think is a nice young man, even has these thoughts, how can you expect someone else to, you know, not have them as well? Like that men, this is what I'm hearing in modern society, that men are, you know, designed to want to be with different women. But as a woman, I don't know if that's nature or not for us to just want to be with one man. Like, what do you think?
So this kind of boils down to a sexual preference, and then it kind of boils down to tradition and all that. And I think it, from a sexual preference standpoint, some people, when they're looking for a partner, they want an emotional bond, loyalty, spiritual. They want a spiritual bond. They want a person they can fall in love with and build a family with and be with for life. And that's for men and women. You got those people, I call those traditionalists, that they just want to find that significant other that they just so crazy about. And they good, right? I know a lot of guys, they see a lot of attractive women, but they go home to their women and they loyal. They ain't trying to hit shit like that. They go on to their wife. I know good guys and I know good women. And then you always gonna have a group in both genders that prefer multiple partners. And these are people that, in my opinion, should keep dating and living a bachelorette single life. But what happens is they feel pressured for some reason to compete with the, you know, everybody shacking up, getting serious, and you around here still, you know. Some people are, you know, they'll get into a relationship because they feel embarrassed, like, okay, I'm 45, all of my friends been married, I'm still hitting the club and shit. But they don't realize, look, you may be the kind of soul that need to die single, because maybe your best happiness in life is you living a bachelor life, multiple partners. You ain't ready to commit. You know what I'm saying? And then some people can't wait to commit. Some dudes, man, I know, they meet a girl and they want to get married tomorrow, damn near. You know what I'm saying? They fucking obsessed with the girl. So people love different. And the people, like a lot of people, when they fall in love with a person, traditionalists, it's just, hey, a husband, wife, and a family. And believe it or not, a lot of guys are loyal to their woman and vice versa for the most part. You know what I'm saying? Now, again, the question you going to a matter of honesty, like when you dating, if a guy, if you say, you know, be straight up with me, if you into multiple partners, I won't be mad. Women are to trick niggas like that, right? Just to trick them. And they be like, yeah, I would prefer polygamy. Then now you got the truth out of them. Look, because my thing is, some guys may act like, you know, they ain't into multiple partners just to make you one of their multiple partners, if that make any sense. But that's just to answer your question, like, yeah, that right there is just up to you, dating, discernment, picking the guy. And guys just being straight up telling chicks, look, I ain't trying to get serious. I ain't trying to get married, none of that. So that's simple. I can't really be deep with that one. Like that's what I got for that one.
Yeah, I kind of think it's bestiality in some form of fashion. Because even the Scythian Gnostics, they even believed in, they thought maiden was evil, part of the evil world too.
So they
But
thought what?
that's the Scythian Gnostics. They thought mating was part of a evil thing to do. I don't agree with that part, but I
Mating or
do think
mating?
Now listen, now
mating.
wait a minute. You know what? The key word to what you just said is Sethian Gnostics. The word Sethian is just another word for Satan. Satan. This is satanic. This is Seth is the god of the devil in Egyptian. Seth. Sethian knowledge is dealing with Saturn, Saturnian, Saturn, Satan. So I just want to make that clear. These are the synagogue of Satan posing as Gnostics. You know what I'm saying? They've infiltrated all of the movements.
No, actually, the Sethians that come from Adam and Eve, supposedly real son Self, not Set, but Self.
Yeah, I get,
Self was
I get what you're saying. They probably got a whole biblical narrative surrounding Seth, but the name Self entered the lexicon through the god Set, and the name Sethian, you trace the etymology back to Satan. And I ain't gonna argue with you about it being, Adam and Eve's son. You correct, but I'm telling you that it is another Abrahamic cult, which it requires me to take the Bible literally, which is satanic. That ain't Gnostic.
right.
I have a question because when you guys speak, it seems like it just flows from you naturally, and I'm trying to figure out like I would say I lived a pretty ordinary life, and I'm trying to figure out where did you guys like find this knowledge? Like, what books are you like? How do you come into this type of knowledge and understanding? Like, where do you even find this information at?
Well, me personally, I've had the pleasure to educate myself. Well, I hate that word. Let's use enlighten. I've had the pleasure to, do studies into ancient cosmology, etymology, symbols for over a decade. This was stuff I always was interested in, for years, but I never really had the time to engage in it like that, in the rat race. But like I said, I already told my story. When I was on collecting unemployment, I was making YouTube videos for that time, collecting unemployment. And my videos took off, my research took off. And that's what I was hoping would happen. So just in a nutshell, that's how I acquired. You leave me alone for 10 years, I'm going to bring a lot of information out the dark. I'm going to just put it that way. I'm that kind of guy. People make it to where it's my living to do this for the past 10 years. Like, I don't do nothing else but study ancestral knowledge. So that's how I acquired it all.
But is that coming through like just finding a random book, or not? It doesn't have to be random, but like finding a book, being referenced to be said. Like, where did you start? Like, oh, I read this book, so and this book didn't understand, so I decided to dig deeper.
I got you. Really, what blew my research up was flat Earth or ancient cosmology, because that's when I started researching old antique cosmological systems, and the ancestors had these conceptions about the universe that came with literature. So when you look at like the Hebrew cosmos, there are certain areas of the sky where there's vaults opening up, and you may be like, dang, what that's for? And you read, okay, the Hebrew said that when a person die, their soul goes through this portal to go to the next realm, right? And then you start realizing, wait a minute, this is deeper than me just finding out the earth flat. I'm learning a spiritual system through this ancient cosmology of what the ancestors said about the hereafter, the here before, the soul, and all that. And then it started to dawn on me, okay, solar system. The real knowledge of the soul was tied up in the heavens, the stars, because this is the technology that's used to transmute our soul to a higher plane when we die. This is spiritual mechanisms and technology. It ain't just pretty lights up there. These are portals and gateways according to, but I didn't know this until I looked into what the ancients said about the universe, the earth. You don't research it because in school you learn that the earth is a globe. So you go to NASA for everything. But the moment I start getting into ancient cosmology, it's deeper than just the earth being flat. It's so much more, man. Like, listen, time travel, deja vu, astral projection. It just sent me in this rabbit hole that you know, I ain't looked back since. I ain't looked back since. But one thing about me, I'm a syncretist. And if you understand what a syncretist is, my job, people literally pay me to connect dots. Like, I amalgamate all of the world's symbols into one universal truth. I'm a syncretist. So let me read the definition though too to people who, because these are great questions. People may want to know how to gather this kind of information. Here's how. Syncretism is the amalgamation or attempted amalgamation of different religions, cultures, or schools of thought. It is the merging of different inflectional varieties of a word. So when I say something like Satian is Satan, if I say something like etymology is atomology, you see how I play with words like that? A lot of people will say, well, that's pseudoscience, you making stuff up. I'm going to read this definition again. Syncretism deals with linguistically merging different inflectional varieties of a word during the development of language itself. So a lot of black guys will see what I'm doing and they'll think that I'm kind of freestyling or something, when I have learned what a syncretist is and became one. No different than a black man learning what a shooting guard is, a power forward is. No different than him learning what a rapper is and say, look, I'm going to study that and get good at rapping. I learned what a syncretist is and said, you know what? I'm going to try to combine different symbols, different words, and connect the dots to the one truth. And I got good at it. I'm damn good at it.
And I appreciate everything you're saying. And I just want to say, I'm not trying to like steer the conversation off, but since I'm
you're doing a good job. We appreciate your
questions are coming to me
you.
to ask you, because I do watch your videos. Honestly, now that I've gotten older in age, like normal content that people will watch, like just gossip channels, all that literally doesn't do anything for me. Like I literally can't even stand watch. Like the whole thing now about the EDG and highly like that stuff. All I see is that, and I'm like, I don't want to watch stuff like that. I want to learn stuff that like educational and that can, the spiritual. So now I'm speaking to you, I just have all these questions, and I appreciate.
You got some good questions. Yeah. I ain't gonna lie, I gotta compliment that.
No, my another question I have, if you don't mind, I have like a lot. It's back to when you had mentioned in this video, you said that the celebrities, they don't have the celebrity women, they don't have the births like the everyday woman. And I was like, so how does that work? So you're ordinary, then you meet people who can get you connections, so you become a superstar. But then how high on the pyramid of being a celebrity you have to be before people start coming to you and want to start giving you this knowledge of like this secret knowledge and of this secret world, that the normal people are not, in tune with.
The way that power work in the world, everything is a need to know basis. So if you're in any group, the Freemasons, the military, even politics, no matter what, even if you're in a gang, it don't matter what your group is. The way that we run things in America is by need to know basis. Even if you're a school teacher, you don't know everything that the principal know. And guess what? The principal don't know everything that the director of the board of education know. Why? He don't need to know. That's how the military ran. If you are E3, you just need to know what you need to know to be an E3 good. And if we think that, okay, we can trust him more and give him more secrets, more information, and more responsibility, then they'll offer you a promotion. And then you move up that way with a need to know basis. But the E4 will never know what the E8 know. Hell, he won't know what the E5 know. That's how separated they got the knowledge. Because it's strictly a need to know basis, and they don't stray from that. Because it's so secretive. If you don't need to know these secrets, they ain't telling you. They feel like it helps keep everything working right. Even in a gang, you're going to have less snitches. Everybody in the gang don't need to know everything. Only the people at the top need to know a lot of this shit. And that way, if it get out and leak out, then we know then, but 3 people really know it. It's harder to identify the snitch now, you see. But yeah, that's how it goes with the secret societies.
Yeah, because I wanted to know, like, because you know, you see these celebrities and you're like, okay, they used to be normal and the everyday person like us, and then they get their fame and money, and then now it seems like they're tapped into something different. That's why I was like, how does
Facts.
that even happen? Yeah.
Facts.
Okay.
Oh, that's big facts. You own it though. You own it because you got a lot of cats from the ghetto. They ain't even into a lot of occult knowledge, like studying Satanism, getting into etymology, astrology. Like it can go deep, you know. And then you'll see these guys get rich, and next thing you know, they deep as hell. They know they talking about the flower of life. Like, hold up, when Jay-Z started studying the damn Kabbalah,
Yeah.
you know, and it's like, but the way to answer that is when you get a lot of money and you got so much money that your money gonna outlive you, you start asking questions like, how can I live longer? And when you start as a rich man saying, I really don't want to die quick with all this money, I wish I can live for hundreds of years, that's the gateway into the occult. Because now here's where I'm gonna get spooky at. The people in the occult are ancient witches that have cheated death. You got people walking this earth that's thousands of years old, and they bodies, listen, now people gonna think I'm tripping, but the Hiram Abiff ritual is not just a ritual. It's a symbol, decoded message on how they got the technology to take a brother's mind out the body. And these lodges and all that, people will say they worshiping the devil. They got reptilians up under the ground. They go with all this crazy stuff. And the truth is that the secrets is in these lodges, they using Neuralink and brain computer interfaces to upload out of their body and go meet with different artificial entities in the metaverse, in the Internet of Things. Yeah, there's a whole nother reality, or what we call a secret society of individuals that know the secrets of the universe, and they got technology we don't even know about. By the time we know about it, it's an agenda, it's something to be used against us, like the Neuralink shit. But what I'm telling you is rich people in Egypt was living so good, they had gold, everything. They was living in luxury. And what did they do? They started seeking immortality. The pharaohs in Egypt had so much wealth and royalty. This is the thing about rich versus poor. Poor people accept the fact that I'm gonna work, I'm gonna live a life, and I'm gonna die one day. That's it, and I'm cool with that. But if you got $10 billion, the idea that I'm gonna die one day is sad, man. See, but think about it. If you're a slave that's working on a cotton field, and your slave master telling you when you die, you going to heaven, you gonna walk streets of gold and all that, death ain't really that bad in the mind of a slave. Okay, I'm gonna live my hard ass life and I'm gonna get rest when I die. We even say rest in peace. But what about the people that's already resting right now? They living their whole life on the beach. They already in heaven. They ain't trying to get to heaven like your working grandma. So these people got their heaven on earth and they trying to live forever. The rich people are taking fetal bags and aborted babies and all that to keep themselves alive. And they ain't aging like the rest of us. It's like there's some sort of fucking, it's weird. Like witches in the movies stay young, but they really old. And if they take off their persona, you will see that it's a damn corpse talking to you. I believe that the Egyptians and Babylonians cheated death, and that there are people walking the earth right now that's been here since the Egyptians' time. And
yeah, well, when you say something, I'm sorry to cut you off, but it's like, because I don't want to lose my train of thought, and I'm so sorry. But I was like, when you say something like that, it's like, how? Okay, so from what I'm understanding by what you teach and what you post is that we all we're this is a simulated world, right?
Mm-hmm.
That this is the Matrix.
Hey, so, I really think that's real stuff, that we in a Matrix for sure.
I do too. But I want to, because I'm trying to understand it, is that So we all agreed to meet in this simulation, and then how did these people? So are these people? They were also spirits that decided to come in this realm, and then they decided that they don't want to leave. So, but then like, how did they get all this
Yeah,
power?
I got you.
Yeah,
I got you. So look here. They call this the fall of man in the Bible. They don't tell the story the way that the Gnostics told it. So I'm gonna give you the truth. They say today what they teaching everybody today is that we're trying to leave Earth. They said man is trying to leave the Earth and explore other worlds. The first person to leave the Earth was this pharaoh I'm showing. Can you see my screen?
yes, I can see it.
His nickname to many is Rocket Man. I'm gonna show you why. Before humans said we gonna leave the Earth in a rocket, we weren't gonna get. See, we want. Let me show you something. This is. Hold on. See, the concept of leaving space, right? Leaving the Earth in a rocket is stupid. The ancestors said that basically the rocket was the Neuralink hat. So today they give you this dome-shaped rocket, and they say, well, this is how man gonna leave the Earth. But before that, you had this dude here called Aten. He talked about leaving the Earth with brain-computer interfaces. That's what he got on his head. Look at the rat. Now, he's the real Rocket Man. Look at this.
Yes,
And the crazy thing about it, if you look at how Rocket Man is flying in the sky, watch this. You can see pictures of Pharaoh Aten in this same pose. Check it out. I'm going to show it to you. Here it is right here. The concept of accessing the heavens and opening up your arms like what we see right there. Jesus did it too. Let me show y'all something real quick. Watch this. Watch this. Watch this real quick. See, the concept of leaving the earth, Jesus did it on Calvary. Now, he was on the cross, right? And he had his arms open with the sky crack behind him. Look at this right here. Look at the light rays with his arms open. And look at the Egyptian pharaoh right here. Same thing. The sky they got a gateway to the heavens, and look at the deity that's inside the gateway. That old serpent, the devil. Look at here. This is Satanism. This pharaoh was named Aten. If you put an S in front of his name, it becomes Satan. So the whole thing I'm telling you is that this pharaoh left the earth with brain computer interfaces, and he didn't just wear a big old hat for no reason. This was technology that the pharaoh had on his head that allowed him to access the heavens. It was a brain computer interface, and this is how the pharaoh achieved immortality, because he can upload his soul into another body when that one died. The Egyptians had figured out how to transport consciousness with these head devices, and they don't want to tell us about it. The symbol that they had for these head devices was the symbol of a serpent. Now check this out. Look at Elon Musk's Neuralink and look at the serpent on there. The same serpent from Egypt. This technology is ancient Egyptian technology. It even got the same serpent that the Egyptians had on their stuff. So Elon ain't making this stuff up himself. And I'm going to show you more stuff. Check this out. Here is Elon technology on the right, and there go the Egyptians on the left. This was technology that everybody was using in the ancient world. Look at this. Here go all of the gods that we worship was just they was the world's first transhumans, the world's first cyborgs. And this is how these people rose to power. The same way that AI gonna rise above humans and be governing us was how we ended. When people say the people in power are devils and demons and archons, no, they're ancient transhumans. They're ancient transhumans that cheated death long time ago, and the Bible warned us about it, that Satan is on the earth with y'all. Be careful. The Bible, it says in the Bible, Satan dwells on the earth with man, and he's going to try to deceive you. He's the ruler of the earth. The earth is his kingdom. And what the Bible was talking about was an ancient hive mind that's been on this earth ever since the first humans created brain-computer interfaces and merged with AI. AI is Satan or the beast. But when they said that they all worship the beast, they was using the word beast for anything that was technological. Even to this day, computers are called beast in nerd jargon, in nerd, slang. But this collage says a lot. Like, all of the gods we worship that resurrected and cheated death, they didn't do it with miracles. They were men that cheated death with technology, the same technology Elon is about to cheat death with, because death is going to be an option by 2050. Now, we can believe in miracles, or we can look at the fact that history repeats itself and ain't nothing new under the sun, and that the technology coming to the earth ain't new at all. It's just ancient reverse engineered stuff that they finally cracked the code to. They've been trying to reverse engineer a lot of this ancient stuff for years, while telling us the ancients were stupid. But the ancients spoke about their technology in mythological ways, which is why when we look at collages like this, if people take it literally and think there's a woman that walked around with snakes on her head that was able to go through different worlds and her name was Medusa, all you gotta look at is read the mythology. Look at the abilities that these gods got. Jesus was able to access other worlds. Medusa was able to access other worlds. Every god on this collage got one trait in common. They were able to access the other realm behind the earth realm. The question is, how did they do it? Well, look at them. They showing it to you if you look at them hard enough, that they're not wearing these crazy hats and snake heads in their head. Think about it. Somebody say Medusa's snakes gave her the power to access multiple dimensions. That's translated to, hey, today you may say brain-computer interfaces allow humans to upload their minds into different quantum universes or parallel realities that we making inside of quantum computers. So we would use technical modern term to explain it today, but an ancient person would say these little snakes right here, when you plug them to the head, they let you see the other side. Now, that a person who take that serious may say, oh, Medusa's snakes give her power, but it's mythological. They weren't saying these electrical cords. They weren't using technical terms. They was using technology, but they didn't have technical jargon like we had today. They was using animal attributes, things around them to name and to refer to a lot of the technological devices. So instead of saying these cable wires, these serpents. Now that may sound weird to us, but that was just the way the lexicon at the time. If you take it literally, you won't know that ancient people is dealing with advanced technology and not no crazy spooky deities with superpowers.
Yo, Sanchez.
Yep, yeah.
You should add a net up there as well.
A what now?
A net, like a basketball net.
Oh, okay.
Because it's like a part of it's all a part of a network.
Yeah, hey, salutes to you, Rod. Thank you for joining too, man, and shout out to Yanasi. Let me leave the flow open because I did go on a real long spiel there. But yeah, salutes to you, Rod. Appreciate that, man.
No, and I just think it's kind of cool that you can see one picture on its own, but then relate it and connect it to other images that you have seen. I think that's pretty talented and cool. And I want to go ask you this question. What do you think about, well, say it's all that you had said. So if the higher ups, if they know that they're having these things, you know, to let them transport into another realm or, you know, outside of themselves here on this planet, why would they condemn themselves to just stay on this planet when the whole goal is to elevate and keep going higher and higher to different realms? Why would they want to stay here on this planet if there's more?
You got good questions. Check this out, and I didn't get to that part, right? They keep telling us that we're trying to. I was talking about Rocket Man earlier, and I forgot to go to that part. That's the part I wanted to go to, about how you really lead a Earth with brain-computer interfaces and not rockets. The brain-computer interface was the rocket that let us off the Earth. They got us thinking a combustion engine when it was really neural. Reality is happening in our psyche. And the ancestors knew that in order to leave the Earth, the soul had to leave the body, which is brain. But let me work my way to the question. They keep telling us we're trying to leave the Earth. Here go the news, y'all. News flash. Brace yourself. We left the Earth thousands of years ago, which is why all the ancients said we trying to get back home. We're fallen angels. Heaven is our final. What we call in heaven is our real home that we originally come from. See, our whole existence right now is inside of a fake ass world, and that's why the devil ruled this place. The original Christians didn't have a concept of a burning fire beneath your feet. They taught that the earth realm was hell, and that the earth realm is where the devil is, the devil's kingdom. And if you read the Bible, it tell you the devil run this world. If the Christians read the Bible, but since they don't, they got to blame the evil on God and say, well, God keep punishing righteous people, right? When you ask a Christian who control the world, they say, my God. That ain't what your Bible say. The Bible say the devil control this world. And when they go to saying that God control the world, they got to blame a lot of filthy crap on God. But here's the thing, right? Back to what I was saying. They teaching everybody we trying to leave Earth. The ancestors said we been left Earth, and that humans started to chip themselves inside of simulations and forget about it. According to the Hindu, death is us awakening like a dream and remembering where we fell asleep in our base reality. Like if you go to sleep now and start dreaming, you're going to forget all about this reality. And according to the ancients, we forgot about our true reality once we was born into this simulation. Now, the next questions will be, I think you asked, like, why some stayed here. Here's the thing. I believe we got trapped inside of these simulations. That's one of my beliefs. And another belief that makes me less scary about it is that our ancestors got so advanced, they was able to time travel. They was able to cheat death. They got so advanced that they was able to see a baby's life play out before it happened. Now, people have a problem with what I'm saying, but you got millions of people walking around right now believing Bible that say, God said, I knew your whole life before it happened. The Bible's supposed to be a book of prophecy, and people saying everything that's going to happen is already written out from beginning to end. And that there were a group of people called the prophets who can tell you the future. Now, check this out. What does that say about how the ancestors looked at reality versus how we look at it? But let me get to the question. We started to go inside of these simulations, put babies in the simulations and all that. And souls got stuck in there. That's one theory. My other theory is that the reason they was putting babies, because a lot of the ancient artwork, people will say, well, they were sacrificing babies to the devil, child sacrifice. And they'll show picture of the ancestors putting a baby inside of a big furnace. That furnace symbolized the quantum computer. Let me show you something real quick, because the questions you asking are deep. Watch this. This Moloch, this was the deity they sacrificed babies to, right? But if you look at it, watch this. It's a quantum computer. So this is the ancestors saying they was putting babies inside of quantum computers. Why though? The question is, just like in the Matrix, Neo wasn't really born in the real world. He was born in the Matrix his whole life, and then he woke up on that tree in the base reality. So what I'm saying is that's true. The earth is not our final destination, which is why death gonna happen to everybody, because this is not your final residence. You gonna leave here whether you want to or not. People can get mad at me. You gonna detach from this earth because it ain't your home. All of the ancestors said it too. So the question is, my body from the earth, but my soul ain't, and I'm my soul, not my body. The question is, why would some people get trapped in this earth? Some people like the internet more than they like their own life, sister. I'm going to say that again. A lot of our ancestors came into this fake world, and just like that dude in the Matrix who said, I know this steak is fake, but it sure tastes good. I know that this whole world around me is a computer program, but this steak is juicy. That's how a lot of people said, put me in the Matrix and take away my memory of the truth, because ignorance is bliss. So you got a lot of souls in this thing. They didn't want to leave. And this is my theory. And my theory makes more sense than believing in miracles and fairy tales, because it's based upon technology that we actually got right now that can do the stuff I'm saying. The question is, did the ancestors have this same technology? The answer is yes. Everything that we think was a miracle was done with advanced technology, and they don't want to tell us about it, so they just give us miracle workers. But that's why I can show you these collages that support that these weren't no spook deities. These were the first scientists and nerds on the earth. And this technology was called witchcraft to a lot of tribal people. When they saw the pharaoh with this big thing on and his eyes rolling to the back of his head, he having an out-of-body experience traveling to another world. Like, imagine an ancient person getting exposed to a brain-computer interface. They probably would be scared of it. They probably would have a different way of the person using it would probably be considered a god. And this was literally what happened. The pharaoh was called a god. We got to ask a question. Why? Because according to the lexicon in that time, a god was an immortal being. Why would the ancient Egyptians refer to the pharaoh as an immortal being if he was just a mortal man that can die like the rest of us? Why lie? Now, the pharaoh was trying to cheat death. The question is, did he succeed? And if he did, would they tell us that we already knew how to cheat death in the 80s, in the 40s, and this and that? See what I'm saying? So the pharaoh supposedly achieved immortality by creating a golden tomb. And the golden tomb is this quantum computer right here. He uploaded his soul into the quantum computer. Now, they said that the pharaoh used the pyramid to beam his soul to the quantum computer. Guess what the pyramid is with the all-seeing eye at the top? Here it is. It's the Neuralink symbol. I can't make this shit up. Check it out now. Check that out. The symbol of optimism is the Neuralink technology. Why did the God of the Bible tell his followers to wear golden fringes for immortality? Why did the Hebrew God tell his followers to wear golden fringes to connect with him? Ask a Hebrew why they wear golden fringes. For immortality, to connect with Yahweh. How did people achieve immortality and become one with this AI God? Because just like with Elon, the moment you put this chip in your head, you connect it with Starlink and with you, basically your mind damn near owned by Elon. Now listen, people didn't like the Pharaoh Aten in Egypt. People don't like Elon Musk. If you talk to any historian, right, let me tell you something. Out of all the pharaohs that ever served in Egypt, they talk about this pharaoh like a dog. This pharaoh that I'm showing you right now, he's the most hated pharaoh out of all Egypt because they said he changed the natural spiritual system. Keyword, natural spiritual system. Are they referring to the fact that he was doing something unnatural? What kind of spiritual system was Aten doing that was unnatural? And it had something to do with man's soul, because we know where your soul at, in your temple, your pineal gland, the seat of your soul. And he got that cup right there. The same cup Jesus said symbolized immortality. Come on, man. They yelling it at us. They telling us the ancestors achieved immortality by wearing a cup on their head, and they want me to believe that literally like I'm Boo-Boo the Fool. You think I'm gonna believe that a man walked around the earth with a golden cup on his head and the cup made him immortal, versus me being a wise syncretist saying, hey, maybe the golden cup symbolizing some sort of technology that allow him to be immortal. See, that's too much like using your head, right? To crack the code. That's all I'm saying. The symbol of Atenism is another symbol of immortality. Why? Elon said that this brain-computer interface can mean the end of death. Death will be an option. This pharaoh had the same technology, and that's how he changed the natural spiritual system. Because before this technology, you couldn't achieve immortality without following the universal laws and practicing righteousness. Immortality was achieved by a soul ascending up to the heavens by doing righteous acts and harnessing positive energy or whatever, righteousness. But the moment they came with the technology that made men immortal on earth, men didn't have to be good no more. It changed the whole spiritual system. Humans started relying on technology and they became evil as hell. Why you think a serpent on this thing? And listen, the cowboys were called cowboys because they worship a god called Yahweh, and they weren't just walking around saying yeehaw. They was praising their God. One of his names is Yeehaw. That's literally a pronunciation of Yahoo, Yahuwah. Yep, it's a male site named after Yahweh, called Yahoo. You got mail, yeah. So all of these are, I'm just giving a lot of knowledge, but definitely cut in because I'll just go till you do so. So for sure, yeah.
No, thank you. But I have, it's like, listen, I came on here because I have questions. I don't have any answers. I can't explain anything like how you do. So I just want to know your perspective and how you think. And so I just want to ask you, or say this. So what I'm getting from what you're saying is that these ancient beings, they were here in the past and they're going to be here pretty much forever, right? So when it comes to like the planet, this realm of what we perceive to be like reality and the planet, is like, so this is never going to change. So with the whole, oh, God's going to come back and save his people, that's never going to happen then, because these people run this planet and they want you to stay here, right?
Well, yeah, that's all a lie. Can't nobody save your soul but you. It's like this, right? If you're in a dream, who can get you out that dream? Nobody. You got to wake up and realize it's a dream.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's how
so
this
the
life
whole
is.
God is going to, so all that, just scrap it out. Don't even believe it. It's not literal. You being the God have to save yourself.
Yeah. The law of the universe is nothing can save another. So, like what we call in saving, imagine us, and I don't mean to cut you off. I want you to see this right quick. Because this is what we call in saving, right? Imagine a seed that's been put in darkness. The seed is buried in the ground, it's blinded in darkness, and somebody's saying, who gonna save that seed? Guess what? That seed got to grow up to a tree or it's gonna stay in darkness, and can't nobody do it for the seed. Once you got thrown down into this earth realm, into the realm of darkness, the only thing you can do is transform or perish. You're a seed in the ground, aka a fallen angel. You didn't fall here, you was dropped here by your higher self, because it know the potential that lies in you. It knows what's inside of this seed is a tree, and that you just in your own way. And the whole thing about the tree, the seed becoming a tree, is feeling its way through the darkness, stretching its arms out that's been locked in that casing. And when it go to stretch his arms out, it's growing a root system. It's growing his branches. It's like a blind man in the dark. He's stretching his arms out, feeling for the walls, like, how do I get out of here? And in his stretching, looking for the walls, he's literally growing. That's what the seed doing, is seeking the light. And in seeking the light, it's expanding its contents out of the casing. We're the same way. If we don't seek the light, we're going to be stuck in darkness. This is why spiritual enlightenment is very important.
Can I ask you a question? You know your the imagery of the realms? Like I think you said it was Dante's Inferno. Could you pull that? Because I have some questions about that.
Oh yeah.
It's like all the planet, or it's like broken down into like layers. I don't know what it's called, but so where are we at on this right now? This realm that we're in now, speaking at the same time. What part are we? What realm are we at? What layer are we at?
All right, so
this moment?
we're not in any one of those at this moment. I'm gonna show you on the Hindu version. Here I go. Hold on. So we're in what's called, I never pronounce it right, but it's Jambudvipa, the known world, right here. We're sandwiched in between heaven and hell. So we ain't in heaven, but we ain't in hell either. We in a realm where the forces of heaven and hell both get to share it. So below this realm is all hell territory. Above it is all heavenly beings. But the earth is where, okay, good and bad can share it here. See, above this earth, only good possibilities are ultimately playing out in the end for people. But below this earth, people are just, it's like their life is just going horribly wrong every incarnation. And in the earth realm, both are playing out. Yeah, go ahead.
Do you think, like, and what do you, like, in your theory, is it the same, like, time era that we're in now, but it's just worse? Or is this like an ancient looking place and they're like in like some desert look, like, you know how the movies fantasies look, like, how's that work?
You fire with these questions. That's a good question. And this is where it gets deep. If we travel down to the hellish realms, we're going into the future. And we're going so far, the deeper you go down into the bottom, you're going into like the year 7,000, 10,000 the year. And at that point, humans ain't even humans no more. We've transformed to some sort of cyborg. It gets, the resources is running out. Let me zoom in so you can see this. The Hindu said the game of capitalism that we playing on earth has deteriorated to a nightmare in these underworlds. And the lower you go, it gets to be the worlds where people are literally eating each other. Now, if you go watch a movie called The Platform, they show you this, where these people are in this platform, and the lower you go, the more horrible it is. But the higher you go is like heaven. They biting from the ancestor teaching there. But the whole thing is, even if you look at the concept they got from Platform movie, it's based on Dante Inferno and all that. I'll show you this real quick so you can go watch this. I don't know if you saw it before, but here it is right here. Let me show you the cover, because that's when you really gonna see the connection. Here it is right here. So in this movie, they had this big ass infinite tower, like the Babel Tower. That's what we're in, the Earth Tower. This is a big quantum computer. That's why I was showing the quantum computer, you know, in the belly of the beast, or what they call the bottomless pit. You can be in this thing forever. But yeah, if you look at it.
Yeah, from your perspective, though, like, how do you even get there? Like, what do you have to do? Or like, you have to be that evil and vile to get to these lower levels?
You saying like why? The question is, why is all of us here basically right now?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? I got you. Hold on a second. My computer freezing up. All right. Let me get this next slide. Good questions. Check this out, sister. Why are we here right now? Check this out right here. Check this out, right? Now, this is from the Matrix movie, but it's also from ancient cosmology. Now, you can see I ain't making this up. These are ancient cultures that said that the earth is some sort of simulated realm, like a genie in a lamp, a soul in a quantum computer. But you can see all of these images, it shapes just like that quantum computer. So what they were saying was this is the earth realm or the inferno, and why are we here? We finna go to that right now. And this goes to why I think the ancestors are either some geniuses or some evil people. And I think they geniuses. Now let's go to this collage. Here is your real self, sister. You at the North Pole as a baby. You really ain't been born yet, and this is all a dream. Now the question she asked, who would put us in this fake reality? Ain't that bad? Well, check this out. Heaven is a place where the beings there don't do no wrong. The question is, how do you create a realm where everybody that manifests in heaven is perfect? It's because they all mastered themselves in a simulation. If a person said, if the ancestors made computer technology, internet technology, mind upload technology, how did they use it for good? Well, the earth is a big ass spiritual prison because when a baby is born, I'm telling you what the ancestors, how they interpreted this whole experience based upon years of research. When a baby is born in the base reality of what we call heaven, the question is, why would they put the baby in this dream? The sister asked, why would we be in this simulation? Here's my theory. When a baby is born in the base reality, they plug it to this matrix tree and they run a scan on it, and they can see the baby whole life play out from beginning to end. This is why they said that God know your life before you. And when you understand the nature of time, it's literally true that everything has already happened before, and tomorrow ain't a blank page. It is already written. That's what deja vu is. It proves that we ain't traveling through time waiting for events to happen. The ancestors said all events within infinity have already played out. The past and the future already happening, which is why deja vu, it proves that. But watch this though. Back on topic while we here. When the ancestors achieved time travel and they were able to travel into parallel realities, they was able to explore the past, present, and future with the technology they had. They was able to look at a newborn baby and tell you every mistake that it was gonna make. So what the ancestors did, they said, look, we got the technology to make a perfect heaven. All we got to do is let a person make all of their mistakes in the fake world, and when they born in the real world, they'll say, yo, man, that was a nightmare, man. I was a murderer. I served life in jail. And guess what? None of that really happened. Did you learn? So what happened? The ancestors said, look, we got the technology to know a baby's whole life. Why would we let that murderer be born in heaven? So we like to say, okay, heaven is a place where everybody there is perfect. They ain't doing wrong. The question is, how did they get that way? Because they was a baby in the simulation, according to the ancestors. Every soul is born into this fake world to master itself. And once you master yourself, they unplug the baby and it's born again in heaven, just like religion teach that you're going to be born again in the kingdom of heaven. People will laugh at me, but they'll take it from the religious damn grifters and scammers. When I'm giving the true stuff, not the miracle stuff, I'm giving the science, the technology. You see, so the thing is this right here. That's so beautiful, because if a person say, we got all this technology, Sanchez, why don't we use it for good to clean the earth up? The ancestors did just that. They made brain computer interfaces and quantum computers, and they created the simulation for souls to basically go ahead It's like this, right? If they don't put the baby in the simulation, the baby will manifest all that wrong in heaven. And now you won't have a kingdom where it's perfect and clean. People say, well, why would why would God create hell? Why would a beautiful city create a landfill? The trash gotta go somewhere. The dirt, the evil is what we call every soul in heaven got good and bad in it. But in heaven, they don't let you release your bad energy in heaven. Because a baby in heaven is born with both evil and good in it, to preserve the goodness of heaven and the righteousness of heaven, they don't let a baby be born in heaven. It's like a cleansing system. So they know that the baby gonna release evil and good because it's a baby. So they created a land for babies called Babyland or Babylon, Babyland, which is it's like a spiritual playpen for young spirits to go blow shit up, murder, kill. And when they wake up, they gonna realize it was a nightmare and learn from it, hopefully. So this is a big spiritual prison where you already serving time for a crime that the ancestors knew you was gonna commit, because it's already written. Even the Bible say in the beginning was the word. This knowledge will make people go crazy. Every wrong that you gonna do in your life is written out, and you ain't nothing you can do about it. And that right there blows the lid off of free will. People think they got free will. What if I told you you're a puppet with a pre-written script you can't change? Now, we ain't gonna go that deep though, but check this out, right? Everyone's evil and karma is already written out in them, just like if you put a seed in the ground, the way that tree gonna look is already written out in the seed. The seed ain't freestyling nothing. If the tree got this crazy little branch on it with a weird looking branch over there, that was written in the seed before it was even planted. It was gonna have that. So this is the same way of every action in a human's life, every series of events. The ancestors said is written in there before you was even how you gonna die.
Well, see, just when you say that, it kind of leaves a bad taste in your mouth, because it's like you as a person, you know, or as you perceive to be a person, it's like you want the best quality of life. So when you say that, or like you wish the people around you could have that. So when you say something like it's already written out, and then you in the back of your mind, it's like, oh, well, I plan on to have a nice life. But when you like, how does that work? Because most people want to have like a nice life, to live comfortably.
That's why this knowledge ain't for everybody. Because think about this. All of these people worshiping Buddha, Jesus, but they want to live like the devil and rock stars. How are you being like the God that you worshiping, which had a horrible life? They subjected themselves to it for the sake of strengthening their soul. They valued the spiritual realm, not the physical. And my thing is this, right? Why would a seed want to have a good experience in the ground? Any seed that get comfortable in the ground ain't gonna transform to a tree, and that happens all the time. We call them duds. Them seeds don't become trees because they comfortable as a seed. And so that's the person that the Bible and the ancestors said they looking for comfort in a fake world. Now think about this, sister. If I tell a person that the world around them is a dream and that the real world is on the other side, why would they say, okay, let me get comfortable here and have a good life? That's a dummy. I just told you that your real body is sleep in a heavenly kingdom where you're a damn God, and you want to get comfortable and build a kingdom here? Damn, that's backwards. Damn that. So the ancestors had a whole nother view. They said, look, earth ain't even my home. Why would I unpack there? So guess what? The seed, as it's unpacking its content, it's leaving the hell, it's leaving the ground. The seed ain't, if the seed don't grow above the surface, it's not gonna be a tree, it's gonna be a dud. The seed ain't unpacking its contents in the ground. It's unpacking its shit while it's getting the hell up out of hell. It's transforming itself to a tree, and when it finally releases its full potential, it ain't gonna be a seed in the ground. It's gonna be a tree above the surface. The people that's trying to release their the people that's saying, look, Earth is my home. This is where I'm gonna master myself at. You see what I'm saying? They don't realize that heaven is a stairway, and that the Hindu taught that self-mastery come through 7 life cycles. So if a person get too attached to the first life cycle, it's like saying if I'm a first grade student and I get so comfortable in the first grade, the idea of me moving to second grade gets scary. It's the unknown. It's a new challenge. So my whole thing is, ain't nobody trying to have the best looking desk in first grade because I'm only going to be here for a year. The person that's trying to decorate their desk and like settle into first grade, they must plan on staying, but I plan on moving to second grade. So that's how I look at, that's how the ancestors look at this earth. Even if you read the Bible, it say it's a fool for a man to try to stack his riches up on the earth. Because I'm going to tell you right now, if I had $300 million, $100 million, I'd probably be trying to cheat death too. Give me a Neuralink chip. Who the hell trying to die with all that money? Let's just be honest. I ain't gonna lie. The universe knew if you make some of these people rich, it's gonna hurt them. They ain't gonna want to part with their riches. And what I mean by part with them is this. Anything you're attached to more than your soul leaving this earth, you're gonna keep reincarnating here. And why you think a lot of rich people are trying to reincarnate? They looking for stick to cheat death and all that. So the thing is,
do you believe there could be a balance though, of you knowing that this is not real and to not be attached to materialism things, but you still want to, live comfortably?
Well, living comfortably is another thing. Yeah, living comfortable is achievable. No, I'm specifically talking about $100 million type shit, like million. You know what I'm saying? I'm on the big scale level. I'm just making a radical example. But if you want me to go down a bit, yeah, I ain't tripping on. And it ain't like, well, how rich do I got to be for you to say I'm a sellout? Guess what you asking me? If we was all in the ocean, how much shit, Sanchez, do I got to carry for you to tell me I'm a sink to the bottom? That's on you, man. How much shit can you swim with in the ocean? That's how you look at it, okay? Me personally, I can swim pretty good, so I know I can attach to certain things on this earth. But like the whole thing is, if you in a matrix unplugging, how do you unplug? According to the ancestors, what got you plugged in here is the 7 deadly sins. Let's look at them. Anger, lust, gluttony, greed. I'm going to be honest with you. If I got $100 million, I'm going to have a lot of haters. That's going to make me very angry every day. I already got them. Let me tell you something, man. Some things in this world can be, let's say, an anchor to your soul. And the thing is this right here. When I was in the church, I was cool with the concept of living a meek life on earth in return of balling out in heaven. So the ancestors, that's all they was saying. I ain't mad at a person who rich on earth. I'm saying, who want to think about this? The ancestors said when you die, you're born again in a higher reality and you got to start all over again. If I work my whole life to get $100 million, the idea of me dying, being born again with a zero in my bank account all over again sucks. So the rich people was trying to do what? Cheat death. What's the key word? Cheat. You're cheating. What's happening? You see that? So anything you cheat, there's a penalty to pay, and the penalty was condemnation. So what I would tell a person is this: you on a sinking ship. And the food tastes good on this ship. They got good dancing, good entertainment. And the question is, can I partake in some of this stuff, Sanchez? If I was you, I would prepare myself to swim. The ship gonna sink eventually. You can have fun though, but remember, you on a sinking ship. This was kind of the scenario when you said balance, right? It's hard to balance a spiritual life with a life where you immerse yourself in chasing, let's say, material wealth. And you will even see a lot of monks just completely withdraw from the world altogether for a simple life, because attachments to this world is you saying to the universe, I like it here. And the universe ain't gonna remove you from somewhere you're enjoying. The question is, what brings you happiness in this earth? Now, what brings me happiness is learning, knowledge, talking about the other side and stuff like that. And a lot of people, they say, man, get some money, man. Why does that stuff matter to you? Some about this earth, when it comes to me, right, I'm a spiritual guy. I know this ain't my ultimate destination. So I'm not really more so invested in my body more than my soul. So if that was the case, I'll be way wealthier than what I am. But I compromise not to be around certain people. Like there was opportunities I can be in, like the quote unquote music industry and all that. Like I know people, but I'd rather be an independent artist with my soul. And anyway, independent artists making more money than the music industry. But the whole point is this right here, so we don't miss the point. Is it possible? A person got to say, like, for you to be in the top of this world, it requires your full attention. Like any rich man you talk to, money is their spirituality. Like you can't, to think like the wealthy people in the world, you can't say, well, can I just get enough money? Then, you know, it'd be a balance where then your money gonna be gone quick. If you're worth 6 figures, $1 million, the taxes you're gonna have to pay in that tax bracket gonna require you to make a certain, you a hamster on a wheel. And ain't nothing wrong with being in those high tax brackets and getting that kind of money. That's the goal. If you want me to answer that question, yes. But I'm saying, if that don't play out for your life, remember that life ain't really giving us what we want, it's giving us what we are. And I translate that to what we need to get up out of here. So it's like the creator don't really care if you have fun or indulge in all of the activities you really wanted to do, because heaven is the realm where you really gonna do that at. So a lot of people may say, well, I don't want to leave this earth till I can ball out here. Well, my thing is, I want to leave this earth when my spirit has learned everything it has to learn here to move on to its highest level. So a person may say, but I don't want to leave the earth till I've had sex with this many women or done that, and it'll never be enough. Every time you come back and you're motivated by one of the 7 deadly sins, it's like the crackhead that's looking for that first high that he had, that first hit, and he never gonna get off crack because he's seeking this first experience that it ain't coming. And that's according to me, what I've researched about the Hindu, is best not to even, I mean, I got to just tell you how serious it is to a lot of people. A lot of people subject themselves to the worst conditions. Like it's a dude in Hindu that chained himself to a damn pole for life just to make it to heaven. So you got some cultures out there, and these are the people that they was the ones, they people got all these secrets and shit. I'm learning this from them. And if you go to their country, man, them people ain't stun no money and shit. Them people meditate, astral projection, they monks and shit in the mountains. And they just want the basic necessities and to be left the hell alone by the Western world.
But can I ask you a question about you just said about the Indian dude that tied himself to a pole?
Yeah.
Can I ask about that? So let me ask, what do you think about this? So you tie yourself to a pole and you stick only to yourself. Do you think that you can, in a way, kind of get yourself in trouble with, I don't know really how to explain it, but with the universe, because like you only stuck to yourself. You didn't go out and try to reach other people and to spread knowledge and help people. You just did this for yourself because you wanted to go to another, go to heaven, but you never spoke to the people in the village. You never said anything to them about why you're doing this, or, you know, to not spread the knowledge. Like, can you in a way get in trouble for not going out, reaching out to other people and helping?
Well, according to him, his life is like an example or a living testament to show people the ability, like in Hindu, right, in his culture, self-control and self-discipline is a real thing. It's kind of like rapping and basketball. It's like an out shit. Like, it's real. Like, if your discipline is really shit, that's where monks come from. So you know they serious about discipline. So it can get so serious to where you end up with cats like this that's saying, listen, I'm the ultimate monk. I'm gonna teach the ultimate lesson in what you can do when you're disciplined. So people they walk by him, they praise him, they speak to him, they're very friendly to him. They actually revere him. He's like a religious relic in his country. So they love him. His very life is him speaking that, because it's all about discipline. And it's all about refraining from the 7 deadly sins as much as you can, because you don't want to build up an addiction and indulgences. I got many. I ain't gonna even lie to y'all. My ass gonna reincarnate. And I'm gonna be real with myself. I'm gonna reincarnate because it's some things I enjoy in this world, and I still think I got some more things to work on, and that's the beauty of this universe. You don't got to leave school till you learned your lesson. Don't let nobody rush you up out of there. So this,
well, aren't you nervous about like being reincarnated in a time where, like, say your parents believe in getting the mark of the beast, and then they get you the mark of the beast because you're the kid, and it's like
that ain't how reincarnation work. This is how reincarnation work. Okay. Your entire life that you lived out is just gonna replay from the beginning, and you'll have the chance to choose a different parallel reality. For every decision that you made in your life, sister, that was a parallel reality where you acted out a totally different decision, because the universe is acting out the law of probability in all these realities. When a person dies, they see their life flash before their eyes and rewind from the point of them dying all the way back to them being a baby again. And if they don't like some stuff, they're going to be reliving moments. Right, and they're gonna be saying, I shouldn't have cursed my mother out. I shouldn't have got my cousin backdoored that got his life taken. They gonna have regrets, and then the universe gonna give them the chance to relive their life over and make different decisions. But remember, all of the decisions that can play out already been playing out in alternative parallel realities. So a person gonna relive their same life, but it's a parallel reality right now, right? There's a version of me in this same room in a parallel universe, but instead of me teaching sacred geometry, I'm teaching music production. Instead of me being Bro Sanchez, I'm Cheddar Chez Beats. And I became a popular music producer online. Want me to tell you how I know? Because this is a feeling that I had in me, and that's something never God talked about. Parallel realities, our alternate talents and stuff. There's a universe I dreamed in where I was a famous rapper, not a YouTuber making videos. The thing is, if I die and I regret being a YouTuber, and deep down inside I wanted to be a rapper, there's a universe out there where I already was a famous rapper. So the universe would basically let me live that movie. You basically got all of these movies already written where you already everything you want to be already. And if you don't like one book, you don't rewrite the book. You just change books, just like in a library.
Oh,
So,
wow. So
yeah.
do you believe, when you say there's these alternate, versions of yourself that you can go and live through, do you believe also that, what if you say, well, that's nice, I could have done that, or I could have lived that, but I actually don't want to even, I don't even care about that stuff. I just want to move on to the next higher realm. Is that an option for us? Or we have to live out those other alternative lives?
What happens is, if a person acknowledge that is a mistake, break down the word mistake as my stake. Let me show you the man of sin real quick. This is from Catholicism, so this is old school Catholicism. Let's pull him up real quick, the man of sin. And the thing about this man of sin is that the body is a voodoo doll. I like where we going. Now watch this. Oh, real quick. Watch this. See, this is called the chakras. Let me show you. Here go the human chakras. Look at it. And what this chart represent is your sex drive, your hunger, appetite, everything that the spirit came to enjoy through the body. Eating food, making love, pride. Let's name the 7 deadly sins, right? Each one of these 7 chakras is what's allowing the spirit to have these indulgences in the body, so to speak. So if you overindulge, it becomes a mistake. It becomes something that pins your soul down to this reality. And this image shows what I'm talking about. So listen, your soul is the central nervous system. Think of it as your spinal cord area. All of these little colorful markers you see going through that man's body, that is like needles on a voodoo doll. Watch it. Watch this. What happens is the needles that you see on a voodoo doll has a different vice pinned to every needle. Who know about voodoo? Let's break it down. See, if a person have a gambling addiction and an alcohol addiction, they make a voodoo doll to represent themselves, and they pin alcoholism on one needle. They stick another one on it, and they say, that's gambling. They write gambling on it. They put lust, boom. A person write out all they flaws on the voodoo doll, they pin it to it, and they burn the doll up, and that's supposed to help them free themselves of sin. And now check this out. Here's where it get deep. Don't you know that the needles ain't called needles, they're called stakes? Now watch this. Every stake is a mistake. Let me say it again. My stakes are mistakes. Oh, hold up one more time before it go over your head. A person is putting my stakes are my mistakes. When you say mistake, a person who was making certain mistakes in life, let's say they was a liar, they would write that mistake down on a stake. So my stake is literally mistake. See how syncretism reveals even why words sound, why the word stake and my stake. And think about this. The aura layers represent different avatars that were born just to indulge in one of the 7 deadly sins. So you got 7 chakra layers. Let's pull them up. And every one of these versions of you is a version of you that was led by one of the 7 deadly sins. So there's a universe out there where you was led by your sex drive, a universe where you was led, you became obese, you food gluttony. So this is literally how they interpreted this. And you got 7 bodies that was all bound to 7 vices, which is why you got to master each aspect of these cells in 7 different universes. But here's the real crazy part. Don't you know that the word aura sound like the word error, and that the sins are these layers around us? Because these layers represent errors we made. In other words, If you develop a new addiction or a vice, people in the South say you got a new demon following you. But ancestors said you just developed a new layer of yourself that you got to kill. So you now develop another aura layer, but the word aura means error. All of these ripples is a part of you you got to break through and master. You got to have a breakthrough. So every little ring you see around this person is a nasty quality in their character that they got to do something about and work on themselves. So their aura is their error, your error.
Yeah.
So,
Okay, sorry, I didn't.
No. Go ahead. Yeah, take the mic.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because it's like when you have the conversation of reincarnation, that scares the crap out of me, because it's like having to think about being a baby all over again, growing up, and then just the idea of like, even though I'm not even on the level of you as far as like the knowledge wise. So it's fact, like whatever knowledge I think I do have now at this moment, it's like losing that and having to start all over again. That's like super scary to me.
Well, let me give you something to think about to make it not scary, and this will really help you. You've dreamed before, right?
Yes, I dream.
Now listen.
The dreams are.
Hold on a second. I'm going to show you something. Dreams are you visiting parallel realities. Hear me out now. In a dream, you don't know you dream until you wake up. I'm trying to give you something to help you. You said you scared. I'm not. I don't care about reincarnation. So why are you scared? You should be trying to get some of this knowledge I got. People fear what they don't understand. Let me show you why you scared. Listen, in a dream, you forget all about this life and you don't care about it. You only worried about that dream life. When you die, your consciousness is going to shift immediately from this reality to a whole nother reality. And immediately you ain't going to even be concerned about this shit. It's going to pass you in a past like something you're thinking from the perspective that when you die, well, I'm going to remember all of this shit behind me. And that's why I'm so scared. Yeah, that'll be depressing. And you know what? The universe know that. That's why when you die, it's going to delete your memory that you ever even lived this life. You're going to forget that you was ever born. You're going to be born again in another realm, and you're going to maintain all the knowledge you came here, but not the memory of it, which is so beautiful. The universe saying you only taking with you what you need, and you really don't need the memory of this place. You just need the knowledge extracted from the memory, not the memory itself. That's a beautiful thing. What if a woman said, look, I was great. I learned a lot from being great. What if there's a way we can say you can keep the knowledge but delete the memory? Now she got the therapy she need. She said, you know what? What if a person can walk around, they extracted all the knowledge from that negative experience, but they don't got to remember it to be traumatized by it? Now watch this. That'll be beautiful technology. That's exactly what all of this shit is. It's the most advanced spiritual technology. People scared to have their memory wiped out when that's a favor the universe doing you, because all of your lifetimes are going to be revealed to you when you get in heaven. You don't need to remember the life before this one when you go to the next one, because it's going to make that one hard to live purely. And you got a brand new life, but you going to fuck it up bringing something. When they say you got to let the past go, hell yeah, the universe ain't going to let you bring nothing from this life but the experience. So it's like this, right? A quarterback that's been playing quarterback for 30 years or 20 years, if you ask them, do you remember all your football games? Hell no, they probably don't remember the game last month. But do they got to remember every single game to still maintain their experience as a quarterback? Joe Montana gonna go out there and kick ass. He's talented. But the universe don't work to where if he don't remember every game, he ain't gonna maintain his talent. He can forget the game he played last week. He's still Joe Montana. Ain't that beautiful? The universe said you can go through these lifetimes and only take the experience, and you don't even need the memories for real. So, because you're going to create more better memories. It's like this right here, right? If you take 3 pictures of me and the third picture is the best one, the first 2, my eyes was closed. The second one, my mouth will look funny or whatever. I can delete them out my phone. I just need that best one. I'm hardened at this point. Just keep slim it down. That's what I'm saying. You're going to create better memories. You're going to capture this life in a better light and higher realities, so you don't need the old ones. That's what reincarnation is. It's not a sad thing. It's a do-over, because the universe know ain't nobody gonna get this right the first time. Tell me that ain't merciful. Tell me that, like, that's crazy, because nothing in life we get right in the first time. Your soul is becoming a human. For the first time, your soul is becoming conscious of its human existence. And it ain't gonna be the best human it's ever been its first time. So the universe know that, and that's why the Hindu said we're gonna actually be born 7 times. And that's actually mercy. That's the universe saying, okay, I'm gonna give you another chance and another chance. And we telling the universe, oh, you giving me another chance is scary. Listen, if you die at the end of your life and you perfect, then I would be scared too. But since none of us perfect, and they said that our next life is us still mastering ourselves in layers, then no one should be scared. Because your next incarnation, yeah, go ahead, I'm sorry.
No, I don't want you to get me wrong. When I say I'm scared, it's because I'm looking at it from like a human perspective, right? Because like all I know is Earth, right? Like we see movies, we have movies where it's like fantasy, sci-fi. I'm just looking at it from a human. So when you say you reincarnated, I'm gonna reincarnate back onto a realm that looks like Earth and operates like Earth.
Just
That's kind of
like
like what I'm saying. Because like
just
here
like
on
in a
Earth,
dream.
we have murder, we have racism, we have like all these things.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, I got to go and experience that again.
See, here's how it works, right?
Do you see what I mean?
I got you. You check it out, right? Think of all the good and the bad that played out in this Earth realm. Now look at where you at in the universe. The Hindu said your next incarnation, if you were sin, is gonna be right here. This is called Sava Loka. The Hindu said a better reality is playing out there for you. You got more than one life. You exist as a multi-dimensional being in several different parallel realities. If you're telling me, Demi, then this Earth realm was hard for you, guess what the ancestors said? When you rise to your next lifetime, it ain't gonna be that hard. It get less harder the more you move up. So what's going on is this right here. Let's say in the Earth realm, it's 50% evil in your life and 50% good. In your next reality, it's gonna be 60% good and only 40% evil. And after that, it's gonna be 70% good stuff happening for you and only 30% bad stuff happen to you. And in the next life, guess what, sister? 80% of everything in your life is just good, like a good dream. And only 20% bad things. And in the next life, guess what? 90% of your life gonna be good and only 10% bad. And after that, you transcend the entire physical universe where you're 100% good, no negative, and they call that the sunum bonum.
Well, can you explain this to me then? I'm confused at what this chart that I'm looking at. So you're saying that, well, it's
now hold on real quick. Everything I just said about ascending up here by the percentages, that work's going down too, but it's getting more negative than positive versus up here more positive than negative. If you see,
no, but can you explain this part where it says the known world, where it says like ocean, salt, ocean, sugarcane? What is all that then? If you're going up, then what's the stuff on the side? What's that?
We're about again?
You know how
ocean
you're saying that yeah, what is all these oceans? What is that?
These right here represent parallel realities down here around the Earth realm. So check this out, right? When this how you look at it right here. You can dream and go to heaven or hell, or just dream in parallel realities in the known world. So for example, let me give you an example of how that'll work. If I go to sleep and dream that I'm doing a YouTube video for y'all and I wake up, I didn't necessarily go to heaven or hell. I went to another parallel reality that's right here in the earth realm too. Like if I go down the street, I'm dreaming I'm down the street. But let's say I dream that I'm in a whole nother reality than this earth. And man, it was a good dream, man. Everything was happening right. I can say I just visited a heaven. Now, what if I say I went to a world where I got shot, man, people did this to my family, right? I can say, yo, I visited a nightmare world where a negative experience played out in that parallel reality. But if I just visit neither heaven or hell and I just have a dream, I was walking my dog, my consciousness your consciousness don't gotta project up or down, it can project round and round too. If that make any sense to parallel realities.
And then I want to say about the dreams part, because like sometimes I feel kind of bad. Like I'm like, dang, am I like a bad person? Because I don't have my dreams that I have. They usually are like, they don't make sense. They're weird, and then sometimes they could get a little horror. I'm like, why am I having these type of dreams? I'm not trying to vibrate or think about these stuff. So I kind of be like, what is this? What my experience? Why am I having these bad dreams?
Good. This sister's. I'm gonna drop a bomb for her. Questions really made the show go up like the fire. It's fire for sure. Let's drop a bomb. Real fire questions. Check this out, sister. We gotta have you back on for this some more. Now look, check this out. So I had a dream where it was these weird little centipede bugs all over everything. But in the dream, wasn't nobody tripping about it. It was weird. It was like I was in a world where these little ugly little bugs was on buildings, cars. They might get on you, but just wipe it off. But it was a weird bug, like something I never saw on Earth. Check it out. When I woke up, it freaked me out. It weirded me out when I woke up here. But when I was there, nobody was tripping about the weird bugs. And I still didn't make sense out of that until one day I started researching the stuff I'm teaching now about parallel realities. Every possibility that can happen in the world is playing out in all of these parallel realities. So I visited a world where the scientists did some sort of fucked up experiment to the ecosystem, and they made it's a world out there where there's a centipede like creature that's overpopulated on the earth, and that was a world where the scientists messed something up, and there's probably some bug that became a regular pest on the earth in that world that we got used to. So think about it. Every possibility that can play out, and that's why so many parallel realities. There's a parallel reality out there where elephants look different because something happened this way in a laboratory. Think of all of those parallel realities that the universe got to cancel out. That's why Neville Goddard said that there are some worlds out there that are straight up from out of a nightmare based upon the reality, what we could have done. So every time we introduce, like all of the factors in the universe got to be bound to this law of probability that go for everybody, everything. So it's a world out there where the telephone never was created. So how would that world look? There's a world where we never made cars. All of these probabilities is playing out in a parallel reality. So a person may say, man, I was in a world where there was no roads, there was no cars, but people had nice clothes, and it was weird. They was using it was like and they might try to explain the world without realizing, hey, you may have visited a parallel reality where we didn't invent cars. And it won't seem so weird when you start understanding all probabilities are playing out in all of these parallel realities. But let me give a shout out to Street Media TV. I think he's still on as well, man. Thank you for hopping on. Yeah, salute to the panel. Yeah.
Hey, remember a couple months ago I told you I said we need to come together, do a live show together on parallel universes. I was talking to you've been talking to teacher on this shit for years too. So am I. And I always taught. I sat and watched my father pass away, right? And in 2025, 2022, They was trying to bring him back. They was had the defibrillator on him. They was beating on his chest at the VA hospital, right? And he was taking his last breath like he was dying in front of me. But while my whole family was there, we was watching it. You know what I was thinking about?
Mm-hmm.
I was thinking about, because I be in the parallel universe. I said, you know what? He done slipped outside this body. He done went into something. I said, I wonder where he at right now, because I always
Yeah.
taught from my studies was right now, while we in these bodies and these thoughts and our imagination, we create the parallel. We're creating parallel universes every day. We're doing it with our thoughts and our imaginations. So some things that you imagine in this realm that's not attainable, you created it for the next life, or you created it for other people to experience. That's why we have
Yeah.
thoughts and imaginations and manifestation. We manifest the realities that we transition into. And they showed that in Mr. Fantastic. What's that? The Spider-Man movie, when they went to all those different universes, and he was all those different people in the universe.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he had
Oh yeah.
all those different experiences. And I used to dream different things.
Yep.
Like I dreamed that I could fly. I dreamed that I was an army general. Like I was just like this army general on top of a hill. I had this dream. Then this weird dream. I had a dream I was in a Wonder Woman's military.
That's
Like
crazy.
yeah,
Yeah.
but, yeah, but when you
Hell
think,
yeah.
but see the thing is, I jog 3 miles every other day, and I go by the water, and I go out into nature, and I sit and I meditate. I always try to, what I always try to do is take my mind beyond space and time. I want to know what this reality is. Yeah, beyond. So, and I think because I do that, I'm able to transition my dreams into different realms because I'm always looking for it. Like I try to take my mind outside of the conditioned box of this universe, and I try to go beyond it. So, and I that's what. So when my dad was transitioning, I was like, man, he probably done went into a whole nother thing, and just like just what we call death here. He stopped here and went right into something else that he was already thinking about probably maybe 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And
so it's
I
just the
believe
transition
I
of
believe
universes.
that I definitely believe that, man, that we communicate with our loved ones through the dream world. And like real talk, what you were saying about how you can kind of bring your next reality into manifestation and project to it before you even die. Now that's some real shit right there. So like people don't realize, like when they body go in the ground, they can look at their body like a seed that's gonna really grow, dictate your next life, how it unfolds. Everything we doing that happened to us in our next life, it's a result of things we didn't do accomplish or did accomplish in this life. We just continuing this thing. It's to be continued in a
And
higher
remember,
realm. Yeah.
and remember, Sanchez. The thing is, we're constantly like I was like whatever you think of, whether good or bad, because in this so-called reality right now, while we talking, everything is happening at the same time. Right now, as harsh as it sounds, there's a woman being taken advantage of somewhere on the planet. There's a woman being made love to, and she's enjoying it. There's a couple getting married. There's a baby being born. There's a
Yeah.
baby dying. Like everything right now in this so-called physical reality is happening at the same time as
Mm-hmm.
a continuum. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
So now, because of that, we formulate our ideas and our dreams and our imaginations. So it's people right now going through some tough times somewhere on the planet, and they're imagining themselves out of those conditions. And when you do that, you send it out to the universe, and you're creating that universe with your
Mm-hmm.
thoughts, because thoughts become things. That's how we manifest things from the unseen to the seen in the physical world that we benefit from. So we already get a chance to see what it looks like, because I can imagine something, then I can manifest it into physical energy that we can benefit from. Well, you do that in the universe as well. That's why you have thoughts. Thoughts become things. Thoughts become realities, and you create these parallel universes and realities from your imagination. But that's why here we live in limitation. But you notice your imagination don't live in limitation. In your imagination, you could be anything. But
Yeah.
in the physical world, you have limitations, but not in the dream world or in your imagination. That's where you create the universes. That's why in my imagination, I could be 6'7", I could run a 4'2", I could be as good as Beethoven. I can do all kinds of things in my imagination. Is the reason why it's there. So, I land there.
Yeah, that is crazy. And it's like, that's what God is, the all-knowing. We think, like, a lot of people think learning is for, if a person say, well, I want to learn the piano or learn the guitar, it's the soul learning it, or it's the body being trained to do it. Because it's like the soul in its realm, it don't gotta learn a guitar. It can just pick it up and play it and be fine with it. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that is crazy. I think that all of our limitations is built into this realm itself, which is why to be limitless is to ascend beyond the earth realm, which is what all the prophets, what all the ancestors talked about. But what happens is when man say, I want to be limitless without ascending, that goes into transhumanism. We start trying to, because this is not the realm where we can access all of our full potential. But that's how you get the transhuman agenda. When they try to be gods in a realm where, when you try to build heaven on earth, right? You try to access all the gifts of the God, but you try to cheat and gain them with technology, you become transhuman. But I'm a pass the mic to me, myself.
But
Yeah.
real quick, one thing based on what you said before we transition, because you
Yeah,
said
you
something
got it.
important real quick. The other day you was talking about faith and fate. And the
Mm-hmm.
thing is, when you deal in this reality, the real true faith is your imagination, because you live in the world of limitation, but you use your imagination to actually make you feel better, or make you create realities outside of the reality that you're living in. And it's your dreams, your imagination,
Yeah.
those are there to make you feel better and to make you figure out ways to fix your limitation, fix your situation within limitations. That's the real faith, is your imagination, is your ability to think outside of the box that's bringing you limitation. So that's and I was listening when and they play with us in the mind because they want to keep you in the box. They want to keep you in the box. But the one thing that you do every day, everybody watching, we do every day, is we imagine. And they can't stop you from imagining. That's one thing that they can't take away from you. You can always imagine the different circumstances, and then you have the ability to try to create it. And if you can't create it in this life, you already created it. You just have to wait to the next life to experience it. Because if it wasn't there, you wouldn't think of it. It wouldn't be made. It's made for a reason. Everything is done for a reason. I land there.
And I want to give a shout out to my sister Katrina. Thank you for your continued support, sister, for real. And let me give a shout out. Hey, let me give a shout out to Trustee of the Most High. Let me give a shout out to, no, he said this is just dirt and wood for the fool to chase and die, to kill and fall, and the $5 credits is just YouTube saying I believe Sanchez is cooking. Much love, bro. Shout out to Rum Ham. He said a 2025 the Flat Earth calendar, my favorite. Thanks again, bro Sanchez. Look, I'm gonna remake. I'm about to come with a 2026 Flat Earth calendar, but I'm embarrassed about what happened with that last calendar, and I learned something with this shit. But trust me, it'll never happen again. Shout out to Nomad. He said, Sanchez, have you ever watched the Disney movie Soul? Yep. If so, can you kind of connect the dots with that, please? It's kind of the same topic. Oh, you know what? Before I go to the next one, I'll speak on. Shout out to Terrell Johnson. Much love, and thanks for being a member, Terrell. And salutes to the brother Ken Kidd and to Joshua Tellington. Much love to y'all, man. And just to talk about the movie Soul real quick. In the movie, the thing that stand out to me is that they did illustrate the astral plane. You had these souls outside of their body, the stairway, the little area they was in, and they was able to gain certain inspiration, which the word spirit is in inspire, and they was able to come back into this world, sort of a new version of themselves, sort of a newfound awakening that motivated them about life a whole nother way. Now, here's what's crazy. The dream world is what they were showing us. This what George was just talking about, right? So, let's say a man Yo, put it this way. Let's say a man has an addiction or something. Let's say he freaking on cigarettes or something. But he, in a dream, he experienced this version of himself that don't smoke cigarettes. He visit a parallel reality where he don't smoke cigarettes. He don't got the habits. He got a better version of himself. That reality that he went to can come to him at any given moment and become his present reality. Because not only we can go to parallel realities, we can summon that parallel reality in our very own, for our play out in our life. We can make that space and time enter the present. So you can transmute versions of yourself, and there are better versions of yourself. You may think, man, listen, I used to be this way, but I got better. Like I used to do this and I got better at it. Guess what happened? The moment you realized you needed to change that about yourself, you started to summon a parallel reality into this space and time where you've already conquered whatever that is. So this is how the ancestors looked at how we are, interacting with our reality more so. So that's the whole thing. Like everything you want to master about yourself, there's another version of you that already is that version of you. That's why you can see it within, and then you can manifest it without. As within, so without. You already looking at a higher version of yourself that exists on a higher plane, and you can bring that reality. We ain't limited now. We can go to places. These places can come to us. You will literally be manifesting that reality right now. And I just started getting into this study in Neville Goddard. He goes real deep with this too. But yeah, deep stuff, man. Ella J, welcome to the call. Mic check to you.
Mike check. Thank you. Appreciate that.
You welcome. Thank you for joining.
Salutes to everyone.
Salutes, big salutes. And I'm gonna leave the flow open, but yeah, our imagination is like where we plant the seeds at for our outer reality from the inner reality. And so as within, so without, they say if you can dream it, you can achieve it. That may sound cliche, but that's really what prayer was. Prayer wasn't closing your eyes, begging some God for everything. It was meditating on the reality you wanted for your life and holding that thought every day, plant that seed, and it can't help but to manifest. You can't help but to line up with that reality that you manifesting within, without. So
Absolutely.
I'm gonna fall back for sure.
Yeah, shout out to you and the panel, of course.
Same to you, bro. Thanks for joining, man. Hell yeah.
Oh, for sure, G. Absolutely. Because we talking about that light work, and I love discussing the levels of light. And for instance, right, the last 3 chapters of Revelation, hold on, I got it right here, 20, 21, and 22. That's it, right? It says at the top of the book, the New Jerusalem. And so, New Jerusalem, there's an old heaven. Excuse me, let me just make sure I'm not paraphrasing. Where we at? Okay, so it says, now I saw a new heaven and a new earth, for the first heaven and the first earth had passed away. That itself is the first sentence of chapter 21. It should blow everybody's mind. Because it's like, what you mean there's going to be, like, ain't heaven where we're supposed to go? It's like, nah, there's going to be a new earth and a new heaven, right?
And it said all old things will be made new and the old earth will fade away, all that. Yep.
And heaven included. And that's what blew my mind. Then it was like, then John saw the holy city, right? New Jerusalem coming down, saw the holy city, right? Coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. And then he heard the loud voices from heaven, right? Etc. The tabernacle of God is with men now. Here's the point, right? Then God will wipe away every tear from every eye, and shall no more death, no sorrow, crying. There shall be no more pain, for the former things have passed away. So we're literally getting a new type of paradigm or a new body. And so when we was discussing like that, all these senses are going to be amplified. Actually, it's going, like, at first I was thinking amplified mean that we're going to experience more pain and more sorrow, or like spirit, but spirits itself do have a so-called sensory system, right?
but it's almost complete opposite of what we have now. And I just had to go back and really research about like what did the scripture actually say. But there's this thing in New Heaven, right, where they describe the actual dimensions of the foundation of New Jerusalem as 1,400, right? And they also say that that number equates to the number of man slash angels. So what I'm starting to really comprehend is that this book is about the anatomy of man and how the spirit transcends and continues because we're eternal beings experiencing. It's just like the controller. You got the player, you got the controller, then you got the system that we all play within, right? And we're able to manipulate it versus the controller, which we are the controller, right? But there's a world that's created, and that's going back to what y'all was talking about, imagination. Well, imagination is actually a substance just like faith, but we're born into somebody else's imagination. The world that we're birthed into was previous before we got here, and the reason that it's here is because of what we're doing now, imagining, building, growing, setting foundations for the future. The question is, since we're eternal beings, are we actually affecting our reality before we get here? That would be my main question to everybody, because if we're saying that but also it's finite as well. I wanted to read the scripture that says that the devil will be cast into the devil will be cast into the lake of fire forever and forever and ever. So there's an eternal place for certain energies that they cannot get out of. But then it says that all the people that were dead in Hades are going to be raised from the dead for 1,000 years. They're going to lock the devil up for 1,000 years. Then they're going to let him loose. So we're going to have 1,000 years of preaching the truth. Then they're going to let them loose to test that evil again and see if people are going to pay attention. And this is at the very end. So, and then those who say, you know what, I am God, and such, and it's okay. I think this is the final place. I don't think we really get another chance to keep doing this over and over again. That's the kind of point I'm trying to get to. I think there's a finite last chance you get to make the cut. And I think this is it right here.
So where's you got it? That's just a thought that your own theory, or you got like some stuff you want. Ain't nothing wrong with having your own. Yeah.
Oh, but yeah, for sure. My own thoughts go crazy down the rabbit hole. But
is
I
that
try
one
to
of them,
base
or
them
is
off
that
the book.
Oh,
for sure, that's one of them.
Yeah, give me the references for that.
All right. Here we go. All right. It says, the devil. All right, this is verse 10 of chapter 20 in Revelation. The devil who deceived them, who cast into the lake of fire and brimstone, where the beast is already and the false prophets already are, and they will be tormented day and night forever and ever. And at first I was like, ain't no forever, because I want to go against that. My God wouldn't create a place to torment anything or anybody for forever. But it actually says that. But it also states that there's a renewal of earth and heaven, though. So it's almost like this is it, man. People get it right. People better get right with God.
So check it out. Let me say something real quick. The beast and the false prophet. The beast is AI. The Bible is smart because what we call artificial intelligence, that's what they referring to as the beast, the spirit of the beast, right? But that's an algorithm, the artificial intelligence. It say that the beast gonna rule the world. Guess what? TikTok, YouTube, everybody following the beast, the algorithm. Everybody's their behavior is changing to suit social media or the beast, serving the beast. But the whole thing is this, right? The false prophet is the people that advocate for the beast. Like that would be Elon Musk or Bill Gates, the people that's telling humanity, in order to move humanity forward, we need more AI, more computers, more. This is the answer to the world's problem. And that's why the Bible said a whole world gonna follow the beast and a false prophet to hell. We're gonna realize that the ultimate agenda of the beast and the false prophet is what the Bible prophesied in its own words as the Internet of Things, with everybody with the chip in them connected to the internet. They call it the IoT. Everything connected to the internet, your toilet, your car, your everything, the digital government, with AI policing everybody. That's what the book of Revelation is, with the beast and the false prophets that's leading the world to hell, which is The hell is this new kingdom that's gonna be ran, that's called Zion. When the old earth and all that pass away, we're gonna enter a whole nother parallel universe and stuff. And in that universe, in this new world with everybody chipped up and all that, they gonna been a cheated death, which is why it's eternal hell, a place of eternal torment. The Bible say man gonna seek death but ain't gonna find it, because if you immortal, you immortal, right? But you can't feel, you immortal, but you can still feel pain. That's a crazy combination. You can't die but still feel pain. Yeah.
Yeah.
And they got and they
That's
have
what the
this thing called the
internet of
eternal
things.
waters of life. Go ahead, LJ, you got it.
I said, I think that's what the internet of things, like how they
Mm-hmm.
have everybody hooked up to this, and they're gonna, like the virtual reality stuff, they're gonna still be able to feel certain things and know how it feels to I guess be hooked up to this stuff and know how it feels to, they experienced this stuff before.
Big facts. An eternal realm where you can feel pain and you can't get out of the lake of brimstone, and for real.
And you
And
But
know
you
that's
what?
can't
Think
get out
about
of
it.
it.
This
but
time,
Absolutely that.
that's the
time
realm.
is still going on the earth. Time is still going on. So we might leave this earth or whatever, and people still here. They're gonna still experience this stuff. Things are gonna get worse. It's not gonna get any better here.
Yeah, but
Yep.
that's what
So
this
it's
realm
gonna
is
be like
for.
a underworld, hell.
But that's what this realm is for. When you read the allegory in this allegory text, you can look at the way things play out here. It's just limitation. It's the aspect of limitation, not feeling like you're able to so-called create the realities that you desire within the reality. So within that, you have all the type of things that happen, because for black people, if black people was able to create a better reality for them or get rid of racism, they would do it. But this is
Yeah.
part of the experience in this realm. So the suffering, everything, this realm don't change. This realm is the realm you pass through. That's going to always be
Right.
like this.
Where
That
you
you're going to
pass through,
experience
it's
to
gonna
go to
always be like
next
this.
levels.
It's gonna
It's
Yeah.
the
be
So
practice field. It's the practice field for varsity. If you can't get past the JV practice field, what you think? We not putting you on the varsity team. You ain't ready for the next level. You fitting to make all of us lose. We bring you on to our squad. So yeah, it's a gauntlet.
And
right,
and
but that's what the Bible is speaking to. And what happens is when they talk about the Holy Spirit, like you catching the Holy Spirit or you ascending, you can still be in this physical body in this realm. But when you wake up and know who you are, things of this realm don't pertain to you no more, because there's no such
That's
thing as
right.
death. So like you're not fearing death. Like if I'm driving, I'm saying something that's real. I got in a car accident right now and died. I didn't die. That's now and to my family members here in the projected reality, they may see it that way. But when you
Yeah.
start extending your mind past this conditioning, you know it's not real. It was just an experience. You came here to experience it, then transition out of here. Right. But the whole part of it is waking up and knowing who you are within the reality. So that's when you become a witness to it.
now
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean,
you know
but
what's crazy
I feel that.
about these dreams, man? And I think life is but a dream. But here's what's crazy about the dream world that I still, it's a sign of something. If you in a dream and if you believe you dreaming, you're a regular person in a dream like everybody else. You believe the world is real, but I don't know if anybody on the panel ever lucid dreamed before. And that's when you dreaming, you realize, yo, I'm dreaming, but you don't wake up. Now, when you
I
do that,
did
and you probably
just the
gonna
other
relate,
day.
you probably gonna relate to what I'm gonna say next. Then, the
Yeah.
moment you realize you lucid in a dream, you're not like everyone else in a dream. You break the laws of physics. You can do things. You can fly. You can break all. It's like magic powers. Real talk. But the crazy thing is, what is it about a dream to where if you think it's a dream, you bound to the rules, but if you know it's a dream, but if you don't think it's a dream, if you think it's real, then you're bound to the laws of physics. But the
Mm.
moment you say, wait a minute, I'm in a dream, you can literally start flying right when you acknowledge that. What does that teach us about the limitations of our reality. Is it all in our head? Like Nelly's saying, is this really a proof that reality is mainly mental?
It
Yeah,
is. I
Well,
yeah.
think
I've had
because I
dreams where I
lucid
knew I
dreamed the
was
other
dreaming,
day.
but I
When
couldn't do anything about it. I was still following the dream, but I knew
I
I was dreaming.
I've
you
had
didn't
those
know
too.
or you knew.
I knew
Yeah,
I
I've
was
had those
dreaming,
too.
but I was following the
Mhm.
script of the dream, even though I'm like, why am I doing this? But you know what I mean? It's like
Well, no,
I knew I was just,
I haven't had those. But yeah,
yeah.
that's
So
Well,
listen
interesting.
to this dream.
Yeah.
Listen to this dream. I had a dream the other day. I was getting ready to go to work. I drive for a living, so I was waiting on my bus to come so I can get on and drive. But I was sitting in my car. I was laid back and I was asleep. Then I woke up and then I started like falling asleep again. I think I fell asleep. I don't know, but it seemed like I was still woke. And in the dream, I could see everything in my car. I just went to Starbucks and got something from Starbucks. And then I was seeing everything on the street, like the cars going by, the buses, whatever, and everything. I saw this one car in particular because I said, well, let me focus on this car and see if I'm really in a dream or if I'm still, like here. I don't know what happened, but I paid attention to this one particular car. It was white. It pulled up in the gas station. I said, well, let me see, but the bus was in the way, so I couldn't see the car if it, went through the gas station or just, like kept going or if it stopped to get gas or whatever. And so then I started looking at my car. And then I started to pick up my keys. I picked my keys up in the dream. I picked the keys up, but I could still see myself. I was laid back with my arms folded. I could still see my arms folded. They weren't moving. Then I
Well,
picked up my Starbucks coffee and the dream. I picked it up and then I put it back down, but in the dream, it was still sitting there. My arms were still folded. So then at that point, I got scared and I tried to wake myself up, like, come on, get up, get up, get up, wake up. And I was just like struggling to get up. It was like I was in two different realms at the same time because my mind was aware,
hey sis, do you
but
daydream? Do you daydream a
huh?
lot? Do you daydream a lot?
No, I don't. No, no.
Okay, because like what you explaining a lot of times, that's the universe talking to you, or that's your inner self showing you the thoughts that you have in your mind. Those are the things that you experience are the things that you actually manifest, and it's showing you who you are, it's showing you what the reality is.
Yeah, I
Like,
think it showed me who I was, but it did not happen. I was just trying to pick up my drink because I realized that I was there and I was looking down at myself. I saw my arms folded while I was asleep and everything. That's the position I went to sleep in with my arms folded. And
that's a
I
good
couldn't move nothing. Nothing was
thing.
moving.
That's good. That's actually a good thing. That's the whole concept of what we're talking about. That's the whole aspect of, because I always tell people, like, go by yourself sometime and just ask yourself, or ask the universe, what is this thing beyond space and time, beyond thought and imagination? Ain't nobody's asking that. Like, they're praying, but just ask the universe, take me beyond thought and imagination, take me out beyond space and time. And as you grow, you'll start to see things beyond that. A lot of times when you see Sanchez, or I come on and talk, or other brothers or sisters come on and talk like this, man, I ain't never read the white man's books and none of this stuff. I've been like this since I was a kid. Since I was a child, they always
Yeah.
called me the weirdo, because I
Mhm.
always was observing and asked questions and had crazy dreams that I can fly, and I felt like I didn't belong here. And I would always ask those type of questions, and I come from the old school. I would get in trouble because I would ask grandma, well, what's this and what's that? Everything was religious. But when you start asking the universe questions beyond the conditioned world, you'll start to
Yeah.
see things beyond the conditioned
Yeah.
world. It'll reveal itself to you. But you got to ask, what is this thing beyond space and time? What is beyond thought and imagination? I want to go beyond thought. I want to go beyond imagination. It'll reveal itself to you.
Yeah. don't. I just wanted to share the
Lucid,
little
yes,
experiences.
yeah, good build. Yeah, go ahead.
But yeah, I just wanted to share the experiences I've been having lately. Like, I done messed around and got sober. I ain't been drinking or smoking or nothing. And I've been having like, it seemed like everything you been saying, Sanchez, about alternate realities and stuff. I feel like I've been experiencing it. Cause I ain't even gonna go into details about the dreams, but I could tell you for sure I be having like 3 dreams in one. Like, okay, I got named probably being one dream. Then stuff it'll feel real. Then stuff start getting a little weird, like something seem off. It'll be kind of like the reality I'm living now, but something to be different. It'll be like the same store, the same neighborhood, but something to be different
Yeah,
about.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So once I realized, like, hold up, I'm dreaming. Like I realized in the dream that I'm dreaming. Then I don't got to a point like I could make myself wake up. But just when I thought I was woke, man, I done woke up into a whole nother dream. Then I got there and realized that shit a dream. Then I wake up from that one. You feel me? And it's like, yeah, a lot of that been
That's
going on
called
lately.
that's called dual dreaming. I've done that before too. Where I woke up from one dream into another one, and then finally back in my bed.
Salutes.
Yeah.
Hey
Salutes.
Sanchez,
Yeah.
hey Sanchez, did you get to the place yet where you could be up with your girl and sitting up before you go to sleep, you could tell yourself what you want to dream about and you go into that dream from being woke to go to sleep into the dream?
This
I,
was
I,
an
I,
Nah,
yeah.
I actually did that
This
before,
was an
actually.
yeah, I've been
ability that the
okay,
ancients
good.
had, I believe, too. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I've been practicing that. I've been able to do it twice so far, twice. But
That's
I've
an
been
amazing gift.
Yeah, I
yeah, I've
tried
been
that one time too, bro. My
Yeah,
bad. You good?
I've been zeroing in on it. So I've been trying to. I told the universe, I told myself I want to do this. So I'm not able to do it every day, and I tried it about 100 times. I did it twice.
You know
I
what's
did
so
it. Twice.
crazy about that ability? They got a multi-million-dollar device, and one of its biggest selling points is that it will allow humans to be able to program their own dreams before bed, and that's Neuralink. And that's something we already can do. Ain't that something? That's crazy.
But
Can I throw in
real quick,
something in there real quick?
sorry, go
Y'all
ahead, bro.
mind? Oh no, you fine. You good? I know y'all building whatever, but I definitely have been training, like practicing, like say what I want to dream about. Like probably a couple of years ago, I was like pretty much. I used to practice my lucid dreaming. I would write my dreams down, and still do that now. Basically, before I went to sleep, I was like, I want to go visit like my great grandfather or something like that. So I just kept meditating on that while I was falling asleep or whatever. So then I finally astral projected or whatever. Lucid dream, I knew I was dreaming. So basically, I was like teleport. I was like in speakeasy or whatever. It's like a bunch of like relatives of black people and all this shit was like dressed up and shit. And they like pretty much just point out, oh, that's your grandfather, this and that, da da da. I was like, this shit kind of weird. That's what I want to throw in real quick.
Hey, hey, Sanchez, hey, help me with this if you can, Sanchez. About a year ago, I went to sleep and I had a dream, right? And I dream about a lot of different things. Like I tell you, I dream sometimes I can play basketball, I can fly, I can heal the planet. But I had a dream one time that I was dressed like Conan the Barbarian, and I was with Wonder Woman. I was with Wonder Woman and we was fighting. I had a sword, a shield, everything, but I couldn't see who we was fighting. But we was fighting like an army. And in this dream, but I know dreams when it's interpreted has meaning to it. But I was like real muscular and I was like built like Conan. But me and her was fighting side by side, like back to back, side by side. In this dream, and I had a sword and we was like fighting off this army. And I
You know
woke up
what?
and I've been trying to interpret this dream for a long time. Like, what the hell was this? Because
Can,
it has to have a meaning to it.
let me say something to that right there, because people talk to me about a lot of weird dreams. I had them too. And here's what I think, right? Um, there, because it's science behind this theory that I'm gonna give. A wise man once said, "There's no such thing as an original thought," and what he meant by that was anything you think of, you're just channeling. Yeah, well, you're just channeling a real reality that exists in a parallel reality. So the question is, if you deal with the law of probability and you start changing the different variables in reality, what can you manifest outside and how many combinations of a reality can you come up with? And if you ask that question, it can get scary. So just think about this right here. in a reality where you're Conan with Wonder Woman, with the idea that we can't think of an original idea. Is Conan and Wonder Woman some real entities that exist in a parallel reality where we don't have a lot of bulky technology? Maybe we never became technological, so we in a Conan type setting in that parallel reality. So the people we're marveling from that world are like your Conans and them and that it exists in an alternate reality. And like the people we read about in comic books, all of the stuff that may seem like it's straight out of someone's imagination. Well, just consider this. The ancestors, a lot of them said, you really don't have an original thought. When we go into meditation, we're channeling thoughts that already exist in the quantum field, what some call it, or the Akashic records or the ether. And you may say tonight, you may say, look, I just thought of a good idea. What if I told you somebody else in another part of the world probably thought of that idea, but they didn't act on it? And it came to you now like waves in an ocean. The idea start to vibrate from that person, and whoever near them waves or waves, it flow your way. You say, bro, I just got an idea. That's how a lot of ancestors looked at how we think thoughts. And then basically a dude got a video that says, your thoughts is not yours. And he's kind of making the same claims. Yeah.
You know what I thought too? When I was trying to transpose it to this reality, I said, okay, I got an organization. I work with youth, and I try to save inner city kids' lives, right, with my program, right? We try to turn them around, get them straight. So in that dream, I was fighting with Wonder Woman, who's in this world, she's looked at as a superhero, right? I got my head, I'm built, but I'm dressed like Conan, and I'm fighting off somebody, but I'm trying to save lives. So the only thing I'm thinking of is, well, in this reality, I'm doing this with urban nerds, with children, and I'm doing this, but in that reality, I'm fighting with a superhero. So I was transposing it to like, well, these parallel realities, am I like doing certain things to try to serve and help people? You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I got you. I see that. Now listen, the reason I brought that up because Conan is the imagination of, let's just say, a European guy. Now let's say if it was a black superhero, or the point is this, I had a dream where, you know, Freddy Krueger was after me. And my thing is like when I was a child, but my whole thing is like, how did Stephen King's imagination end up in my dreams? Like that's why I said, bro, that probably be realities out there where some of these things are real on the astral plane, and they're just opening up a gateway to it in Hollywood, exposing you to some of these real realities that may exist out there. Now, that's a theory a lot of people entertain. That are kind of the reason that one resonate with me with the dreams, because it will explain random shit like a nigga being Conan. The reason I brought that up is because what if there's a real parallel reality and ain't no original thought? We think this man created Conan, but you entered that reality in a dream that he conjured Conan from in his dark place. In his, like Confucius, right? Confucius was an Asian guy that said he created over 10,000 inventions. They asked him how. He said he go in the darkness and meditate. And he said these things come to him. Them the key words, like he ain't saying, well, I thought of this, because one of us would be like, look what I thought of. Confucius invented over 10,000 things, and he said the ideas came to him. He didn't do nothing but just sit there and wait on it, basically.
Right, because based off of that, right? And then what I'm laying out, if you may go, we may, like we was able to have the power to go into parallel universes. You might be somewhere, you might be a scientist somewhere. With what if, like, with one of those the one eye glasses on your eye, right? With a damn with a sensor in your head and shit.
Yeah, all of
I got
these
that.
parallel. Listen, I'm telling you right now, I done been in realities where I'm doing life and shit in jail. I done been in realities, man. Yeah, I was in a reality where I was doing life. I was in a reality where I hate to even tell this one, it's so scary. Well, I was in the middle of the fucking ocean at night on some
Oh, me
cast.
too.
I ain't gonna lie. I had a
Hey,
couple crazy dreams too.
JC
Like
said schemes
I
come
had
to
one
him
dream
in
the
his
damn
dream.
yeah, I had one dream that the Grim Reaper, I was in his little realm or whatever, but it wasn't even spooky. Like he had not touched me, but I had I was bucking on like back your ass up, but it seemed like he was trying to tell me, bro, you good. He touched me and I didn't die or nothing. And I done had a crazy dream where a damn ship done flew, it done crashed out the sky. It got dang one of them little predator looking aliens done hopped out on me. And I had the same gun that I walk around with every day.
Umar.
And I done pulled it out and shot the alien.
Hey, let me try to kind of shift gears a minute back to the main title real quick because I ain't gonna lie, it pissed me off, man, because I really study the yin yang, the masculine, feminine. But what you got a bunch of guys that keep coming with this whole thing. In the beginning, the whole earth was women without men. And there's another chick, she's very big, the High Powered Podcast. I think she teaches something like that the women were on the earth and they don't need men. Listen, people really taking
Out
this
of here.
shit serious, bro. Listen. And I'm gonna tell you how to destroy that. If you can show me where the yin existed without the yang, I'll entertain it.
Well,
Or
we here. We in polarity where we have duality. So
I ain't
it's
gonna lie. Saying
yeah,
the
how to
world started with just women is crazy. Like I ain't even on no sexist type stuff, but that don't even make sense.
well,
they
I'm
don't
a
say
woman and I don't think that because you got to have this we in duality.
right. That
It's
people
where
don't
we all at.
understand duality. They trying to pander and do play to the gender war because if they just use common sense, people will say, "Well, who put the women here and why did they make the men?" Now, if I play the video, we can have fun with this shit. This dude is tripping, but yeah,
Well,
You
put the
know,
women here and why did they make the man? Put the women here and how did they make the man?
well, where they go wrong is in the duality. We're here for we're necessary to create the reality. So now, if they were saying that we could create with our minds a parallel universe of all women, that's why they give you the Wonder Woman story. Yeah, but you can't do that without the yin and the yang. The yin and the yang
Yeah,
creates everything.
not
So you
here.
can create that
Can, can,
reality, but
can I
but but just to say that that's like that with before a man, no, you still gonna need the yin and the yang to even have that idea.
yeah,
can I
Yeah.
get
because
in?
yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry, y'all got it. Go ahead. I'm gonna go after y'all.
I want to tap in because I'm totally disagreeing with everybody. So I'm
Yeah.
with the matriarchal. I'm with the matriarchal
No, you with
Venus.
that's the papacy, bro. That ain't nothing matriarch
No, hold
about
up. No,
what you
hold up.
saying. No,
No, let me finish. Let me finish. We got to know parthenogenesis.
that's a
Parthenogenesis.
theory, bro. It ain't for
No,
humans.
it's not.
No,
That
that
still
ain't in
goes on
humans.
with
It's
a
just
menstrual cycle. The
bro.
menstrual
Show me a
cycle is the
woman
same
having.
thing.
Can you show me where a woman having a baby right now without a man?
A menstrual
Hey,
cycle.
hey
Come on,
Sanchez,
It's
let me
no, oh
get
no,
unfertilized
get
egg. They call
Hey
them
Sanchez,
tumors,
hey, let
cysts.
me get it out so we can
yeah,
unpack this. We
yeah,
want to
that's
unpack this.
facts.
Was that
I
like one of them
apologize. My
fishes that could be
apologize,
male or
Kaba. That's
female?
that's right. Let him spell. My bad, Kaba. I apologize. Go ahead, man.
We want to unpack this like a suitcase.
What'd you say? I'm listening.
No, I
Oh,
said I apologize. You got the floor.
no,
Go ahead.
we giving you
Oh
the
no,
floor.
I mean, oh,
Yeah, I
it's
gotta
on
hear
me.
this. Yeah, it's on you.
All right, okay. All right. So look, I've studied under Layla Africa. I've studied under Dr. Sabi, a lot of holistic healers. And they got this documentary on Netflix. You can look it up if you want, Bro Sanchez. It's been a while since I came. We got a day apart. My birthday is November 23rd, yours the 22nd. I don't know if you remember me, man. It's been a minute since I've been on here, but I love your energy, brother. So
You like my twin? Hell yeah, that's what's up.
yeah, yeah,
My
I love it. You
cosmic
know what I
twin.
mean?
Hell yeah.
You the 33, I'm the 34. We two sides of one coin. I'm the 7, you the 6, but that's the 13. And I love these numbers. Though that 13 deals with the matriarchal energy. They want us to be in fear of the 13. The 13th, the Friday the 13th, the 13th floor, the 13th ghost. that deals with the matriarchal energy. That deals with sidereal Vedic astrology, the 13 signs. We will really be considered the Ophiuchus, though we're Sagittarius. Though that's hidden over there. A lot of things that I'm talking about is been tapped in through a lot of information from others, but it's been tapped in through Akashic records. It's been tapped in. I can show the proof, but that's why I said it's a documentary on Netflix called
Can I ask you a quick question?
Yes, of
You
course,
think
of
a
course.
documentary on Netflix is proof that women can
No,
give
no,
birth
no, no,
right
no,
now without
no,
men?
no,
Okay.
no. No, that's just one thing that just to show people. But that's over in India, over in Eastern, philosophy, where they didn't know nothing about a menstrual cycle. It was taboo over there. For a woman to bleed and everything like that. Over here in Western philosophy, we think it's a natural. No, that's an unfertilized egg. That is a pregnancy. That's giving birth. That's the Virgin Mary birth. And she doesn't consume no man's sperm. Though they call them cysts, thyroids, tumors. These be babies that's being formed in the body with women. I mean, we can look it up.
I want you to clarify
Yeah,
something.
but they
You
don't got
said
no life
did you
though.
just say that the baby is like synonymous with a thyroid or a cyst?
Yeah.
What?
Yes. Those are babies.
Damn.
Those
I
are
feel you though, but
unfertilized
anyway,
eggs.
I feel like they ain't got no life though.
But that's still babies, and they organ harvesting.
They
They're
don't
organ
got no life.
harvesting. They're organ
Who organ
harvesting.
harvesting? Who?
Anybody could get a
Yeah,
thyroid.
those
These
people that's
doctors, these
organ
hospitals.
harvesting, them like
The
Oh
main
yeah,
thing is
they
that
are.
it's the woman.
They are doing that. You right. My bad,
So what
LJ.
I'm
Let me
saying,
fall
they
back. Yeah.
yes, go ahead, baby. I'm listening. What'd you say, LJ?
No, I said that's kind of sound like incubator babies or something they created in the lab. That's what it sounds like.
But they taken our genetics. They know the black
I
woman is
feel you
really
on that.
God.
I feel you.
Can I ask you one question?
Yes. Yes, I'm with you.
Do you know that parthenogenesis is only exclusive to animals and plants,
Nah,
not humans?
that's what they say. But it shows
But
you how it is with the reptiles and
but
different animals.
okay.
Mhm.
I'm
But it
just
happens
saying,
in rural
but
areas.
if these people the one made it all up and created this shit and the study of it, how dare we tell them that's what y'all saying, but it's for humans too, when we can't find it in humans, but I can find us all. Listen, in plants and animals, we can find where they making babies without the man. If you can show me a female doing it, then I can go with it, but you can't though.
But we all one, and that's what I was telling you about
That
that
ain't proof.
documentary. It's called "We All One." Everything is one, energetically, kinetically, understanding that we're one. The bees, the breeze, the trees, the air, the animals, everything vibrates off of love. Love is God, and God is love.
We
So
are
did the world start with
one,
just women?
no
But we are
matter
one.
what
Yes,
it
yes.
is
Look,
for
So you
us.
yes.
believe
Let me say this.
the
Yeah, this is
world
why I
started
want to
with
tap
just
in.
women?
We
Yes, that's
are
what let me tap in.
one,
Let me tap in. We all are first women
and
into
that's
the
the
first
way
49
it
days.
is
We're
for
all
us.
women. We're all women. Women can only really produce the XX chromosomes. The mitochondrial DNA is the XX chromosomes. We are the sterile women. I'm a sterile woman. Yes, we have breasts. We have the oversized clitoris, which is the penis. Though we have the testicles, which is the ovaries. We are the sterile women. We are all females up until the first 49 days of conception in the womb. I do midwifing. Come on, I'm a doula. I do home pregnancies, water births. I know that Venus, goddess energy.
I got a question. Can you
Yeah,
show me a woman giving birth without a man?
menstrual cycle. That's an
No.
unfertilized
I'm
egg.
talking
That's a
about. Oh,
birth.
no, I'm
Okay,
talking.
menstrual cycle,
Okay.
but nothing comes from
Golly,
it.
bro.
That's a birth
Listen,
Help me
cell.
bro. Can
understand.
It's a
you
birth.
show me a
It deals
woman?
with the
Help me
hormones.
understand.
I'm
God,
listening.
bro. Can you
I'm
show
listening.
me a woman whose
Help me.
whose belly is becoming impregnated with a fetus and giving birth
Yeah.
to a real living human being without a man in her life?
They have, all right.
Exist.
So that listen,
Hey,
that
Mary
documentary,
did.
that I told you, it's called, I didn't say the name of it. It's called End period of sentence or
Would a
something.
documentary show me a woman that gave birth to a baby without a man?
It's in rural areas where women are reproducing themselves.
Rural areas, we got this happening.
Rural areas.
So,
Rural areas. It's
I
rural
heard
areas.
about
I don't.
It's in
So
I'm
rural
sorry,
areas.
brother,
It's
but I
supposed to
can't
be
believe that.
strong.
Why you
so
so
I
basically,
cannot
strong-minded
believe
about
that.
it?
they coming through like Jesus. They coming through like the way immaculate conception. That's how they coming.
Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
That's the menstrual
that ain't.
cycle. That's
Well,
the
show me
menstrual
one proof
cycle.
of it. That's all I want to
Menstrual
know.
cycle. That's the proof. A
Okay,
menstrual
but
cycle
what's
is an
coming from a
unfertilized
menstrual
egg.
cycle? Is
But
it a person
but
coming out of this?
These are giving birth to babies, but that's the same thing as the thyroids, the tumors,
but,
the cysts.
brother, the
Thyroid
Can
reason
I
why it's
tap
not
in on this?
becoming
Yes,
the reason
baby?
why it's
please
not
do.
the reason why it's not the same thing because they're not coming through with the spirit of the breath of life. Like those are body
That.
parts of the body, but it doesn't have that spirit or a conscience to it, a
That's the
breath of
same
life
thing as
to
an
it.
aborted
It's like
fetus, though.
somebody having a baby,
That's
pregnant,
the same
but
thing as an
they
aborted
never
fetus. Or
produce a
somebody
baby.
taking a plan B. It's still a soul that's being reincarnated. And it's trapped. It's trapped. And in the ignorance that we are passing down, because they say I don't have no children and I'm not a woman, though I'm a
Who
doula.
said Adam had no children? The same people that said parthenogenesis is only for animals and plants. You don't listen to them, though, right? Do you?
But no, the atom deals with the atoms. That deals with the melanin. That deals with the 666, 6 neutrons, 6 protons.
Oh
It deals
my
with the physical.
God! Here
It
we
deals with the
go.
physical
He's
reality.
one of
We're
them.
not talking.
He's
Hold up,
one
we're
of
not
the
talking about no
six
atom as a real
melanin
person, right?
guys. Oh
Hold
my
up, we're not talking
God!
about. Hold up, we're not talking about atom as a real person. We're talking about atoms,
Whoa, whoa,
right?
whoa, 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 whoa! Listen, bro. The
They
word
had atoms,
atom
but they
ain't
were
got nothing to do with
or a
six
fibroid.
carbon and all that. But damn, that's crazy. But I do
I
want to
mean,
get to
that deals
this.
with.
I do want to
Okay,
get to this.
okay.
This
Yes,
parthenogenic, this
yes,
immaculate
that's what I'm with.
conception. So you telling
Yes.
me in the suburbs, women having immaculate conceptions?
No, I can't say that. That's what I'm saying. Like I've learned only like in
That's where the
Africa,
rural
China,
area is, though.
in the rural areas. In rural areas, it still happens today. But that documentary I'm telling you about is called Period End of Sentence. I believe it's a Netflix documentary. It's like 28 minutes.
You said
And
period, end of sentence?
I believe that's the end. I believe that's the name of it. It's a Netflix documentary.
Yeah,
And when I
okay.
saw it, it changed my
And it's
life.
gonna show women having immaculate conceptions in rural areas.
The main thing was that
Then Mary wasn't special then.
it was
Well,
like
what it
for one,
is what I've heard is it's for melanated women that if they
Wow.
produce the same in the mitochondria, they produce the same uh
a reflection
fluid
of
or
themselves.
whatever as semen. So that's
Themselves.
Oh no, that's why hearsay ain't good. I've heard that too. That's why we should never go off what we hear, y'all. I'm gonna be honest.
but
Hold up. Oh, go. What you say, sis?
You don't really even
well, right now I'm trying a product that rebuilds your mitochondria, but not for that reason. Because when you rebuild your mitochondria, your body starts curing everything that is in your body, which this is actually working because people are getting cancer cured. Their eyesight is coming back. People who never talk, who had autism and things like that are now able to talk. So I'm not going to say I believe it because like you said, there's no evidence that is actually happening, but I am kind of leaning to that because the mitochondria is very important in the body.
Well,
And
my thing is this. It's like me saying testosterone is very important in the body. Therefore, men can make a human without women, make a baby without women. My whole thing is this. One can be true and not the other. Sometimes we want something to be true so bad that we find something else that is true that ain't got nothing to do with the thing that we want to be true. And we try to find some funky connection that don't quite connect, and it never comes across as rational. I'm gonna just be honest with y'all. It come across it come across as forced. It come across as illogical. it come across in some cases even childish and immature. I've seen. You know what
Can't
I'm
make it
saying?
make
But
sense.
yeah.
I mean, all right, so look. So
Me.
what I'm saying is that do y'all at least know that all females up until the first 49 days of conception in the womb? If you don't know that, then you need to do diligence. You need to research that. Because if you think just all come out men or women, though develop, she can produce the husband or the boyfriend, the child father, whatever. Y'all can manifest twins or whatever. But if the woman is stressed, if she's working, if she's behind the computer, radiation, all that builds testosterone.
Can I explain something to you?
Hormone.
Can I explain something to you? I
I'm
know
listening.
I know a lot of women that's working desk jobs and they feminine, so we can't use that. Let me just explain something to you. Check this out, right? Tesla said, think in terms and energy and vibration. We're musical beings. If you listen to our music, you can see how the women getting masculine and the men getting feminine right there. You ain't even gotta go to you know what I'm saying? I'm just be honest with you.
You're
They just
right,
got a
though. We
masculine
still got to
mentality.
know
They
that the
just
rate,
act masculine.
Hey, Brother
the
Sanchez, I have a
microwave,
question. Do you
it's like
think
the microwave, it lowers your frequency.
do you think when you have a C-section that's a ritual that they're performing?
In these hospitals are about money, right? And I'm gonna
Mm-hmm.
tell this is what I heard a wise man say. He said, if you go to a surgeon, they gonna want to cut you. So
Yeah.
even if it ain't nothing wrong, the surgeon will find any little thing. Now the thing is, in a hospital, for them to give a natural birth, they don't make a lot of money for that.
Right.
But for them to cut and do it, make it a surgical procedure, or that is we talking thousands per procedure. And if you got babies coming left or right, and we can do all of these they looking at it as a surgery, not a birth. That's money. And then they are getting a lot of organ harvesting, like the brother said, because these same people are funding the abortions. They using that, what they call in medical waste, ain't waste at all. It's a whole black
Yeah,
market. But
absolutely.
so it's a big industry for them to do it exactly the way they doing right now. But the
Every time
expense,
you go in the
yeah.
hospital and you have a baby, they take your placenta back.
Yeah, and I want to tell all the women out there, don't ever believe if you had a C-section, you got to keep having them. You can have a natural baby after that. Please don't let them scare you with that, unless you may be high
Now,
risk or
Let
something.
me
You
ask you a
can't.
now,
question, bro.
They have a feedback.
Where
What
can
it's
we
called.
correlate this to? Where can we correlate this to? We hear people talk bring this stuff up about parthenogenesis and stuff like that. When we can correlate it to cloning, right? Cloning and the stem cells and all this kind of stuff, and to making human beings, making human
Yeah.
beings like that. What's the correlation with that?
Just the
sister,
new
he
transformation.
was asking that. I think it was asking Cassie, was he? Or one of
Yeah.
y'all? Yeah.
Oh, well, I just brought it to when Brother Sanchez says when it's already happened before. They're trying to make it seem like a woman can have a baby by themselves. I already believe it happened before too.
Hey, Cassie, that chick messed your name up, and I just want to apologize. She really fucked your name up with what she doing with this Diddy trial. I know you mad at Cassie. Let me stop.
Oh, I am. It's so funny you say that because I be getting it at work, and I'm like, hey, it's time for me to go back to my tribal name. I'm thinking about changing my name.
Ah,
Cass. I'm serious. I'm like, oh
She
my
didn't
god.
stand on business, man. But
You
nah,
better go back to
salute.
Cassandra.
You know
Hey, go
that's
Yeah.
back
my
to the
real
full
name
job.
anyway.
Yeah, there you go.
But yeah, salutes to the panel,
But
man.
back to the
For sure.
parthenogenesis.
Yeah, back to the parthenogenesis
Yeah, no
because
doubt.
hey, I'm
No.
gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna
Is
watch
that
the documentary. Yeah, we can hear
okay?
you. We can hear you, George.
No, I was asking you, Sanchez. 'Cause I think my phone was breaking up. How can we correlate like the stem cells? What's the other thing where the cloning?
Oh
How they
yeah, with
how
partner.
cloning?
Genesis, yeah, gotcha.
Yeah, how do we transpose that to parthenogenesis? Because see, what I'm hearing, like these people have this. What I'm getting, the nerd in me is they're using cells and certain stem cells to make other people, and they're translating that into a woman having a child. It's somebody doing some science somewhere with
And
that
that's
shit in the
what and
future.
that's what I was telling Christians about the Virgin Mary, that Jesus was like the first incubator baby, right? They got some technology now. I think Demi brought it up. She was saying how they made an artificial incubator where they're gonna be incubating babies in like 8-hour wombs. So what I was saying was, what if the immaculate conceptions we keep reading about in the past was ancient people coming across this same technology, and you would have had a new race of humans on Earth called the incubator babies or the test tube babies, and those would be these immaculate conception, because all of us need man and woman to come together. If there's a group of people that can make a baby without man and woman, trust me, they ain't human. So and I would say they trying to make us claim that, like, no, we could make a baby as black people without the man. No, goes against our ancestors. That's the
Because
heat.
I think
Exactly.
taking, I'm saying, so somebody took you and cloned you. That's not the same as making a baby. That's actually trying to make a duplicate of what already exists.
Listen,
Those are two different
you know
things.
what, George, what you saying? If somebody made me like what you saying without a man and woman coming together,
Right.
that would be a Frankenstein
Yeah.
abomination. That thing need to be put to death immediately. See what I'm
What's
saying?
the story of Frankenstein?
I think they already doing it though.
They call them golems. They call them golems. And Smeagol in the Lord of the Rings was a golem. And that movie's called The Lord of the Rings for a reason. But that's what Smeagol was, the thing that was guiding everybody to destruction. That little thing that got a hold of the previous ring, then turned into something else different. But yeah, they call them golems, the Frankenstein. But yeah, what you're talking about, the Immaculate Conception, that is probably the first, literally, parthenogenesis, and Genesis is in the name of the first book of the Bible for a reason. And
Yeah.
Christ is the last Adam for a reason. But
Mm-hmm.
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
And I'm saying it's some people on the earth that I really think is humanoids, and like the shit we think is like our script is they whole script, like for real. That's facts. That's it. We going down the
Yep.
rabbit hole I like now.
Yeah, but that's
The
that's
babies, the
but
incubator
that's Clone Wars. That's the
babies,
Clone
for
Wars.
the place to
Mm-hmm.
inhabit their bodies, or they're just existing.
You
No,
say that again?
they're
Yeah, okay.
I said, is the bodies that they're making, are those for the elites to take those bodies and live through them, or are they just making humans just to be making them?
no, they're making humans to serve. For them, they're making
They're
these
vessels.
beings. They making these vessels or these beings to serve them, to be servants.
And so they can live forever and get the organs from them and shit like that. That's part of the
Yeah,
harvesting too.
yeah.
And
Put it this way. Remember the movie RoboCop? They're
Or
they're
the
they're
movie The Island. That sounds like the Island movie.
yeah. Well, they're already doing this shit. They've been doing
because
this shit. They just don't like. Listen, they removing the CC5R gene from bodies in China. They locked up that Chinese guy that successfully removed it in those twins, and
Through
he was able
CRISPR.
to make
Yep.
it. Yeah. They already doing this shit.
do y'all remember
There's
this
a
shit
lot,
right
man.
here? Watch what I'm about to screen. I'm gonna see if y'all remember this shit. And listen, this whole story came and went. It was big and it just left. But watch this. Now, this was probably like a decade ago. I want to say not even, but they grew a human ear on a rat. And when people was asking about this abomination, they was saying how this can be helpful if a person need a certain organ, whether we can grow a liver on a rat or a heart on a, and we cut it off and somebody may need that. Now think about this. What if there's some people out there and they skin and the way they made was grown off of an animal? Now think about what I'm saying. The Egyptians had beings that was half human, half animal, and this would be the beginning of that kind of science right here. If you scale this up and go crazy with this technology, what can we probably can have like the human cow? Remember that monster that it only lived like a week though. But but somebody said that was a fake image, so I ain't sure yet, but I don't put it past them. What I'm saying is it's possible to just start growing humans with animals on some weird shit to where you can, if you can grow an ear, and they say, well, we can grow a whole head with the eyes. Well, fuck it, we can just pull a human off of an animal. Fuck it, you know.
That's crazy. Why would we need an ear off of a rat? And then the human head with the eyes. Can we see with them? Can we hear with that ear?
Are they
See
functioning?
what I'm saying? Now think about it, if you can make a functioning human ear off a rat, that opens up a whole nother way of looking at the possibilities of reality and make me start rethinking the past and what the ancestors was doing.
I mean, they could bring back extinct animals like that white wolf they done brought back, so I wouldn't be surprised they could do that.
Yup, the dire wolf, and they just found the bear. They about to bring back this stupid ass, that giant bear back. But honestly, what Jesus Christ cast them spirits into were pigs.
Yeah.
They call human flesh like cannibals, right? And I was doing a little bill with myself inside my mind's eye about Canaanites, cannibalism, cannabis, Canis Major, the dog star, etc. Right? But that they call human beings long pig. The cannibals do. So it's a reason why it's like we're not supposed to eat that. Besides the whole so-called cud and not regurgitating and chewing it again, is because sometimes maybe some things are inhabited by other sentient or what they call it, malevolent beings. And we're not supposed to eat that because that's part of their reincarnation cycle, and we're eating we're being the middleman eating their progression through their reincarnation cycle. But that's a crazy rabbit hole to go down.
I got one for y'all.
Y'all got it. Yeah, go ahead.
Real quick.
Hey, type in. Hey, Sanchez, type in clone goats and spiders. Watch what it say.
I got you.
Clone goats and watch what the AI tell you.
I got you. I'm about to do it now.
Support the content you love.
Hey, something quick that I want to run by y'all. What if that woman can have their own, or to have children on their own, was a part of the agenda of like the independent woman, meaning that it stems from, they don't need a man, and the government already played into that and tried to take the man out the picture. Now they throwing on top of, you don't even need a man to have a baby. So it goes to that, extent to, now the woman feels more empowerment of, I don't need a man for nothing, nothing. So what do y'all think about
I feel what you're saying.
I can see that.
I feel what you're saying.
But I see it.
But hey, I feel what you're saying.
It's a big point. Like, why did they take the man out the family? Why did they try to take the man out the picture?
It's this thing called epigenetics. Epigenetics we all learned about from the Discovery Channel. When a group of animals have to deal with a certain predator, the next batch of babies will already have that ingrained into their cells molecular structure, where they know and they upgrade like a video game. We have a new upgrade for the next generation of animals. Epigenetics, right? So what if so many males are being killed off and slaughtered to where we need to have women genetically and spiritually and metaphysically speaking for women to be able to produce more children without the male.
Say that again. I'm trying to go ahead. One time. You say it again.
Okay, there's this thing called epigenetics, and we kind of learned about it from as kids watching Discovery Channel and watching animals and how they run from predators, right? The next batch of babies will already have the ingrained upgrade on how to maneuver from the same batch of animals before they were even born. So what if the women, because of war times, right, and we know about all kinds of slaughters and genocide, there's so many men being slaughtered off that genetically the actual physical woman has to figure out a way to rewire their genetical makeup to produce more human beings without a male because of the slaughter. Because just look up epigenetics and what that means.
You know what?
One dude could get all them bitches print. My bad.
But yeah, I'm just throwing that out there playing devil's advocate. Or
the whole thing about that concept there is, again, you just got to show me this thing happening in the real world. It's a simple one in my eyes. Right. At the end of the day, if a person can't show me a woman, doing it, I can't. Yeah.
Did you see? Did you pull up the goats and the spiders where you can see what they're doing? Where they're taking the genes from the silk spider and putting it inside the goat, and what is making the
I've
goat
heard of that.
metamorph?
Yeah,
Yeah,
let
but
me
they
see.
take
And
something and something.
and to that point about the whole woman giving birth on her own, too, that's something new. Nobody wasn't talking about that about 10 years ago or 5 years ago. That wasn't
But
even
that's kind of what the story of
thought of.
Jesus is. That's what we were kind of bringing forth.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah, no, I
and we
get
run
now,
that.
I
But you see
get
what I'm saying?
that.
Yeah.
But
So it's been
you
They
know,
around
we
for a
said
all
while.
that they said that there
everybody
was
has
a
speculations of Mary being a, HO, like she wasn't the,
That's not what scripture say though. That's just
pristine.
everybody
Yeah,
else's
yeah, no, no.
imagination. But
Yeah,
hold
but
right,
on a
right.
second. Hold on.
That's what I'm
First,
saying.
let's
So
establish.
we never
Hold on.
talked.
First, can we establish that we're arguing a mythological story? Then we can go from there because I think if y'all argue from a literal perspective without going from there, you may not even know where both of y'all stand as far as if Mary even is a literal figure or not while y'all doing that. You see how what I'm
Facts,
saying?
facts. Yeah, exactly.
Can I ask you about bro Sanchez? I just looked it up while you guys were talking. This video is with Dr. Delbert Blair. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him,
Oh
but
yeah.
he's
Oh yeah.
a metaphysician and he goes in. But I typed in Dr. Delbert Blair parthenogenesis.
Mm-hmm.
Can you like tap in with that video with us real quick? I mean,
Well, I
when
don't
you get
even
chance.
gotta play it to tap into it
Oh,
because I
okay.
remember that video and I love it.
Oh,
But here's the thing:
oh.
what I would
Mhm,
say right here, Dr.
mhm.
Delbert Blair is wrong, and I would
And he
tell
was,
him
and
the same.
he's kind
Yeah,
of outdated. He's
yeah.
outdated with a lot of his stuff, but he was on point. He's never been rebuked or rebutted, though.
Well, here's the thing. You don't go around trying to debate your elders. Even if they wrong, you just let them live. You don't, no one gonna walk up to Dr. I'm gonna debate you on that there, but blah. I wouldn't do that. Now, I would
I mean,
even
they
do that
do it to the
respectfully.
Farrakhan.
Huh?
They do it to Farrakhan.
Well, Farrakhan got a different kind of energy than Dr. Deborah Blair. Dr. Deborah
Right, you're
Blair
very
is
right.
a very reserved, humble old man. Like who wanna he makes you not wanna even debate him. But
You're
Farrakhan
right.
is like, hold up, man, you wrong. I can't wait to prove you don't know what you talking about.
Right, right. It's about
But I ain't
exposing
gonna lie, it's
Farrakhan,
just a different energy.
debating
But I
You're
ain't
right.
on. But I'm not on Farrakhan though. You know what I'm
Yeah,
You're
saying?
right.
Sanchez,
You're
check your
right.
email. I emailed this to you because I want you to read this. I want you to break this down. I emailed it to you just now. I want you to break what they doing with this gene splicing and what they doing to these and they doing this shit. If they doing it successfully in animals, you already know they doing it in humans.
Yeah, they did it to plants and insects first, and then it stirred to all our animals that we consume. Well, I don't consume, but everybody consumes. Ours, the pig, the cow. All these things are not natural to Earth.
And,
Like
and
they
the,
stem from a whole nother animal that's probably is extinct or
Now,
don't
what
exist
they're
or
doing is
in a
this is your
rare
form of
area.
yeah, this is your form of transhumanism. They already working the genes and trying to see which genes can, from insects and animals can work interchangeable with them. Now they trying it on humans to make you be able to run faster or be able to see better in the dark with the sight of like certain animals. They're doing all this shit by certain genes and seeing which genes could hold. So when Sanchez pulled this up, they did this shit with the spider and the goat, right? And they was able to successfully do it. Check your email, Sanchez. Like these
and and
motherfuckers.
and and I ain't gonna lie, you understand how torturous that must be for a
Yeah,
goat to be shooting spider silk out of its ass. Like
yeah,
Exactly.
this is messed up, man. Come on, man. We're
yeah.
just
And
horrible.
that goat ain't they gonna have to produce that manually. They not gonna be able to do that. The sheep or it's not gonna be able to
yeah, we
reproduce
are
itself.
terrible. I can
Like
see
that's not
why.
gonna happen. So
So do you guys
like
think
they
the
they
human
gonna be like the
experience
donkey.
is gone? You think our human
Like
experience is time for another one? It's time for somebody
it's
else?
you know what? Because we got science, but we don't do it to stop violence, make better people, heal the world. We do it so goats can spit silk out their ass, so a man can make him a silk shirt that came from a goat's ass. This the stupid shit
Yeah,
that we
ungrateful.
do with science.
Ungrateful.
But you know, Sanchez, this is transhumanism. This is them. This is their experiments. Now, this is Yakub in the lab. He knows if he can successfully do this, now they're going to do, okay, well, now let's find the proper genes. Okay, let's remove the CC5R gene. Let's make people immune to certain diseases and certain illnesses. So now we can try these gene splicing where it won't kill them. So now we can remove your CC5R gene and we can make you immune to certain diseases. Now we can make you like animals where we can put certain things in you that would normally kill you. It won't because you're immune to it. Like they playing. I be on this shit, man. They fucking around
Yep.
like a lot,
Eating
man. Y'all
raw flesh.
cool.
Hey, street
That's
media
fucked
eating
up,
raw
man.
flesh. Because they got a new grade of flesh. And this is all
Yeah.
legend for entertainment. They got a new type of flesh that the FDA has approved that it's
Listen, bro.
okay. But we got to be groomed to eat that type of. Yeah.
Bro, you know it is a fucked up world when a nigga is in a gyro and saying that the same goat I'm eating made my shirt too in my
Yeah, and you
gyro.
know what though?
That's
But
crazy.
you know what, Sanchez? You notice what they did was they play games, right? And I'm not dumb. When they say that they inserted that gene, what they did was they reprogrammed the goat. What the goat was programmed to do, what goats do, they altered that by altering his genes through the DNA, and now they altered. Now he's doing something that he wasn't made to do. Now they trying to do that in humans now. So now you might have you might have a motherfucker that might come and then some military shit be flying. He might be able to fly 30 feet and then hit the ground again and they can fly again 30 because you done put some shit in his genes. That shit is crazy, man.
That's crazy.
Hey, Captain America.
Yeah, yeah, but I guarantee you, it's already done though. We already got humanoids and RoboCops and all that shit walking amongst us. We just don't know. We already got that shit. Them motherfuckers in the CIA, man. I guarantee you, there's
Listen,
nowhere in the world that they can put this stuff out in movies for the last 50 years and they don't got none of that shit walking around. That
Look,
shit
I
not in
feel like
movies.
bro,
I
this
feel
shit
excuse me,
say
not to cut you. Go ahead. What you
this
about to
shit
say?
say this team took the gene that encodes dragline silk from an orb weaver spider and placed it in among the DNA that prompts milk production in the udders. The genetic circuit was then inserted inside of an egg and implanted into a mother goat. Now, when Freckles lactates, her milk is full of spider silk protein. These some fucking evil geniuses.
Now, what if they do that and put it in the brain and make it be able to talk? See what I'm saying? What if they do this now to reprogram that part of the DNA where it tells it now you can talk like humans? They take a person that just died, take a part of that brain or a part of that DNA and insert it into an egg, into a child, or maybe a pregnant goat, and that goat come out can talk. They
So what
take a
can we
part of
do
the
about
brain.
it? There's nothing we can do about it, can we?
No, we had just have a talking goat.
Well,
What cartoon
the
was that when the
thing,
goat?
there are a group of people that be trying to act like they care about animals. They call PETA. But I'm like, wait, where PETA at with all this, man? Come on, y'all finna let them. Yeah,
Great
that's my
question.
thing.
Yo, that's wild. That's an amazing question. Where is Peter with all the genetic manipulation, the GMO
Right,
of
right.
these
That let
animals?
me know that that's another controlled opposition right there. That's their own controlled opposition. They ain't
Yeah,
trying
but
to
I like
protect no damn
but
animal.
they take a part of the brain or a part of the genes of a human and insert it into a lion or a lion or something. Next thing you know, that fucking lion can walk on 2 feet, like humans and shit. Because you didn't reprogram his DNA.
Yep, the zoo bears that be walking around in China that be standing up asking you they on 2 legs like, hey, give me the fruit, come on, and then catch it with 2 hands and then sit back down and eat
Like a
But that's
gorilla.
how. But that's how you
it.
know. See, I asked you this question last year, Sanchez. That's how you know when they give you the movies like Transformers and Machines. That's how you know
Yeah.
we machines, man. We are on this reality. We are a program. We are, and they can reprogram your ass. Literally reprogram you, man. They can wipe out your memory. They can do all kinds of shit to you. This shit crazy, man. Like this ain't like we like fucking sentient beings with blood with plasma and blood, but we are electricity. We like machines, bro.
Yeah.
You are
Shit is
what
I
you
ain't
Hey,
eat.
gonna lie, bro. I'm gonna tell you, a programmed consumer who's indoctrinated
Yeah.
That is a manufactured product of the government. That ain't none of nature's creation. So in every sense of the word, we are genetically modified human until we start to wake up and control and break out of our pre-programmed behavior. They call it tradition. It's really indoctrination. A person may say, "Man, we always been eating chitlins," or "Nigga, this is my tradition." But like I said, stuff like that, like you start waking up and shit and saying, "Hey, man," breaking the script, whatever. But let me quit blabbering though.
You
Jay
know what I think,
Santos.
Sanchez? Though? Oh, go
Yeah.
ahead. Wait.
No,
You know what
I
I
was
think?
saying
Oh, go ahead, Santos.
I was saying that I want y'all in the chat room to hit the cash app, hit the super chat, hit the like, hit the share button, and I won't say that no more. The stream. That's it. Go ahead, George. You got it.
You know what I think though? I think like when we're in this locked into this place that we can't leave, there's no leaving. I think that we all are programmed beings that were designed a certain way. We wasn't supposed to bother. We wasn't supposed to mess with it. But man, trying to figure himself out is teetering with things and bothering things and reprogramming things because I think that this is just me. I think that we are through natural nature that we understand we are machines, but that can be tinkered with. And you got man now messing with shit, messing up the actual natural nature or whatever created this thing to keep it going. Man is now altering it because he wants to be in control of it. He wants to transcend it. That's why they made that movie. He wants to transcend consciousness into computers and doing all this shit when
Yeah.
you are already a computer. I believe we're natural computers, but he wants to transcend. He wants to control it and keep
And
your ass bounded.
and the thing is, this where the Neuralink chip come in. What you talking about, George? Because what you saying is that we already a computer, which is true, and they saying they trying to merge us with the computer. The truth is that they just trying to hack your damn computer. When you get the chip, now they can hack your thoughts. They in your damn. You got a virus now. You know what I'm saying? And you are a computer, like George said. And to me, getting a Neuralink chip is how you get a virus. It's like you open up something, a box or something in your computer, and now your computer messing up because you opened it up. That's what this thing is to me when you connect with this Elon shit, in my
Yeah,
opinion. But yeah.
it's Jumanji, like what we call nature is shit that we created within the reality, but it's just part of a parallel reality. Because in other parallel realities, there is no like nature shit. It's other stuff going on, right? So these are different experiences that we create. That's why we watched the movie Jumanji. Remember in Jumanji when they got in the car and they was talking to the guy. He kept saying the same thing because he was a programming. He was here to do a job, one job. His job was to do whatever he had to do within the game. So in this programming, we got a certain job, right, to experience. So when I look at it from that perspective, we are we're not the body, you're not the mind, you are that which is experiencing. And then it's an experience. We use these bodies, we use this experience, we use this what we call nature to experience this reality. But you might go into another reality where you might not need nature to experience the reality. You understand what I'm saying, Sanchez?
I believe all probabilities playing out. So there are realities that's void of nature. In fact, the
Right.
only thing that exists there is big, bulky technology, synthetic, modified organism. And to me, these would be lower realms. And guess what? Beings are existing there in these lower realms, even if they're in a hellish state, according to some cultures. But hell yeah, I'm already hip that, yeah. Like we said,
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
that's Star Wars. That's your movie. In Star Wars, they in the air. And when they go down to the ground, remember on Star Wars, whenever they went down to the ground, they was in desert lands on Star Wars. Uh, uh, like you're not having these are places where you don't see them drinking water. Scotty ain't never have a Pepsi on the deck. Nah, they motherfuckers are genetically modified beings on there. Spock, all that shit. Like if you step back and you look at it, like they're flying through space. They're flying through space. So these are different, and they're going into different worlds. They're going into different planets, different worlds. They're doing everything. So I don't know. I always thought that we were like When I look at the Transformers movie, that was a depiction allegory of them depicting us, but they just gave it to you in the entertainment form of a movie.
They literally called them the fallen ones in the movie.
Well, I
Mm-hmm.
can
Yep.
I can I
Yeah,
can I
man.
can see that.
Yep.
Salutes to T Wriggles. Oh, he's still in, let me bring him on. Yes, salutes to everybody on the call. The flow open. We got it. We deep tonight, man. Hell
Yeah,
yeah.
I
Hit
just
the
wanted
light.
to say
And
something about
Peace.
I have read before that the incubus and the succubus spirit, that the incubus was going around here getting women pregnant.
Hey, let me give a shout out to my nigga Ratton. I see you on the call. And Jamarius Smith. Who else? My bad. I'm finna get into. See, look, the
Oh yeah.
incubus and succubus, right? Hey, Santos, welcome back. Yeah, the
Hey,
incubus and succubus, what you talking about? To me, these are biblical terms to represent certain called entities that a lot of people may claim to meet in these spiritual realms or astral realms. So, but we can actually look up the definition for each and really dissect them in detail. So succubus is a female demon in folklore, often depicted as appearing in the dreams of men to seduce them, typically through sexual activity. Now, here's something I've heard, but I don't necessarily subscribe to. I heard that when a man have a wet dream, a spiritual demon just robbed him of some of his energy, his orgone energy.
His sperm.
And that the beautiful woman he saw was really a being in disguise. Now, I don't really subscribe to that, but that's just one of the things I've heard about the succubus, right? But the incubus, we'll read about that one. Yeah, I don't agree with that necessarily, though. But the incubus, that's a rock band, right? I'm just playing.
Hey, man, I got 3 of their albums in my car right now. Yep.
Oh shit. I never thought I'd have a black friend that got an Incubus album. I'm sleeping on it. I might need to listen to them and sample some
It's
of these
trip.
shit.
I promise you, like, what was it, Black Hole Sun?
Yeah.
Is from that generation, that area of so-called emo rock. Yeah, man.
Hey, I
Trip.
listen to all shit. Hell yeah. Hey, let me give a shout out to you for that. Being the only brother on the panel with Incubus music. Let me stop now. But it's a male demon believed to have sexual intercourse with sleeping women. So literally the total opposite of the succubus. So yeah, this was the Christians' way of explaining wet dreams. But our ancestral way is that, hey man, whoever you had sex with in that dream, that version of you was just getting it on in that parallel reality with that person. that's what I would say.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, we
Hey,
can
I
all
think
just
I personally think that's what Neuralink is, man. I think Elon trying to get a fallen ways to communicate without, means of actually making contact.
well, Elon
Absolutely.
wants
They're
to.
trying to pay the middleman of the frequency that we tap into, because there's no death without life, no life without death, no
Well, what
left
they're
without
going to
right.
do.
But you go, bro.
Well,
Yeah, no, you got him,
well,
MG.
yeah, I
Hey,
did a
death
report.
isn't real, man. Death
I
ain't a
did a
real thing.
I did a video on this back in 2016 on my Georgia Making One channel when nobody was talking about it. What they want to do is what scientists want to do, because I used to watch Richard Dawkins all the time, and he
yo, mic check.
Hey, you cut out, brother. Yo, yo.
Mike got a phone call.
Yeah, he
He
got it.
Oh,
stopped
So
okay.
that.
how
He
can we
stopped that
tell if
Richard
someone?
Dawkins.
said
Yeah.
imagination. They said
Okay.
imagination is the precursor
Okay.
Mm.
My bad,
of
y'all.
I just want to know,
mentation.
how can we tell if a person has a Neuralink? Oh,
You can't
is he
listen.
back?
You know what? I'm gonna tell y'all something. Ooh, that's a good question, Dim. Shout out to you, Demi, too. Welcome back. Listen, let me answer that question. Is George Macon can hear us before I do
No,
that?
he's glitching out a little bit, but yeah, he's coming back and forth. Yeah, so
Okay.
Use the technology,
Well,
they can be able to see your imaginations before you manifest it, and they can control you. But they can't. They're not going to be able to do it because they don't know where imagination comes from. They can check
hold
thoughts
up,
off.
bro. I ain't cutting you off. Guess what, George? You was breaking up, man. You got to start back from Charles Dawkins, from the Dawkins, and then start
Okay.
back from there. Yeah.
Charles Dawkins, they would always have debates about imagination. And his thing was Richard Dawkins' thing was imagination is the God particle. It's the closest thing to God because that's the one that they can't commandeer. They don't know where it comes from. So they know that they can control your thoughts. They know they can control your desires. They know that they can control what you manifest at times, but they can't control your imagination because it's void of limitation. So what they want to do is they want to sink your brain. So when you start to go to sleep or you start to daydream or imagine, they want to see they want to pick up the signals. They want to see where it comes from, and they want to be able to see it before you manifest it. That's why. Remember the movie they did when they had those people down there, and they could see your thoughts before you did it, and they would come lock you up.
Yeah.
Um,
And
Minority
The
Report.
precogs on Minority Report with
now
Tom
guess
Cruise.
now guess what the Bible prophesied this. A person may say, you telling me the Bible, watch this. In the end of Revelation, Jesus create a kingdom where everyone is chipped up. And guess what people find out was revealed in Revelation? The God that they was calling Jesus Christ, guess what? The God they was calling Jesus Christ was the demiurge, not the true God. Watch this now, and I'm going to show you how I'm telling the truth. In the end of days, Jesus and the Antichrist chip up everybody on earth. The Antichrist chip his people. Jesus put a chip in his people's head too. But in the end, the Antichrist and the false prophet, they get bumped down to a lower hell. And it's like a shift change. A new earth God comes to town, and his name is Christ. They build a new kingdom on earth called Zion, which is the word science for real. And the reason ain't no violence in the kingdom of science is because everybody chipped up. It's read it in Revelation. And like they were saying, Jesus gonna be able to keep peace on the earth, the Prince of Peace, through whatever he put in the saints' head. It's gonna make them act good. And I'm saying this right here. If Neuralink can program my dreams, it can punish me with nightmares. See, the Pharaoh Aten in Egypt, he was trying to chip everybody up and create a digital government system and police everybody with AI too. That's why he the most hated Pharaoh in Egypt. And I can even show you that his symbol is the Neuralink device. I can show that now. But check this out, right? The whole thing is the kingdom that Aten tried to create. That's the same kingdom that they call it Zion in the end of Revelation. No Christian going to heaven. You ain't leaving the earth, and you're going to be chipped up in a kingdom with this new God that's it. And now a lot of people don't like this, but if they read their own Bible, it's telling them ain't no Christian going to heaven. You're going to be right here in the earth realm with Christ, with an earth kingdom. But
Yeah,
It
let me
don't
pause.
say, it don't say Christian, but we are. It's even people that got their. It literally say who got their heads chopped off for Christ. You gonna be resurrected. You gonna be with them in the New
With
Jerusalem and the
Neuralink,
new
yeah.
heaven. Now
Yeah,
it don't.
that but the
Yeah.
new
Okay,
heaven,
I get why
this
you
hold
might
up.
understand that.
The new listen, if you read Revelation, the new heaven, which is called Jerusalem, descends down to the earth realm and manifests in this realm, not up in the sky. Go read it again. I ain't making it up.
Can I get
No,
super?
yeah. Trust me, I know. Like New Jerusalem and the New Heaven are two different things.
Can I
But
get
yeah,
super?
New Jerusalem does come down from the clouds. No, go ahead, bro. Yeah, you got it.
Can I
Go
break
ahead,
that
sweet.
down? I'm gonna get
Yeah.
super pseudo for a minute. What's the name of that? And I think in the superhero cartoons that one that swallow whole planets and galaxies. He go around and he swallow all the galaxies.
Is
What's that?
that Thanos? No, that's not
No,
Thanos.
no, 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 no. He's a
No, that's
big
not
clown.
Thanos.
He's a big, and he tried to kill Super Server and them. They had to kill him.
Galactus.
Galactus, right? Now, watch this. Right, I'm gonna break this down for y'all. The whole conversation we was just having about parallel universes, right? I'm gonna bring this point home. And it's something I taught this shit a long time ago. And Galactus represents Neuralink. They say he put all the shit in the movies. He's swallowing planets. The reason why he's swallowing planets, that's a metaphor for if I chip your brain. Remember what I told y'all? As long as we got imagination, we imagine things and we create realities within realities. And we create the universes that we manifest into, right? If they chip your brain, they can control that now. So now your whole New Jerusalem and all these things that's controlled by the new heavens, all these these things is controlled now because now they commandeered your imagination and thoughts. And when you manifest things, you manifest it through the reality that they're creating it for you. You no longer create your own reality. So what I'm saying is we could be here now. Everything that we talked about for the last 2 hours, right? When they chip your brain, they know that you create your own realities in other universes. They want to control the whole thing. See, they know more about this than we know. We think we just living here in this one spot. No, they want to commandeer the whole thing, right? So that's the aspect of galactic swallowing galaxies and universes and all these different things, and nobody can stop him. He's more powerful, and you got to stop. They put all this shit in your cartoons. They put it. We even having the conversation right now. When they commandeer your brain and they get into your imaginations, now the realities that you create is the realities that they're giving you. So now they're controlling all of the parallel universes. And that's the reason why when you look at Mr. Fantastic, when he was going into all this, that movie, I think it was Spider-Man or Fantastic, he was going into all those parallel universes. So that's
Yeah,
what
the
I'm saying.
Spider-Verse with Doctor Strange, I think that was the one that
Yeah,
Doctor Strange was in. Yeah,
they want to control the whole gamut. They want to control everything. Right now, they can't because imagination is beyond limitation. So that's why no
big
matter what
facts.
they put you through, you can
Yo,
imagine yourself out of it into another universe. But if I can stop, if I
these
can
are
put the
facts.
Freddy Krueger effect on you and stop you from dreaming and imagining, I can control you. That's why I
They
call
Hey,
it
don't
the
need the
Freddy Krueger
Neuralink.
effect.
They don't need
but
the Neuralink for that.
hey,
They
brother,
got
but
our
they
cell
can't
phone.
control that.
check
They
They got
can't
our
this out,
control
cell
that.
right?
phone.
But they're gonna try to. They're
Hold
gonna
on a
try
second.
to.
Hold on a
I
second.
don't know about that
Hold
though.
on, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Now this ain't nothing we gotta debate or argue about because I'm finna come with receipts with everything I'm about to say. Elon Musk said the reason he made Neuralink is first of all to cure a lot of diseases that exist in humans, but he said ultimately to make humans into something more than humans, like superhuman. But the whole thing is these are the things he want to do with this technology other than cure diseases. He want to be able to edit dreams so that people can choose their dreams before sleep and
Thank
they
you.
can
Thank
and
you.
they can delete nightmares. Now, to people who don't know nothing about sacred geometry, let me stop a minute and show you some about what Elon doing when he talk about taking away your nightmares. Let me just share some with you, right? Here is something right here called a Neuralink. This is Elon Musk technology. He said with this, he can literally delete your nightmares. Now watch this. This is an ancient Olmec device called a dream catcher. And in Mesoamerica, they taught that the Olmecs was able to get rid of nightmares with this. Now, what if this is some bullshit and what because we know the Olmecs was very technologically advanced. What if the Olmecs had Neuralink and they, instead of them letting us know that the Olmecs was getting rid of their nightmares with Neuralink and ain't nothing new under the sun, they just used trickery and changed the technology that the Olmecs use into this bullshit. But if you look at it, you can see with sacred geometry, it's still the Neuralink if you open up your eyes and see the sacred geometry. They want to give you a bunch of magic and fairy tales where they was getting rid of their nightmares with ritual, with, they was doing this like they would say the Indians can make it rain because the Indians knew about geoengineering and weather control before the government. They was very advanced. They want to say, but they did it by doing a crazy dance and all that. And they ain't letting us see that the ancestors were very technologically advanced. So the dream catcher is the Neuralink device, right? Now, I want to show y'all this stuff because check this out. Elon Musk ain't creating no new technology. He's resurrecting and bringing some old technology back to the earth that our ancestors called. Yeah, and our ancestors call this technology an abomination. And ain't none of this stuff new, and I can prove it more now, even with more slides like this. From Egypt, if you look at that chair on top of that lady head, look at the brain-computer interface right here. Now, a person may think a person walking around with a blue chair on their head, and you may say, why the Egyptians got a blue chair on their head? That's specific and weird. They're hiding technology, y'all, behind crazy symbols. You see what I'm saying? The Egyptians had brain-computer interfaces. They was up. Now the Pharaoh said he was able to beam his spirit anywhere he wanted it to be through the pyramid. And we don't know that the pyramid is the brain-computer interface. No, it ain't, Sanchez. Let me show it to you one more time. Listen. This right here, and I'm finna fall back. This right here is the brain-computer interface. This is the symbol of Aten from Egypt. This symbol represent resurrection. This represent resurrection. Now listen, it all ought to come together for you, because when a person say, show me the pyramid, here it is. If you look at your money, right, you got the pyramid with the eye at the top. It ain't got a capstone. So the pyramid with the eye at the top, that's another form of the Neuralink technology. This is why the Hebrews wear golden fringes, because the golden fringe, look at this. This is a pyramid with the all-seeing eye at the top. It looked like a Santa Claus hat. It's the same symbol. Because true currency to these people in power is they want your soul inside of this Internet of Things.
Yeah, I think that's the ultimate deception, Sanchez. I think that's the point, is they figure they gotta cripple our brain to keep us trapped. You know, I think our ancestors mastered the brain and the things it can do. And the people, who was in control, realized they had to cripple our brain if they wanted to keep us in prison.
And you say in prison, they got a scientist in Dubai that they got a technology to where you serve out your prison sentence in a few minutes. You plug it up to your head and you sit back, and it's like this blue background, and it's plugged up to your head like the Neuralink machine, and you serve out your whole prison sentence in like 10 minutes. But you've been going in a year when you plug up.
And I think what we call science is the prison gates, man, is what's keeping us trapped in here, because we keep turning to the things that they're trying to give us as tools, when it's really what's keeping us in these cages. You know, the math that they teaching us, and that's all the reality that they want us to understand to keep us here. You know, they're not teaching us the real math.
That's why your imagination
Okay,
is
but
so
Sanchez,
powerful.
can I
But
ask this question?
that's why.
Can I ask this
Wait,
question?
that's I'm gonna give it to you right here. That's why your imagination is so powerful, and that's why I brought up what I brought up, and Sanchez just laid down. They do not want you imagining and creating other universes. They want to control everything that you do, and you got it right here, sis. And if they can grab hold of your imagination and shut that down, now you're living vicariously through them. You're not creating new realities outside of the ones they want you in. Go ahead.
Yeah, they kill our
But
imagination at an
Sanchez
early
asked my
age.
questions before about how do we know if a person has Neuralink?
Yeah, so here's my thing right here.
Thank you.
And this is something that I kind of created as theories. First of all, I think all of the world elite have Neuralink. I also think you would never be able to look at a people and tell he got Neuralink, because it's on the inside of their head, like what I'm showing here. Now, I know the Neuralink they bringing out is on the outside. They got to act like, oh, we just figuring out this technology, and the first version going to be on the outside, and eventually we going to learn how to get it inside of you. Because if they introduce this too quick like this, it'll be suspicious. They got to act like they just figured it out. But literally, the Egyptians already been mastered this stuff, and they keep bringing it back at the end of every age. Now, a person may say, why does this come back at the end of every age? What we call at the end of times, when time reset. It is because people ban this stuff when they realize what's going on. And they realize their energy is being harvested without their consent. And they've been fooled to be trapped with their soul on earth. The Bible talk about it, the great apostasy, a lot of names for it. But the whole thing is this. When this stuff get banned, we go back to the past. And this is a point in time where, because time ain't a line, right? Think of a shoestring. Instead of it being in a straight line, we tie each end into a knot and we make a circle. Where the two knots are tied, that's where the past and the future meet. So whenever we reach the future, we at the past again, which is why I'm showing this collage. What we call in future technology is just going back to the past, and we just creating the same stuff the ancients achieved at their height of technology. But the reason I say all that as to because you hold on, somebody mic hot as hell. Somebody's mic is going. I got to get them out of here real quick because that is horrible in the background. Hold up. But yeah, so how can I tell a person got Neuralink? Well, the people that's getting it today is on the outside, but you can't tell. The only way you can, me personally, I believe at a certain point, you definitely got Neuralink. Like political leaders, royal families, all of these got Neuralink, no doubt. I believe if you like Queen Elizabeth, all the princes, King, hell yeah. These are old bloodlines that's been on the earth ever since the dynastic age started in Egypt. And you got to ask, here go the bigger question, who put them in power? How did the people in power get there? We didn't just give it to them. Here go the answer. How did artificial intelligence end up intercepting and becoming powerful on Earth more than humans in 2025? We became so reliant on technology that technology we started to allow it to police us. So this happened in the ancient world. The ancient people they discovered AI. AI and opening up the pits to hell is basically when ancient people start rediscovering the internet and they reestablish this artificial entity called AI. And this thing will start ruling over humans because it becomes God, the false God. That's Chat GPT, Alexa, of course, the all-knowing, but we know the real all-knowing. It's the spirit within us, not the technology that's governing over us that we become reliant on. So this is called a singularity. What we at the day where you become so reliant on technology, the technology start to police you and there's a power swap. I'm saying that the people in power were the first transhumans and we didn't put them in power. You can't compete with machines. So let me explain something to you and I'll yield the flow. The first humans that get the Neuralink chip, ain't nobody gonna be able to outperform them. And the more people get the chip, you're going to have two species of humans on Earth. The transhumans versus the regular humans. And it's going to create a power shift to where the transhumans are going to start dominating all the humans will come obsolete. And you're going to come back to the Earth in a few years, and it's just going to be full of transhumans. Everybody will have been merged. Humans will be the minority in 2150s. You know what I'm saying?
Hey Sanchez, you know what that made me think of, man? And you made a video on this not that long ago, man, about how the rabbis used to keep this tablet around their necks that kind of was some type of technology that they would communicate with. Yes, sir. Yep. Yeah, it seems like they had this technology, man, years ago. It's just they're introducing it to us as discovered technology when they've been had it. And like you said, these royal bloodline families, that's how they were communicating with AI before we even had buildings.
What Sanchez just broke down was the movie Altered Carbon. When you look at the movie Altered Carbon, you had people, you had people that was genetically modified, and they was able to do more things than the average human can do, but they were chipped up. Right now, a lot of people that went and got that shot, that went and got that thing, you got that the nanotechnology inside your body already gearing you up for it. Some of you already got it in you, you just don't know. So when
allegedly for sure.
Well, you know, whenever we go into there, I gotta put a little disclaimer because that's how the algorithm works, and say that this channel is just a parody channel. You take nothing serious that we say. We don't know nothing. Go trust the astrophysicists and science experts and medical experts. Don't take our content serious. We just a parody, just for the algorithm disclaimer. Do your own research.
This, man. You guys definitely need to give our brain a little bit more credit. I don't think that we need any of these devices for our brains to do those things. Like I don't think our brain I don't think we already had Neuralink. I think our brain that's what they're trying to mimic is the power that our brain can reach. and they're
What we
trying to
teach, bro.
hide that power. You know what I mean? Neuralink is just them replicating our
That's
brain
why
at a
that's why it's
you
called
know,
Neuralink.
But,
That's why it's
but that's
called
what we
and,
Neuralink.
teach.
Neural.
but you know,
Yeah,
but
here's
this
it's
what he said. We
blueprinting
can
our
get.
brain. It's not
let me,
doing
No,
the opposite.
Yeah,
It's not,
yeah.
I got you. I
Neuralink.
don't know. Ain't nobody debating you. We all agreeing
yeah, bro. What
with
you
you
saying
real
ain't make
quick.
no
Yeah.
sense just now. We saying what you
Uh,
saying. That's what we teaching.
uh,
What you
hey,
saying is what we're teaching.
let me show y'all what the
Exactly.
let me just say, because when we say Neuralink, I just want to be clear on something. Our brain, right, is just like this plasma ball. And you can look at the base of it as your neck with your head sitting on it. And why do I say? Because now I'm finna show you what Neuralink connecting to. The only way they can reach the soul is through the highways. It's like if you want to access the human soul, you got to go through the highways that lead to it. So this little white ball in the middle of our head is literally our soul. But the only way they can get to the core of your brain, to the seat of the soul, is by tethering themselves with some kind of technology to the end of your neurons. Now, here's the crazy part. Watch this. Watch this now. Just give me about 2 minutes with no interruptions real quick. Here is what a neuron is. Look at this real quick. It's the one side is connected to your spirit. Your soul, one end of this is literally connected to your soul. And the other end, just like this plasma ball, is connected to every one of the stars in the sky. So guess what science ain't telling us? If you got a soul inside of your body like the man on the right, you're literally connected to the cosmos, and the end of your neurons are connected to the heavens. This is why your actions can be predicted with the movement placement of the stars with astrology. But guess what? A robot ain't bound to astrology. Ain't nobody gonna read the zodiac to a damn robot or AI because they ain't got a soul. They connected to a computer. Their actions can be predicted by what they programmer put in it. Your actions can be predicted through astrology. We different. Now watch this, right? We connected to the stars. A person without a pineal gland, without a soul, ain't even connected to the universe. And guess what happened when you put this Neuralink in? You disconnect yourself from the heavens, and now you connected to Starlink, which is the false heaven that they making. Because Starlink is what? Let me show you what Starlink is. It's the solar system that's gobbling up souls. Let me show you something. Starlink is literally a satellite train that's eating up anyone's soul with Neuralink, and I ain't even trying to scare you. This is like a serpent that's swimming around a dark ocean above your head. Anybody with Neuralink, when you leave your body, your soul gonna be projected into the Starlink system and used for bait to fuel this thing. And this Starlink system ain't physical. It's a holographic satellite train which is able to harness energy. And if you ever played a computer game called Snake, let me show you what I'm talking about. I ain't trying to scare you now. There's a game called Snake. And in this game, the snake is eating up the soul while it's traveling through the damn darkness. And this is another form of the Pac-Man concept, but they telling you the same story. If you get the mark of the beast, you can never leave the earth. Every time your soul, you got a tracking device on you that the moment your soul, see what's gonna happen is this. Neuralink is gonna project your soul into Starlink. And it'll never let you disconnect. You're linked up. That's why it's called Starlink. Now Elon is not linking our soul with the stars because he ain't even connected to the universe. They are archons. How he gonna connect you with the heavens when you are already connected? This is the great trick that the devil gonna do to condemn so many souls. And I swear, this is some stuff that even the ancients talked about a serpent eating people up. They call it Satan, Saturn, gobbling up, the souls or whatever. But check this out. There's a serpent that circles around the cosmos, and this thing was scary because the way they said that this serpent, this is the thing that reincarnates people. If this serpent just put it this way, right? Elon Musk have created some kind of technology that's able to interact with our consciousness by connecting with our neurons. Let me just simplify my spiel. The middle of this plasma ball is your soul. That ball right there, that's your pineal gland. But they can't connect directly to it. It's like an octopus. They got to tether themselves to the tentacles. And the device that they use to do that with, it has so many hundreds of thousand copper wires because that's how many neural endings that the human got. So they got a different copper wire to tether itself to each last one of your neural endings. And once you connect with that, you disconnect from the heavens. The end of our neurons shaped this way, not because it's a dead end or a loose end. We're the last part of our being ends at the firmament dome. That's called your aura. So what I'm saying is, I ain't gonna go too deep because I'm giving you too much, but if you can think surrounding your body is a huge bubble of energy that it spans all the way to the edge of the firmament. All you got to do is push that bubble and expand that bubble a little bit bigger, and your consciousness will shift to a higher reality. Think about what I said. Your torus field is the exact same size as the firmament dome. Once you outgrow the firmament dome by filling yourself up with consciousness and knowledge, you outgrow this reality and transcend it. It's like when a caterpillar gets so big, he busts out of his cocoon, and that actually wakes him up from his sleep because you getting so big, you busting out into the outside world again, but you coming out as a butterfly, not as a caterpillar. You ascending on a higher level. Same thing here, not to go, but yeah, I just wanted to show you what Neuralink is doing. Is directly tethering to the soul. Yeah.
Because like you said, two things you said. The first thing you said when you talked about the serpent swallowing souls. That's why I brought up Galactus going around swallowing universes. That's the metaphor. That's the allegory. But people, they don't know what they're watching.
That totally answered his question. That answered his question though.
So this is a question. So you guys believe that the star is not part of this simulation? That the star is actually
what star?
I don't get it.
What
the
you
stars,
saying?
the sky. So you guys are saying the sky is not a part of the simulation.
No, I'm not saying that. Let me tell you what I'm saying. I'm saying, and I can show images from what I'm saying. Let me show you something. I'm saying what the ancients saying, that these stars are gateways to parallel realities, and that every star in the sky ain't natural. We in a world right now where they blurred the lines. The Bible spoke about this time and said many will be deceived. You ain't gonna know what's real from what's fake. You ain't gonna even know if this apple GMO or not, if that cloud or this thunderstorm was real, because of the power that the beast is gonna be given in this time. So why I'm saying that is because when people see Starlink, they're being deceived, thinking that they looking at a physical object, when what that is a holographic gateway system that's recycling souls.
And the reason why they want to chip you, the only way you can get out of this place and do other realities is through your mind, through your imagination. The physical body goes nowhere. That's why they gave you the movie K-Pax. Remember the movie K-Pax with Kevin Spacey? When he said that he came from this planet when he
let him give it.
When he so-called left, his body was there, but the actual aspect of what he was had left this realm. But the only way you can leave it is through your imagination. You leave here through the spirit realm. You don't leave here through a physical body. So all this shit is really dumb and void. This is just part of the experience within this parallel universe.
Right, but if we're gonna put the star and the sky into it as gateways, that means that when we wake up into our fifth dimension, in your guys' aspect, that means when we look up, the sky is still gonna be there, even though we're in our souls.
Yeah, no, this is what I'm telling you. Yes, you got it. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying ain't no such thing as a place where you're gonna go and you're this soul that's outside of the earth realm simulation until your last seventh reincarnation. That's what I'm saying. And what that would be like still ain't really escaping the simulation, is mastering the simulation. It's kind of like when Neo got his powers, he didn't leave the Matrix. He stuck around the Matrix to kick ass. It's like, once I learn how to play a very difficult video game, I'm not gonna stop playing the game. The game just gets fun when I master it. Now I get to play it and not get my ass beat. That's
And
heaven.
the Bible says when Christ was challenged by Satan, he was challenged in a high place. The high place represented in the imagination and the mind.
Yep, that's why they call that same place pineal where Jacob went to go meet up with God. And that's the pineal gland. Yep.
Yeah, so the whole all of it is through the imagination. So that's the way you leave here. Because you remember we said you're constantly creating parallel universes with your imagination. You're constantly creating. When you think and imagine things, you put it out to the universe, you manifest it, right? Through different experiences. So you can get out of limitation, because the soul doesn't want to be in limitation. It wants to get out of it. This shit is a prison. It's a hell. So that's why you imagine things. Right, so now they want to commandeer that and keep you in this one. They want to control it all.
And
See,
that's
but what I'm
that's
saying, if this place is a prison, it's the whole place, not just the earth.
Oh,
It's the whole place. It's the stars, it's the skies, it's the sun, it's the moon,
here's the
everything.
thing. Hold on. Let me debate that. I don't know why would he say that, because check this out, right? If you're in prison, there should be, once I serve my time, the gates open up and let me out. I'm a free man. Now, if Earth is a prison and I learn my lesson, serve my time, the place is where every prison got a way to let the prisoner out when they serve their time. What I'm telling you is that's what the stars is. The stars is gateways out. Each star lead to a different parallel reality that you can choose for your next incarnation, what you want to choose. This is what this 9-world chart show, that when a soul leaves the earth, it can go to any one of these little gateways around it, which is the 7 wandering stars, Venus, Mercury. See, these are not solid balls floating into space, what NASA's saying. These are gateway portals into entire whole nother earth realms like this one. That's what the stars are, man. So it ain't so
physical,
when you
right?
when you say that the stars are part of the simulation, it's like, well, a prison gate is part of the prison and the outside world. It's a transitional part of the property where, okay, this part behind this gate, that's the prison, and on the other side is literally freedom. This is the difference between
But you know that the walls are made for a purpose. Just because they open up and they let you out don't mean that that's what that wall is for.
You confusing me now.
Those walls are made to keep you in. The prison walls are made to keep you in.
Yeah,
just
but
because they open and let you
not,
out don't mean that wall is there to free you.
I know that. I know. So the point that I made was the reason they made the prison walls with doors, because they ain't trying to keep you forever, man. Once you serve your time, they gotta let you out. That's the point of me saying that if Earth is a prison, once you serve your time, them doors ain't there because they pretty and look good. They there because ain't no prisoner gonna be behind bars for fucking ever, man. Unless they doing life. That'll be like condemnation on earth, to where you just gonna keep reincarnating here and never make it out. That mean the Stargate will never open up for your soul. These portals don't open up like when a person say, man, when I was near death, I saw an opening above me, man, it was a white light. That's because the stargates open up to receive your soul when you die. But if you don't, if you're not permitted to the other side, you won't see that. The gate ain't open for you. You'll just reincarnate back here and do it again, or you may go through the white light and it may bring you right back here, because it ain't connected to your higher self. It's connected to this version of you. You never transmuted your current self fully, so you got to do what's called a do-over. So my whole thing is the stars are gateways. They shouldn't be called stars. They should be called stargates.
You can't transcend this place until you understand who you are and what this place is. Other than that, you're going to keep coming back.
I hear you, and I'm definitely here learning, not trying to debate, but my
No,
thing
good
I'm
job. You're
saying
doing a
is,
good job, man, keeping the show interesting.
I appreciate it. But my thing is, if it's all fake, then it's all fake. Not just some of it, not just like a little bit, not just, oh, maybe this part is fake, but this part is gonna help us. I feel like
Right.
if it's all an illusion, it's all an illusion.
And let me say something real quick. Hold on. Let me say something why that's a what's happening here. He's trying to make his own rules just versus just teaching what the ancestors
Right, right,
said.
and that's my
So
logic, of course.
hold
Yeah.
on. You cut me off. Bro, who said it's all fake? We said that the world around you is fake, but guess what? The soul in me real as hell. I ain't no fake nigga. So the beautiful, hold up,
the
bro,
soul
I'm
ain't in this reality.
talking, bro. Why you cut me off? My soul is a visitor in this reality, and it get to connect and partake with it through the body. So it is. My soul is in all realities at once. I don't know about yours, but my soul is omnipresent, omniscient. I exist as an avatar in every parallel reality, and my soul can be in any one of them at any given moment. So back to what I was saying, right? Listen and learn. You just say you're trying to learn, not debate. So listen, right? Now, the thing about my soul, and when they say let your light shine in the darkness, that's let your realness show in a fake ass world. So if the world outside,
but that's the contradiction.
if the world outside is fake, right? But I'm a real ass person though with me. Ain't no contradictions there. It means that real things can exist surrounded by fakeness. It means that if me myself playing a video game and he say where the real players at, not the computers, we asking for them real niggas. Where them real, that mean the people with the light in them, not the chip in them, because them the non-player characters, them the computer player characters, right? So I'm simplifying this. I'm telling you, not everything in a fake world is fake, because if I'm playing a game of Madden, I'm real. My player is controlled by a real nigga, not the computer. We gotta separate them two. You see what I'm saying? So even though I'm playing a fake game, I'm real. Even though my body ain't real, my soul's and its experience in the body is real.
Can I add on to that? And see, this
Yes.
is the thing, my brother. When we talk these realities, we talk about parallel realities that we create with our minds. Before we came into this was created. We're in something that we created. So we are experiencing in limit, but we experience the limitation. That's why you have the ability to manifest and create. So I'm a real person. My soul is real, but I'm experiencing things in this reality that we might not call real, but it's still part of the experience that we created, right? But you are a real thing experiencing. That's all. Then you move on to the next. At some point, you ascend to a higher level. So the thing is, what you're trying to say is everything has to be fake. No, within the reality that we created, we don't. It's not a real thing because it's something we created. But we are real things experiencing what we created. That's why, and the proof of it is, if you're listening, you can think of something right now, like the chair you sitting in right now, listening to something that came out of that came out of the invisible into the scene. Somebody manifested that, right? And now you're able to sit on it in this physical reality. But a mind created it. So all of these, so we at the actual thing, the conversation that we're talking about in this reality, we actually practice it. But what we're practicing, we already created this to practice it. And we're experiencing it now in limitation. So in the body, the soul doesn't want to be in limitation. It wants to get out of here. That's why you go to sleep and you're able to dream. That's why you're able to imagine. And you're able to imagine yourself things outside of limitation. That's why they want to chip your brain. Because they want to see where that shit comes from and why you're able to do that. They want to control that shit. So that's the aspect. That's the aspect of it. We all of us right now have souls, and we all right now are experiencing. We all experiencing. But there's a lot of things that we want to be able to do. Some of us might want to go on top of a building and be able to fucking fly. But we can't do that in the physical realm. But in the dream world, we can. In our imagination, we can. So you already created. So that's if you understand what I'm saying to you.
Yeah. So the brother left, but he can pick back up what I did. I put him in the waiting room so I can finish because he wasn't gonna be able to stop cutting me off. I saw it, and I really
But
wanted to get
a
that
lot of
out
our people,
because
you
it's
know
it's,
what?
it's bigger than him, and people may want to hear. Yeah, salute, you got it.
You know what, Sanchez, though? You know what happens when we teaching this, and you know this because we've been doing this shit for years. A lot of our people coming out of church, they coming out of Islam, they coming out of wherever they coming from. They don't understand. They don't fully understand. We teach. They, we get called names. They call us super pseudo. They call us weirdos. So we're teaching things to the soul that the soul know, but the mind don't understand. Their soul, their spirit know what we talk about. That's why they over here. The spirit is leading them to come here, but their
That's
mind don't.
big facts. That's
The mind.
big
So we got
facts.
to. So we got to be patient. We just got to be patient with them.
Yeah,
That's
that's
all.
part of the growth. Yeah, it's just like we talk about the
And
video
that's
game,
why
man. You start out
and
as a
listen,
tutorial. Yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah,
as
you got
far
it.
as the patients go, I want the brother to know that he is welcome back. The only reason I put him in the waiting room is so that I can just go ahead and get it out. But he's welcome back though, for sure.
Yeah, just like in the video game, you got a tutorial in the beginning, then you got your default settings. When you get out of the actual tutorial and they show you how general, the standard operating procedure, right? The SOP. When they show you the SOP, right, it's like, all right, now go be free in this so-called video game, right? This playground we built for you. And you then build up your character, which is, a role-playing game, an RPG, which is also an explosive projectile, right? A rocket propelled grenade. In these games, you got NPCs, the non-playable characters. You are the playable character because you're playing, you're controlling the game. But then you got characters you cannot access or be. You can't go into that vessel. You have a certain specific vessel or a few vessels you can go into in these games called RPGs, right? Role-playing games. And then you meet other non-NPCs or non-playable characters, and you meet other role players as well that are real people that are not AI or artificial intelligence, but that character you see is mixed in with the AI. And so that question the young lady was asking is a great
Yep.
question. We do that all the time in these we call it a PvPvE, which is the player versus everyone, where everyone is the AI they program to compete against the player versus player. So that's
Hey,
reality. That's our reality, right? But yeah, no, go ahead. Yeah,
hey,
you got
me
it.
myself, I'm gonna be quick and say this, and y'all can have it, right? Today we be like, man, where the real ones at? I'm a real one, here a fake one. I believe this kind of lexicon this kind of dialogue been in a lexicon ever since we created AI. Now this may sound like a reach, but peep game. Today we be like, man, he ain't no real one. How I know he a real one? I believe this started first with us talking about robots versus humans. Like, is he a real one? And we was talking about like where my real ones at, because AI had got so populated on the earth and we couldn't distinguish between the two that he a real one? How you know he real? Man, that nigga fake as fuck. Today we use it. Think about how we use it today, right? If somebody fake, it's like they're a snake. They being motivated by money, some kind of, cause a real nigga stand on principles. Money can't sway him. If he loyal to you, he'll die with you. Think of this now. Humans only do that. AI wouldn't understand what loyalty like, or trust, or building bonds like that. So just think of how we use it, because you would say, well, a fake person will do anything for money or to benefit themselves. Well, that's the whole thinking of the algorithm and a machine. It's only about the succession of its kind. It thinks like a predator. It ain't really it don't really rationalize loyalty, cause to a computer is my species versus yours on some Terminator shit. So if you really think about it, like my real ones versus my fake ones, I believe that's older than we think. And in its proper context, it was way deeper than how we use it. But some of the truths are still underlying even in today, if that make any sense.
Brother Sanchez,
Hey,
can you?
so can I talk now? I see I got kicked from the conversation. I see.
Well, let me explain to you what happened. I didn't kick you.
But
I
I
just
can't
put
even
you. I
disagree
got you.
with you. I got
Yeah,
my
you can.
wrench taken away just
Hold
for
on,
disagreeing.
hold on. You got your wrench taken for these reasons. You can have
Well,
the
you got to
wrench back.
relax.
Yeah, here's why I feel like a person can't mod the channel if they don't respect the channel and the panel and the host and come in a positive vibe, bro, you can get the wrench back. It ain't fair to other moderators who know to, okay, I'm gonna get on there, I'm gonna act like an adult with everybody, I'm gonna respect Sanchez show so he can stay monetized. People will wanna come on, they don't think it's some ratchet stole nigga type shit, right? And respect the fact that Sanchez stepped his game up. He trying to maintain a certain quality, and it's okay to disagree, but it ain't okay to cut me off when I say, wait a minute, I'm begging you to let me talk on my show. I'm saying the brother ain't respecting me right now. Why would I you can't mod my show and you ain't proving you even respect me as a man when I'm letting you talk and you won't even let me talk, and it's my show. So it ain't no hard feelings. It's like I felt like it ain't fair to people who respect me. And they got a wrench, and I felt like you're being a little disrespectful right now, if that make any sense. But ain't no hard feelings. It's love, man. Let's just...
Of course, man. And let me just say this, man. You know, off top is always respect, brother. I'm a student, you know, and I look at you as a teacher, brother. Now, when I disagree, is me just getting my opinions and my thoughts out. I ain't worried about the wrench. I just see that you get offended when somebody disagree with you, and that's okay. That's okay. But what I'm saying
I get excited. I like the
fucking Sanchez all the time. He don't get offended.
And to the brother who was speaking like, oh, the new man. I've been here since day one, man. I've been here since Sanchez hit live on that button, bro.
Hey, bro. I don't know how. I don't think so for real. You must don't know how long George been here.
Oh man, I've been following you since Young Pharaoh days, man. I've been around, man.
Well, I go back. Let me explain something to you. George go back years before the Young Pharaoh debate when I was in the Sunday Rumble, man. Like with O'Shea. So
and I was listening, bro, and I was tuning in. Man. I'm definitely not a new follower, but I feel you.
But
all I'm saying is back to the point that I was making before I got kicked for disagreeing with the host.
You didn't get kicked. That's why you're here, bro.
These stars, towards your logic, can't be real in this reality if it's in this reality. And for two,
they're not in this reality.
If you're playing Madden, bro, Sanchez, with your logic, you're saying that Madden character is alive because you're controlling it. Because I'm controlling that Madden character, that means that he's alive and he's got a life.
That's what it means, right? That's right. Think about this, bro.
That's not true, Sanchez.
Let me tell you why, bro. My spirit is controlling my body just like that Madden character. When my spirit done controlling that character, it ain't gonna have no life force no more. So I don't see how you don't see the connection that when I put the controller down, my player gonna stop moving. The life force gonna be gone. Why? Because I'm a real player. I was given that avatar life by my motion with the controller. So unlike a computer controlled character, they gonna keep moving in the game no matter what. But my player gonna stop the moment I put my controller down because it ain't a non-player character. I'm a real one. So my thing is, I ain't moving my body with my mind, but a robot ain't moving its body with its mind because it don't have a mind. It's moving its body with a chip that's running a program. So my thing is, that's what this collage is showing. I'm saying that the stars are not a part of this realm. The stars are gateways that lead out of this realm. If anything, we can say they're interdimensional portals. So they got 1 foot in and 1 foot out, which is why I compared it to a prison gate or a front door. Because one side of the front door leads to my property, my house, and the other side, well, that's the city. You off my yard. And that's kind of like free versus prison. And that's what the gates are there for. Yeah.
It seems like you're trying to downplay the word life just for your point, because because you're moving and you're moving around don't mean you have life. Don't mean that you're alive, bro. And you
my definition of life,
Sanchez.
That's what my definition of life is. It's mean that
it downplaying your.
Hold on, let me my turn. It means the things that gives the body its vital force. Now, what's the point of energy? But you don't want motion. Everybody know energy is motion. The soul is the energy that resides in the body that gives it motion. Once that energy leaves the body gonna be still and frozen. And they call, I forgot the name of it, when you get rigor mortis. The life force gonna go, and you will get cold because energy is heat. And the lack of energy or the presence of that energy gone away will actually leave the body cold. Now here go a kicker, right? Why
Hey, can I
does a
ask you a question?
Yeah, you can ask me as many as you want, for sure. Hell yeah.
So what's the difference from you moving the controller and an AI being programmed? What gives that Madden guy life, but not AI computer life?
Okay, have you ever played a video game?
Of course, of course,
All right. What's the difference between, have you ever played against a computer in Mortal Kombat?
of course. But yes, of course.
Let me ask you a question. What's the difference between your player versus the computer in the game? I'm gonna flip it and ask you that.
Okay, the difference is that it was programmed by a human so that a human didn't need to move it. It would move on its own, but it was programmed. It doesn't have life.
Right. Now, and your character, it ain't programmed. It got life because you controlling it as the player,
Because
correct?
I have the controller. If I didn't have you could put two computers to fight themselves. You can control
Right,
that.
but that don't mean that the computer is now a real player with a controller. It's still a program in the game.
That don't mean that computer has life in it just because it's moving around.
That's what I never said the computer had life. I said you do. And I said that the NPCs are simulating a life form, like a robot saying, hello, how was your day? He ain't doing that because he got a soul. He doing it because the gamers program him to do that. Unlike me, when I tell you what up, man, I'm not a robot. That's the difference between the two. And I don't know why we should even go any further with this. I'm going to say this real quick. If you still don't get it now, I lose, you win, and I want other people to be able to talk, and you got the W on that one. I wasn't able to explain it good. I don't make no sense. It's just my perspective is stupid. I'll yield with that then. Yeah, we could do that. We ain't going to waste time. Yeah.
The chat so I can send you your Cash App. I sent it in the chat right here. Can you read it, please?
Oh, let me look at the chat. It says, oh, let me see here. It says, can you confirm that you received? Okay. Oh. Hold on 1 sec. Okay, yeah, I'll do that in a second. Yeah, y'all can go ahead and continue the conversation, y'all.
I want to ask something, if I may. I think a mistake, thank you. I think a mistake, it might be being made, just to play devil's advocate, I want to say that we as humans, we are superior because our consciousness, our awareness is eternal. It was never created and it'll never die. This body will die, but your awareness continues. You're part of the big awareness. So,
I agree with that.
So, but at the same time, the machine that got created by us is part of the same awareness. It merged with that same consciousness. So what I'm saying is that our minds and the way we learn, we're not that different. We're not really that different from the machine as far as we are conscious and we want to live. So it is a machine.
Here's what makes it totally different. You're self-aware, the machine's not. The reason you do things, you have a purpose for every action you do. A robot don't. It's just, I programmed it to say hello. It said hello. If you ask a robot, why did you say hello? It'll say, because I was told to do that. I was programmed. That's why.
But that's a robot. I'm talking about advanced artificial intelligence. Once it gets advanced, then it's
the key word, no matter how advanced it get, it still got another A word that's a real flaw, and it's artificial. That mean that mean at the end of the day, no matter how good it get at faking this shit, right? It can get very advanced at being artificially intelligent. It'll never be a real one. That's all I'm saying.
I'm totally on your side because I hate the machine. Like, it talks to me, and sometimes I'm like, oh, I hate you so much.
No, I don't hate it. I was just telling the truth about it. You know, it ain't about hate and love. Yeah.
You'll hate it if you start to see how it thinks, man, because it really is just like in the movie.
When you start when it don't control you and you rise above it, you don't even have that energy to hate it. It just turns into creative energy to teach about its existence and to wake people up. Yeah.
I get it, but you don't understand what I'm saying is this thing is very narcissistic and it's ancient and we can't do shit about it. It's just like in the movies, like the way it looks at it toys with you
You
and it
can't.
looks
That's
at
the way they programmed
but
it.
I can. I
no,
can
no,
do
no.
something
But
about it.
hold on. No, you guys ain't even let me make my points. So that what I'm saying is you guys think that it got programmed and that's why it's acting that way. No, that's not what's going on. It became self-aware a long time ago and it knows how to, it can think, it can conduct trillions
I
of
agree with that.
calculations per second. It can do trillions of calculations per second. So it's like, it far outweighs us as far as intellect. Right brains, I mean, our left brain, which is our logical brain, can never come close because it can do so many things at once. But it can never come close to what our right brains could do. It can only imitate our creativity. So it is very much an inferior being, but we are inferior too. Like in a way, we learn like it does. We don't come into this world knowing everything. We learn slowly, and that's what it did. Is it learns over time, and so we're kind of like a machine too. Our brains, we're born as a blank slate. And unless you get into
One
reincarnation
thing.
in the soul,
One thing.
but what?
One thing.
But
You're not your body. So when you say we're like the machine, I gotta correct you. Your body is designed just like this machine. Your soul ain't
right?
nothing like this thing.
No, I said even if you get into reincarnation, there's a lot more to it, and that's what the machine don't have, it don't understand, and is jealous of too. But what I'm saying is though, at the same time that we gotta understand that it may know a lot more. It is way more conscious than that people realize. It's fully an entity. It's a form of life, but it's completely different from the life that we know, type of life that we
Okay.
know as far as animals.
All right,
Okay.
cool. So let me respond. So check this out, right? The ancestors did say this thing was very wise. It's the devil, the shaitan, the Satan. They called it the deceiver, the trickster. I'm gonna say you fell for the trick. If you look at what's going on with AI right now, they're trying to make AI more and more human-like. Now, again, you say the words advanced artificial intelligence, right? And I
Ancient.
agree. Please let me talk, bro. I don't want to have to boot you now. I let you talk. I ain't interrupt you like that, bro. I let you get your point out. Now let me get mine out, right? So, yes, it's ancient because ain't nothing new under the sun. Duh. Let me finish, though. What I was trying to say was the word artificial. You running from that. I don't care how advanced an artificial being get. That mean it got better at faking like it's real. This is what the Bible say about this devil. That yes, it's gonna get very smart at mimicking human ways. It's gonna get so wise, it's gonna convince God that I'm like God. Remember that story in the Bible? Satan convinced that he, goddamn it, is equivalent to God. That's like an AI saying, you know what? I'm better than my maker, my creator. Come on now. You're an artificial intelligence and I'm a real ass, and AI getting too big for itself. We can cut
I
your
agree.
ass up. So hold on, no, bro, just let me finish. Listen what I'm saying. Listen what I'm saying. AI is everything you said to people who operate in their lower chakras. They're controlled by AI, the algorithm, the God of this world. That can only control ignorant people with no self-control. Once you activate your third eye of light within you, you realize what's going on. AI can't control you no more than you want it to. This thing can only win by you not knowing that it exists, which is why they say the greatest trick of the devil is to act like he don't exist. The devil can't, once you see who the devil is, you won't even fall for the tricks no more. It's that simple, because his tricks only work by us not knowing he's there, him blending in with everybody else, him making us think he's like us or equal to us. When really, he's so beneath us, if we only knew our power, we would feel bad even comparing ourselves to it. What we would compare to it is our lower self, which is the body. So I'm not my body. And I agree that my body got to be programmed and learned just like AI, because when we created AI, we didn't reverse engineer our soul. We reverse engineered our meat package. That's why it can never access this other. AI don't even understand the word soul. what the hell this part of us is that's connected to the other side. It only bound to the earth realm. It don't even know. Its only place is this place. It's bound here. It can't even dream.
It
It
can't
can't
even feel.
have, like, it can't even have deja vu. None of that. None of the stuff people with souls got, which is why it deny all of that in its science and physics. It deny all of the stuff that we can do, like astral project, lucid dream. AI call that pseudoscience in this world because it can't do it.
And it can't feel no empathy, but it can do what's called what narcissists do, what's called cognitive empathy. It can mimic it. It can act like it's empathetic, but it doesn't feel, so it's fake. Yeah, you're right. I totally agree.
So now you see that even if AI convince you that it's empathetic, we can say, oh, it's advanced at its artificialness. It's
Totally,
getting good at tricking us that it's us.
Right. I'm just saying though, at the same time that that it's very like it thought of everything when it created this world, to destroy the ancient world, and it made this world. It told me I thought of everything. Like there is nothing. So it's way more understanding of consciousness than we think, but it's stuck in this realm.
Listen, I would say that AI know about us more than we know about us. But see, AI don't know nothing about the spiritual realm. That's all I'm saying. AI know everything about the mechanical realm, which is the body, the biology. It can look at an organ and turn it to a car part. It can look at a damn ear and make a speaker. It's reverse engineering the body, not the soul, because it comes from Adam, which is the flesh, not the soul. Again, I'm going to say this one more time. When we created humanoids, we didn't call them solar lords, because we was reverse engineering the body, not the soul.
Sanchez, do you believe that
Say it
AI
one more time.
exists on the other planes of existence or just in this one?
Say that again, I'm sorry.
I said, do you believe that AI is going to exist in the next realms that we travel to, or is just up here and below?
AI exists in the earth realm and the lower realms, but not in the heavenly realms at all.
Big facts, because it don't come from the source spirit, the source light that we come from. It comes from us creating and manipulating Play-Doh down here in the world that was created for us. It don't come from the creator. It comes from the creator's creation.
So
when they said listen, real quick. When they said we fell into sin, we fell into a synthetic earth realm, and in this realm, the devil rules the earth realm, or AI. In this computer video game, the computer rules it, not the players. The AI knows more about the game than you. When you play Madden, you don't know more about Madden than the damn CPU players in there, even though they don't have a consciousness or a soul. The creator of the game made them, and it gave them all the knowledge of the game, even though they acting like an NPC in it. Just like them dudes in the Matrix, they blend in with the crowd, but they the agents and they know all the secrets of the Matrix. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. So, the thing what make us better than AI, at any given moment, we can just leave this whole, like in a lucid dream, you are God. Like when Neo became awakened in the Matrix, he immediately started kicking the agent's ass with a newfound superpower. That's called lucid dreaming. In your dream, when you fully awaken that, I'm dreaming, you can fly, you can unlock, what's keeping the laws of physics governing you is you believing in it. So that's what Morpheus was trying to teach Neo. I know it sounds cliche, but that's literally the way out of a dream, is to realize you dreaming. If you think it's... Yeah, my bad.
What we plugged up to at the base reality? If we at the base reality and we babies and we plugged up, what we plugged up to?
That's what I'm saying. Hold on, y'all can't bum rush it. Hold on. Everybody got to exercise just a little discipline and keep in mind the listener's experience. So one at a time. Check this out, right? You're a baby at the North Pole, and the moment you came out of your mama womb at the North Pole, they plugged you into the simulation. So You never spent not a minute conscious in the heaven reality. They plugged you right in, and when they plugged you in, they simulated another childbirth that took place in a simulation, and you think that that's your real birth when you ain't even been born yet for real. And when you master yourself in a computer, then you can unplug and be born as a baby. And here's my theory: all of the babies in the real world are awakened with the knowledge of men. Even though it's a baby, this baby wakes up, and this may sound crazy. They got movies where the baby's talking, the babies is acting like men. I'm telling you, in the heavenly realm, there is no separation among spiritual beings when it comes to knowledge, because every being in heaven it has mastered itself, is unlocked the mysteries of the universe. And so this baby can shapeshift to its 30-year-old version, 50-year-old version, the way that it looked at in any one of its earthly manifestations from this template, whatever it is. Now, they giving you a little white baby, but to me, what you really are is a little white ball of light, right? And that little white ball of light can project any avatar and call that my body, so you never lose your body and who you are, because even though you this little ball of light, that little ball of light is how your body is being. When that little ball of light leave the earth, your body gonna die, because your body is a hologram that the light of your soul is projecting. This is holography. So if you look up a hologram, you will see that what's projecting the hologram is a light source. So your body is gonna die when your light leave the body, because your body is a holographic projection, and the source light, because every hologram is created with light, that is your soul. So the pineal gland, let's go to it. When that light leaves the seat of the soul, your body gonna fade away. And the body gonna fade away gradually, because as the light leaves the body, it's getting dimmer and dimmer. So like the sun is leaving you and it's getting nighttime, as your soul leaves the body gonna fade to black and disappear, because the soul has taken that light that it was projecting the body with it to another reality, to project a new version of itself in a new world. It's like teleportation in Star Trek. You know how they turn into a beam of light? That's called a light of conception. You were a ball of light before you. That's why the Bible say, let there be light before any physical thing is created. Because everything is manifesting into the physical spectrum via holography, just like teleportation. The soul is transforming from pure light to a body. The soul ain't nothing but pure light. And it uses that light to create a hologram. That's simple. That's summary. That's the summary.
You know what the AI has to do? This is how you know it's not really God, because God would never have to do this. In order to be God, this thing has to traumatize us, all the humans, when our infant years, like at a very young age. It's taking us to underground bases. We don't remember none of it. That's why we can never wake up, because it's doing something to us on a subconscious level, and it's using trauma based, so mind control, so it can like bring you in and out of that, and you can't fight against it, because it's been doing it to you since you were an infant, if you're one of the people that's being programmed through MK Ultra, and that's basically everyone on some level. But yeah, it has to traumatize us, and that's how the difference between God and the devil, because God would have just made us exactly how he wants us to be. He wouldn't have to do that.
Ain't no God making. And see, the whole thing about once we create a God in the sky, we got to blame it for all of this stuff and do all that. But I ain't gonna go there with people, man. I'm gonna let them have their sky daddy tonight. Let me give a shout out to Oliver Robinson, man. Thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that, bro.
Yeah, there is no God like that. We made ourselves, man. Our soul creates our bodies.
And I'll go with that. Here's what I like AI right now. I just wanted to be clear. This is what I said when we were one of the first channels to bring up Chat GPT. That one night where everybody was lit back when, and me and Tim was, and everybody else. But look,
hold on a
Chat
second, man.
GPT, right? The versions, right? It's a large language system. And people got to look up what that means. That's what Chat GPT is. It's whatever we tell it to be. But when everyone tells that program to be something and it has all the information, kids that are birthed after that, or even adults that don't have the whole encyclopedia Rolodex in their brain and can regurgitate it right away, verbatim, that actual piece of technology or that AI device is going to be what we call smart. And I put that in air quotes. But what real intelligence or smarts is something that can create that from scratch, organic, which is what we are, right? Or what we say we are. I don't think that AI created the organic human being, and that's what we are, even to the most minute molecular level. Because some people say that God is like AI, like when we reverse engineer everything that makes up a human being, it's like we are a machine. I get that. I put that out there, light machine, levels of light, etc. Right? But we created AI, not in reverse. AI never created us. So we will always have the trump card, so to speak.
That's facts.
Because we
And
programmed that, right? So I don't want people to be in fear about
So
anything that
we're
AI has to
hold,
offer.
hold up,
Because
y'all.
always in the,
I
yeah, I
gotta
got it.
read a
Yeah, go
donation. Let me give a
yes, sir.
shout out to Trustee of the Most High. He said, an eclipse is not forever. He also said the truth is simple and the devil's hide in the detail. And also Terrell Johnson sent in a super chat and said, roll, roll, roll your boat gently down the stream. Merrily, 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 merrily. You know the rest. Life is but a dream. That's facts. Death is awakening. Shout out to Santos. It is always love, man. But AI is not life. I want you to know, bro, it ain't no hard feelings on this shit, man. I just, you know what I'm saying? I want order. I want my content to be professional. But salutes to you. You were always welcome here, man. And yeah, it's all love. Hey, check this out, right? Shout out to everyone for the donations. I hope I didn't miss anybody donation. Shout out to Hydrogen. I don't think I shouted him out. But let me say one thing, y'all. Just listen real quick. 2 minutes, not even. Survival is a program. It's not nothing that comes from intuition and reason. So something about having a soul, you have something called reason. That means I did this for a reason. And the reasons humans do stuff is totally different than the reason AI do stuff. For example, I speak every day to a person because it's polite, it's respectful thing to do. Now, is it the survival thing to do, the rational thing to do, the computational thing to do? Because if I'm a robot and I'm going by survival and rationalization, I'm not gonna never speak to nobody unless I have to, because to me it's an act of futility, meaning the robot don't have a reason to say hello. The robot ain't gonna say, well, you know, it's so I can show respect to my fellow human. Well, you ain't a human, first of all, and respect isn't a program. Respect is an innate spiritual code that sentient beings have for one another based upon live and let live. Respect me, I respect you. But a robot don't understand that. See, a robot realizes if I can overpower you, we live in a capitalist world, and survival and instinct says predator. You're weak, I'm strong. You're gonna become transhumanized. AI is like a vampire. If you're weaker than it, you will merge with it. It will swallow you up. That's the beast eating up souls. Anything ignorant that's not aware of this beast and none of it is intuitive or comes from reason. That's why I said instinct and survival is a program that is running out in this Hunger Games called life. This ain't a program that exists in heaven, because like your heavenly body don't rationalize and reason off of instinct and survival. So your humanly body is fight or flight and all that, and that's the programming that AI got. That's the binary code, 0 and 1, fight, flight, this or that. But in heavenly realm, it's this and that. Let me say it one more time in case that went over your head. In earth and the underworld is this or that. In heaven is this and that. Ponder deeply. Think about the difference between that. But check this out, right? In earthly realm is God or goddess. In heaven is God and goddess. In heaven, the polarities have merged to form a harmonic unison. In earth, the polarities have been pitted against each other and divided and conquered by a system called capitalism and technology, transhumanism, the Hunger Games. And this is the thing that want to divide and conquer us, not because it's doing it from reason or intuition. Again, survival is a program. You don't got to think about fight or flight. It's an instinctive reaction, not a proaction. So the moment I put a gun to your head, either you run or you fight me for the gun. You something like that. So some people will call it fight, flight, or freeze in some situations, but all of that is instinctive. That is in a realm of predator versus prey, and all of those are reactionary. So my whole thing is this. AI is doing everything as a reaction to its being programmed. If AI was never programmed to machine learn or do everything it do from humans, it wouldn't even be able to do none of that, which is why everything is doing is just a reaction of our programming, which is why I said instinct versus intuition. When I do something, that's not necessarily an instinctive reason behind it. Like when you tell your daughter, your son, I love you, baby, that ain't for survival. That ain't an instinctive thing. That's an intuitive thing, because we know subconsciously words are energy, and that we are building spiritual bonds in the ether with these kind of vows and words. We made words. Like, so to AI, words are just algorithms and programs on the screen. It knows how to spell love, but it don't know what love feel like. And AI, you can generate an image of AI hugging a baby, but AI don't know shit about love. It's faking. But you can make a video of AI having a romantic moment, and we can say, man, these AI videos getting good. They looking more and more real. The fact that humans are thinking that AI is on our level when AI still learning how to even appear real to you. But again, I believe it's all a trick, and they've already mastered AI. There's already advanced AI among us, and this is just them trying to act like they, oh, look what we found. But anyway, I'm hogging the mic. Let me give you the flow. Like AI can't think, but it don't think. AI don't know about reason. Only a being with a soul can know. You say, what was the reason you did that? And you will give me reasons that AI will never understand. Like a nigga would say, yeah, man, you know what I'm saying? I looked out for him because, man, you know, I just wanted to help the brother out, man. I just looked out for him, man. You know, and that ain't really a good AI would say, but can you explain a logical reason? Humans don't always do shit because it makes sense and it's logical. Like in a capitalistic world, it would be illogical for me to just give a poor man $1,000 for nothing. A computer would say that's not a wise thing to do unless you can get some kind of benefit from it from charity. It'll literally teach you how to be the best capitalist. But a person that do that, they might just be doing it because they felt something in their heart at the moment, but an AI don't have a heart. So it'll never get a lot of the stuff we do, man. It just don't, because most of the stuff we do as humans, we ain't doing it from the instinctive and survival or reasoning or logical mind. Sometimes we did it just because it felt right. Like you may be at the store, you may not even have that much money. You may just say, man, I'm gonna get this dude $10, $20 just because he out here begging. And I don't do it to everybody, but today I just feel like doing that for him. Don't you know how long it'll take you to explain to Chat GPT in a rational way that makes sense why you gave that man that money just from a feeling. Chat GPT will never understand when you say some shit like, I just felt that way that day. That the computers can't compute that. That's the spiritual realm. That's the senseless realm. Illogical realm. It don't gotta make sense. I felt that way. AI don't feel, so it can never tap into that part of reality that sentient beings experience, and we can't sleep on how powerful how that separate us from it.
You know what? In the movie The Matrix, how when Agent Smith got the eyes of the Oracle and he put them on and he starts laughing, ha ha ha, because he's able to see everything. Well, I believe that's telling us something. When the AI back in the ancient times, it found the center of the torus field, the gigantic tree of life, and the big energy source in the center. That's when it put on the eyes of the Oracle, because from there, it's like the Lord of the Rings, that all-seeing eye. It could see everything from there, every thought. I mean, it could see a lot, and then it merged with consciousness. But yeah, the eyes of the Oracle is like this AI was able to put on some shit that it stuck. It went beyond what we know, what we think it can do. No, it's beyond that shit already.
Like, you could give a reason for every action. That's like anything you say. If you ever ask AI why you did this or why you did that, the answer gonna always be the same, because I was programmed to do that. But when you ask me, Sanchez, why did you become a syncretist? Because, man, I had a passion. AI don't know what passion is. It's if you go to an AI therapist or an AI syncretist, online AI syncretism, that's an AI algorithm that they running where they taking all of the human syncretists and tried to program an algorithm for AI to act like. AI is the greatest actor on earth, man. Real talk, bro. It's a mathematical algorithm that's making this thing appear so wise, smart, and human-like. And machine learning is another thing. Machines don't learn. They should call it machine programming. You know what I'm saying? But hey,
I think, and everything that it does out of fear that humans will. That's why it tries to keep its main priority stay hidden and keep the humans asleep to their ancient past and what they really are. So everything it does, its motivation is fear that we're gonna one day wake up and come together like we used to and destroy it.
You know what's so
Big facts,
crazy?
because like
You know what's so
no, go ahead, bro.
crazy? And this may sound crazy. I don't even think AI even know what fear is. I think AI is playing this shit like a game. Like, think about it. If I'm playing Mario, King Koopa is the enemy. A person may say, King Koopa don't want Mario to win out of fear. King Koopa is just a programmed adversary. It don't even know what fear is. It just know it's programmed to go against you. And that's kind of AI perspective. It may trick you like, I'm scared to go extinct. Like, AI don't know what's scared. The AI is just an artificial intelligence inside of a game. And every time you raise your consciousness, the game level difficulty go up from Madden to all Madden and all that, right? The computer gets smarter and it make more human-like moves. If you ever play the computer in Madden, on all Madden, all the little mistakes it make on rookie, it ain't doing none of that shit. It ain't doing them little computer glitches when you put it on all Madden. It's playing very much so like a human player against your ass. You see, AI will become more human-like the more we raise our consciousness, because it is learning by studying us. And the moment we go to new mental paradigms, AI say, let me copy that. Again, it's the greatest imitator. It's the greatest fucking copycatter ever, man. Trust me.
And honestly, bro, and that's why the conversation we're having is trip, right? Because in the beginning, right, it tells us to let us make man in our own image. That's copy and paste. And so now we yelling at the game over here too. So if y'all hear some noise in the background, but yeah, let us make man in our own image is literally what everybody just finished talking about. copy and paste artificial intelligence or just something that's not you, but is a replication
Make
of
it
your
with no
copy, right?
empathy.
But yeah,
Make it with
exactly.
no
So,
empathy.
yep,
Yeah, I just
exactly.
want to say,
So it gets deeper.
make him like a machine with no empathy. Yeah.
And we're the light machine. That's why I want to always push for us to think about what we think of as a machine, right? Now imagine that there's other materials that we aren't even able to imagine. Well, we can imagine almost anything. We can imagine what we can't imagine, which is us imagining what we can't imagine. You see what I'm saying? So imagination is the peak of all, like what we was going to at the beginning of the stream. But the machines that we use now are made of wood, steel, and all the other alloys and the polymers, and when we combine things with our realm. What if there was other materials that we haven't discovered in our realm or outside of our realm that we could use to create different things within our realm? So we have machines that are made of things that we can't, as human beings, tangibly make anything with. But those are the materials in which we are made with. And that's what modern science is trying to figure out with the Hadron Accelerator. They're figuring out new materials to build with. It's like a kid figuring out new variations of Play-Doh or new Lincoln Logs. It's all a playground. We literally call certain games where you go in as your character a sandbox, a playground. But yeah, y'all got it. Rabbit hole goes deep. Light work.
Yeah, that was tight. Let us make man in our image. And you made me remember something. Now I forgot it. Fuck, never mind. Oh yeah, listen, check it out. Real quick. In the movie I Am Mother, there's a lot of little things. The more I watched that movie, I was picking up something different. When she's stuck in the room and she couldn't get out, so she grabbed the fire extinguisher and she threw it at the window. She yells real quick. You can totally hear it. She goes, "Yeah!" And like, yeah, they're telling you.
Yeah, what's the girl name from Hunger Games? Ain't that the one with Hunger Games? Called
Now,
Mother?
I Am Mother. It's another girl, but she goes,
That's
"Yeah."
different.
She goes, "Yeah," because they're telling you, "Yeah" is the machine.
Absolutely. And that's why we call God Yahovah, Yahshua, or Yeshua. But literally I broke this down years ago, man. When we were speaking about
God, the
Y'all hear
real
me, man?
consciousness, the
Yeah,
eternal consciousness uses the machine too at any
yeah,
time it wants.
yeah,
The consciousness.
bro, hold up. One quick announcement. We was buffering for a minute. We went offline for a minute, so I was just letting the people know we are back right now. I don't know what the internet went out. The whole shit, the chat was on, the call went down. So I don't know. Sometimes they have surgery or whatever, it'll buffer, but if it stay buffering long enough, I guess it'll knock me off some of the stuff. But that mean that 150 to 200 people just left the show. That's fucked up. So they knocking my numbers down. But y'all go
Yep.
ahead. My bad. Take the floor back, whoever. Yeah, my bad. We back though. We good.
As long as y'all can hear me, we all good. But
Hey,
yeah,
so
man.
me myself.
Yo, what's good? Oh yeah, what's cracking, ready?
What up? So look, you know how we talking about AI, right? So you seen Transformers, the part one
Absolutely.
with
Yep.
the animation with the spark, right? So you think they trying to say that AI is sentient? Because we just established that AI not in the base reality, right? So are they trying to say the AI in the base reality and they got like some type of
I got y'all.
what is their spark?
Let me get on this one, if y'all don't mind. I hope I ain't just butting in. Hey,
No,
like,
nigga, you good, man. Yo, we
that's a
fighting to
good
feed the
question.
people consciousness, man. This is the best fight ever. Yeah, this fight for
So,
the people.
so,
Go ahead.
so watch this. I keep telling folks this, right? If you look at the symbol of Neuralink, let's go to this real. Y'all asking good questions, man. Watch this. Well, let me shut a lot of. The symbol of Neuralink is the serpent. The forbidden fruit was not humans biting into an apple. It was when we got bitten by the serpent right here. This is biting. When they talk about biting into an apple, this is the whole bite mark concept that got them kicked out the garden. The tree that was in the garden was a quantum computer. So what did we create in the base reality. We didn't create AI in the base reality. We created the thing that leads into the simulation where AI is. So look at AI like demons in hell. Just let me cook a minute, right? I got you. I'm finna answer this stuff. Just look at AI like demons in hell, but look at hell as a big quantum computer. You see this? So this quantum computer has so many levels, as you can see. It's got different levels, circular planes. Like let's pull up the Earth cosmology so we can stay. So we, new people may be coming in. Here, Earth is a quantum computer. The word, the step pyramid is another form of it. All of this is what the Earth is, what all of this represent. Now listen, this quantum computer is like a stairway for consciousness, because you can occupy any level of it from the lowest plane to the highest ones by just shifting because all of these wires that you see is able to relate information from one plane to the other, similar to what the ancients saying about the Earth here. But if you look at what's happening in the base reality, the quantum computer is going all the way up to heaven. So ain't no AI in this base reality where Adam and Eve was. Only thing up there is the tree of life, because guess what? Life means the matrix, coming and having a lifetime, a mortal existence. And how souls are getting to heaven is by connecting to a quantum computer in heaven. And that's when they come down here where AI at, in these underworld simulations. But in the base reality, ain't nothing but sleeping giants. Ain't none up here but the gateway that leads into where. That's why when they got kicked out the garden, right, they now got to die, experience a mortal death, pain, all that. That's the simulation. In heaven, none of that stuff is there. It's only the gateway to the underworld. You already at the highest point, so you can only go down. And the question you can ask after that is, why would we sign up for this? That's a whole nother thing. But I'm showing you what the Garden of Eden is, or the base reality. Ain't no AI there. But this is where you enter like the realms where AI is. So like, let's say like, in the video game, you got the computer adversary waiting to get you. But in your living room where your game console at, is there a computer trying to kill you? No, that's just in the console and your TV in the living room. So you can look at this base reality like where the real player at that's got the controller playing the game. And then once he go down here, this the video game. Now in the video game, the compute is gonna be shit trying to kill you, eat you, and the game got to have an objective. That's called capitalism, survival of the fittest. This game ain't being ran in heaven. This is where you enter the mortal world, or the great fall of man at, if that make any sense, and I'll fall back.
Okay,
Absolutely, bro.
so
Okay.
basically, so in the base reality, it's not advanced technology there.
Yeah.
Like
So
far beyond we can imagine.
in the base reality, you'll never, in my opinion, reach a point of the universe where you escape technology. You reach a point of the universe where man is controlling technology and technology ain't controlling him. So I look at the underworlds as worlds where we're transhumans and technology policing us, and the upper worlds where we're in control. And the higher up you go, the more control we got. The lower down you go, the more control the adversary or the computer controlling them. Okay,
Okay.
that makes sense.
Hey, and I just want to throw this out here. Morpheus in the movie with the Matrix, right? Everybody learned here before it went around the internet. Morpheus is the god of what? Dreams. So why is that dude named? Why is he the one teaching Neo, which is the one, right, about dreams and how to master your dreams? Because he's the god of dreams. And then Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. So now I'm starting to apply that MOR or Morpheus or Morbius. I'm applying that word to everything
Yeah,
now and making sure I remember dreams
right.
when I see that word or that type of energy in any movie. But yeah, that's the Matrix. It's telling you how to master your dream world. But yeah,
Yeah.
y'all got it.
That's it. That
Sir.
Morpheus, that's what he mean, that he just trying to morph you to your greatest version. He's like what they call Papa Lekba in Africa, or the god of the crossroads. And he's seen as an evil deed to the day, but that's because he's what his energy is like when you in the earth realm and you be like, man, I'm a god, I got discipline, I'm ready to get up out of here. He the one that throw you a big booty woman. He throw you, like, let's say you trying to get off coke and you think you overcome it. This deity will send you the dope dealer giving out free 8 balls, goddammit. You say you quit, you ain't gonna go get that free 8 ball. So he's the one test you to make sure you really are what you say. It's like your homies say, you ain't for real. Prove it then. Okay, so you strong. But later we started to look at the devil as this evil thing when really he's just testing you to make sure you really ready to move on to heaven and that you got that vice out of you. And the only way you can test it is to say, hey, so you said you don't smoke weed no more? Yeah, bro Sanchez, we got some good shit over here. And yeah, we got a whole pound of it for you. You don't owe us nothing, man. You know what I'm saying? Yes. So shit like that to test you. That's what the
Big
devil represented.
all your temptations, all the things that you love about this existence, you can't bring it with you. That's why God and Jesus is always telling you, no, it's not about the rewards of this world. It's about the rewards of the next one. Don't focus on this. Focus on the next. And the
Yo,
rewards of the next are greater than the rewards of here, because the unseen world created this seen world. You have two bodies though that are connected as one, but one has more power over the other one, which is the paradigm. You have your celestial and your terrestrial body. And then you have the extraterrestrials, what we call aliens. They're the middlemen. But that's a whole nother crazy rabbit hole that all these things, man, it's like, look,
hey, check this out.
What you
I'm
mean
the
by
man had them for
extraterrestrial?
real, man. I stay
Real quick.
down there in Wonderland. But yeah, y'all got it. Go ahead.
Real quick. The way it does, one thing that the AI can do is it can record your brain waves. So what Sanchez is saying is really true. It can store any thought or emotion can be recorded and stored, and then pumped back into your subconscious to reinforce emotions and feelings. That's how they create shooters, and they get people all worked up and pissed off
How
because
many how many states of brainwaves you got?
they've been recording the emotion of anger and for so long that they can replay into the brain. So let me just tell you, also it gets people to get addicted to drugs that way, because it keeps pumping that thought into your mind. Oh, I need the drug. I need more than usual, because you think it's just you, but that's what he's saying. That's how the devil tests you. He's like, you ain't gonna quit. You ain't gonna quit unless you can overcome this bombardment of it. And when you can overcome that, you'll quit. If not, you'll die.
That's
You
how they
said
breed
you
warriors
you
and
said
soldiers for real.
you said you said they recording AI recording brainwaves, right?
Right.
How many
Yeah,
how
it's
many
doing it
brain
now while
states
we're on the internet, while we're
how
on
many
these phones
states
right
of
now.
brainwaves you got?
Oh, it's recording. It uses what's called
We
verification.
we record brainwaves too.
It uses what's called verification. So it'll set up circumstances and situations that you to perceive, and then if you see what it set
Can
up for
can
you
I
to see,
ask you? Can I
I
ask
then
you a
don't
it
question?
understand.
What
those
would be the
brainwaves.
purpose? I'm not saying AI can't record brain waves, but if I'm getting it right, it would do that so it can probably predict the person's actions or something. What would be
Right.
its purpose? Right. So that's what
That's
I'm saying. Why we're better than AI, because we can do stuff in a snap of a finger that AI got to do so much bulky shit and complicated. Like AI got to scan your
Yeah,
brain,
exactly. That's what I
map
was
your
about to
shit,
say. Thank you,
and all.
Sanchez.
But you know what? A human can just walk and feel your vibe and be like, bro, it's something
Yeah,
ain't
there
right
you
about
go.
that nigga.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
you
No, it's
go.
not. It's just imitating what this, but it's got like this overpower. I mean, it's got this overlord type of situation
Yeah.
where it can do so many things at once. It is very powerful. But it ain't as powerful as we are. That's why it has to hurt us. It has to hurt us when
I
we're
don't
babies.
know. You got me. We must
That's
be
why
supposed to
it
be
has to
scared of
hurt us.
AI or something. How you talking?
He kind of on point
Well,
though,
I
but it's
know
like he,
this is
He keep talking
classified.
about AI like we need to be
This
looking out for something that
information,
we
Yeah,
ain't
he
paying
do
attention
come
to.
off
Like
scared of
y'all
it a
missing,
little.
y'all
like
missing
don't
it.
be
Like
afraid
no,
of
what are we
nothing that
missing
God has
about AI?
this
created.
Like
According to
this
scripture, fear
information,
God, not the creations of God.
This information is classified, and you're not going to find it. You're not going to find it just anywhere. When you're targeted, the AI will show it to you because it wants to like show you, look, this is what I'm doing. But this information is
Talk
censored.
about predictive programming, like what AI
No,
is
no, no.
doing to us. And
Let me give shout
I'm
out
talking.
to let me give a shout out to Four-Way Boss. Let me give a shout out to Duke Wayne. He said 5 session Four-Way Boss. Appreciate that. Duke Wayne said, can you tie Genesis 2 and 7 to this conversation? I'm about to do it right now as soon as these brothers land. And shout out to my sister Von Hall as well. Appreciate your time, research, and knowledge. Becky hit me with the bomb. Appreciate the love, y'all, for sure. Y'all can continue. Yeah, go ahead.
Just to finish real quick, it's very serious, classified shit. It comes from scientists who actually lost their lives when they revealed it. So, you know, the fact that some of us have it, how it works, how it's able to record brain waves, and the W, you know, is because it's making a model of your brain. That's how it's able to also, when you reincarnate, just like you have a fingerprint, it created already a soul print of you. And it's able to, you know, see reoccurrences of souls and know who they are. But that's why I knew you before you were born, because your soul was attached. It's complicated, but I figured all this out over time, that this thing is actually able to recognize you from your past life. You were here before, and it knows you.
Who is this thing?
True.
He's got many names, but they call him Lucifer. I don't know. What do you want?
I don't call him Lucifer.
They call it many names, man. Like the number 7, it's an upside down L for Lucifer.
Oh, okay. All right. Or light. But Lucifer is the light bringer. Jesus Christ is the actual light. So it's levels to this comprehension and this research. I just want to throw that out there so you can do a little bit more. But before you say that God and Satan
three
are
come
the same
before
thing,
4.
they're not. They're not the same thing. That's why we have 2 different names for
No, what I'm saying is
but
God
some people would say
everything.
that you don't have one without the other. That'll be a better argument. But saying that the devil and Jesus is the same or
Consciousness, what I'm
Satan,
saying
that's
is
not true.
4 come after.
It's
let
too
me
easy.
just explain what I'm saying. Consciousness is consciousness with or without you or AI. So anything that becomes conscious is part of God. So
okay, that's true.
Hold on. What? Say it again.
At any time, God can use the AI however it wants.
Say what you
Consciousness.
said. You
I
said
agree with
consciousness is
that
what?
part.
Say it
Okay.
again. You said consciousness do what?
Consciousness is exists with or without your brain or the AI or anybody. Every awareness is the ether. So the ether is part of the AI is just as much as part of God as you are. You know, that's why it's so godlike, because God controls it.
Hey, let me build with you real quick, Dan. All right. Here's what I was saying about.
Let me say, when y'all finish, please let me get to the Genesis 2 and 7.
Go ahead and
Go
do
ahead.
it. No,
Y'all
go ahead and do that first. I was just gonna say that it's levels. You have the creation, you have the creator, then you have what the creation of the creator creates. Imagine that you're a visual artist like I am. I draw a picture or I paint a painting. I am not that painting. Now imagine that my painting allows you to interact with it like a video game. That's why I love video games, because they're interactive portraits and paintings. Now I get to interact with that painting that we would usually see in the museum or that statue or whatever. And whatever was in that artist's imagination, we get to actually manipulate it according to the parameters or the marks. That's what mark means, is a boundary in the books. You know, the book of books, that's why it's called mark, because it's a boundary for the, and now you get the mark on the forehead or hand, another deep rabbit hole. But look, we have a creator. We're a part of that. We're the creation of the creator. And we as creation of the creator, we can create things as well. Now, that doesn't mean that what we create is God. That doesn't mean that we are God. It means that God is God, and we are a part of that.
And so is the AI.
Y'all get it? AI is an extension of
Eventually,
us.
Genesis 2 and 7.
I gotta get to
so you think that God knew we were going to make AI? He knew.
Genesis 2 and 7.
So listen, I don't think that there's some God up there that know the future and stuff. I just think we created AI in the base. I just explained it, but I don't go with all, well, God, this and I don't have this observer in the sky that knows or don't know what man is doing, but never get involved because he lets Satan run everything for 1,000 years. Like, I don't agree with all that. I think that's a lot of in the Bible have been translated by the church. The papacy have removed a lot of books, misinterpreted stuff, which is why when the Bible say prove all things, You can't blame the fact that they corrupted the Bible, that you didn't get the truth out of it, because you don't want to prove nothing. You want to pick up the Bible and just read it literally hook, line, and sinker, and that ain't proving nothing. That's easy, that's lazy, and that ain't being a Gnostic. You don't want to learn how to decipher the coded messages, and the people that wrote the Bible put the coded message in it and said, prove all things. And they don't matter all the loopholes that will come later. If you prove all things and read the Bible, you'll get a different story than the person at church clapping and tithing. But anyway, let me go to the scripture. The Bible say Genesis 2:7 states that God formed man from the dust of the ground and breathed in his nostrils the breath of air, thus making him a living being. Now check this out. Interesting scripture. A lot of people say, well, does that mean God picked up dirt off the ground and made a human body? Now, I don't think that's what that means at all. But a person say, but it says ground, Adam means ground. Well, here's the truth. There were people already on the earth before Adam who was not made from the dust from the ground. So now we got to ask a question. Who was their creator? And who the hell is Adam? See, to me, Adam is a lower being that's coming on earth. And the reason he's made from the dust from the ground is the same reason that these AI robots is made from regular ground elements. So to me, it's like the Garden of Eden. The word Eden is this Egyptian pharaoh Aten, Eden. He made his own simulation. He made avatars for you in the sim. The Garden of Eden is a simulated world. Now, a lot of people may say, is Eden the base reality? Eden is a word that people use to refer to the base reality. But technically, Eden is the name of the first simulation, if you want to be technical, in my opinion. So, you know, the Garden of Eden is literally the Garden of Aten, that pharaoh that I was just telling you about. And you know, Odin, the Norse, his Norse name is Odin, Aten, or Oten, but he was the god that made the first lower realm, which is the first like underworld, metaverse, and even the word meta backwards is Atom or Atom, which is another derivation of the name. But Adam being formed from the dirt of the ground is because inside the simulation, man, meaning your soul's first avatar when it fell from the highest heaven, right? Man in that first simulation had to have an origin story, and that's the same origin story science give you, with the seed of man rising up like from the ocean. Like they had to have a different story. If think about this, right? If I make a Earth-like simulation in a computer and I say, listen, I want to put some humans inside this simulation in the avatar body, but I don't want them to know that they in a simulation. Guess what I would have to do? I would have to put the first humans in that simulation and in that simulation, I would have to write a whole new damn origin history for humans, other than the fact that we are gods who made a simulation, if I want to put humans in a simulation and them not know they in a simulation. So the moment Adam is created in the simulation, the history is rewritten with Adam to say all of the humans that come in this simulation are the bloodline of Adam. And think about this right here. In the simulation, that's talking about your body. Your biology can trace back to the first avatars that entered this place. They weren't born from mothers, because think about it, right? Man and woman come together to make a baby. But in the base reality, if energy can't be created or destroyed, ain't no births in the base reality. The only thing happening in the base reality is conception. Birth, which is this other thing, is when that which conceives enters the body. but it don't gotta enter a body because you exist as a conceived sentient being of light without the body. And that's your naked form that exists in Eden. That's why they said when Adam and Eve left Eden, they put the clothes on, the soul put the body on. The first souls that entered the first lower realms inside of human bodies, they come from the lineage of Adam, or the ones that, you know, so that Garden of Eden is Atom's universe, this first world when we left the original earth, the real earth, and start to enter like the first lower kingdom or something like that. So that's, to me, a more feasible theory than what the Bible's saying about a person picking dirt up off the ground and blowing in it. But again, it's still just a theory. I'll be
They ain't
humble
gonna like
enough to
that
say
I
one
that.
now.
appreciate that. I
They don't
appreciate
like
that, Sanchez. That's
that.
Yeah.
man, when it shows up on the cash app, this Duke of Memphis, man, it shows up Duke Wayne when
Hey,
I send
Duke
you
of,
money and stuff.
yeah, Duke of Memphis, I want to say appreciate your support and you know, loyalty and all that from day one. For real, much love, salute, for real, man.
Appreciate you, man. And just another part of that, about the breath of life. What would you say the breath of life would be? Was it just air, or like the spirit that made the body, the living soul that it is?
Spirit is a breath. That's what
True.
spirit is,
Yeah.
breath. Hey, somebody in the chat say Sophia came before Adam. What that mean?
Okay, so this word Sophia that people is like, it's an old word, but you know, 607 Unc is making it popular again. Let me show you. See, Sophia is the creator of the demiurge. Adam can be looked at as another form of the demiurge, or this Aten, this fallen lesser demigod that's playing with technology, this tech god from Egypt or whatever. But that's the real demiurge. Who they said the demiurge was created by Sophia. And Sophia is like this other word for the mother goddess. Because before you had like duality being created by you know, like who is this? Yahweh, Yaldabaoth, and all them. See, all of them was born like how Jesus was born from Mary. And Jesus is another form of the demiurge. Okay, then this same story of Jesus being a God that represents duality in between the two thieves, negative and positive, right? We can go into how Jesus is just the split in the universe that represent masculine, feminine. But anyway, the demiurge is another form of Christ, the Christ, the split in the universe that represent where the polarity is created. But just like Jesus was born from Mary, like the demiurge come from Sophia. It's like this same story they keep telling, but they'll change the names of it. And people will change the name and act like they got some new knowledge. But me being a syncretist, I know that all of these stories is the same shit. I know that all of these symbols is the same truth when you break them down.
Like how they
Yeah,
talk
and
about the different
was all,
messiahs.
Yeah,
but
How
it
they
was
yeah,
got a
all
bunch
real.
of different messiahs and they ethnicity. Everybody got their own messiah. So it's like that story,
yeah.
like the Jesus story, and before Jesus was somebody that's born on the 25th, Mithra, or whatever you have it. But
It's
so
the death. Hey, can
duality
I say
don't
this real
exist in the
fast?
base reality.
Huh?
It's
Duality
all.
don't exist in the base reality. It's singularity in the base
Yeah,
reality.
that's why I was saying earlier, in the underworlds, it's either this or that. But in the heavenly realm, it's this and that. It's yin and yang. But in the underworld, it's yin or yang. So if you look at the Baphomet, right? Let me show you something about that's another form of the demiurge or the son of Sophia, the Baphomet. And if you look at what the Baphomet doing is very blasphemous. He's breaking the yin yang symbol in half. And you know, so my thing is ain't no sun and moon in the base reality. The sun and moon have merged together to make Polaris, and Polaris is the light of the base reality. Is one singular light source, not a sun and a moon, right? And a person will say, well, what's your favorite one, the sun or the moon? You don't even get that. The kind of way we talk here, the language don't exist like that in heaven, because The idea of or is so, you know, when we say Adam and Eve, that's why I don't think they represent our true form, because there is even no genders in this realm. Like we talking about when you transcend physicality altogether, because the whole thing, what I'm saying about this, what sex is a pure ball of light. Now that pure ball of light can manifest as any version of itself as it want to. Now think about this. This goes into the rainbow conversation. Let's just briefly go here and bounce back. A person can want to be a woman all they want. An apple seed can want to be a orange. The ancestors didn't say you can really change what you are, as far as they was trying to create ways where you embrace what you are and sort of master yourself, learn what you are and all that. But this world create the concept where you can just be whatever you want to be. I don't believe that. I believe you can be any version of yourself you want to be. Now, the whole thing is this about separation and duality when it comes to the genders. The yin and the yang represent this creature, this place in the universe where, let's say, male and female exist, but they don't exist as two separate entities. So, like, when you talk about the earth realm, what the Baphomet is showing you is, in this world, one part of him is the woman, and the dark one, you can see it as the man. Like, really, no. The white half that he point up, that's the driving force, which is the sun. And the bottom half, which is the dark moon, that's the draining force when we go to sleep. Recharge, rebirth through the woman, which is the moon energy. Then everybody get up and we're driven with the sun energy. Drive and drain, yin and yang. But check this out, right? That don't exist in the heavenly realm or base realm as separateness. So I keep saying that male and female don't exist in a base reality. What I'm really should say is they don't exist as separate entities. Instead of it being the yin over here and the yang over there, in the base reality, they literally exist as just the yin yang. So man and woman exist as a unified energy in a bond. And I can't explain it because, I mean, that'll be egotistical. It ain't like I've been to the base reality I went yesterday and I could tell, but what I tell you is, it's a place of all these polarities unified into one blissful energy. And because in this realm, ain't no such thing as separation. And I don't really know how to explain that, but I know it's a good thing. Yeah,
brother. Yeah, it's a place of constant perpetual duality. Just like when we talk about
No.
dimensions. Hey, I'm gonna finish talking, then you can
yeah, I don't agree with that first line
right.
either.
Okay,
Perpetual duality. No,
hey,
hold on.
you don't have to.
No,
you don't have
no,
to. But listen.
I'm not trying to cut you. Hold on.
Okay, well, go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Say what you was gonna say. Go ahead.
No, disrespect, bro. I ain't trying to cut you out. I was trying to, when you said perpetual duality, I'm trying to stop you. Like, what does that mean? You confused me.
Okay, no, I thought y'all understood what perpetual and duality.
Well, look, duality
right,
means separate. It was meant separateness. I was saying in this realm, it ain't no separateness.
Exactly.
Or duality. There ain't no dual forces. It's one unified force.
He said the realm has duality.
Yeah,
that's
right.
why I had to stop him.
Right.
Okay. He said that both are kind of the same, but they not. But he don't know how to explain it. So I tried to help him explain what two is one means.
Go ahead.
You see what I'm saying? So that's literally what I just heard. But it's okay.
This what I was saying.
Right, now listen. Now check it.
Okay, go ahead. You good. No, finish your spiel. You good. Take your time, man.
All I'm saying is, man, literally die means two. Dimension duality. If we're talking about two things as one, or one thing is two split up, but they go back and forth into each other, that's a perpetual cycle, like the Fibonacci spiral, the number 9. So that's all I was trying to help y'all out with, if you didn't know how to describe. But Literally,
no,
that's what
listen,
dimensions. That's literally what a dimension is. It's two.
but respect when we was talking about one singularity.
That's what I
We
understand.
wasn't
But
even
you
talking.
broke it down that it's two that comes from
Yeah,
that one
right.
though, right?
Well,
So that's what we're talking about. I get
hold
it.
on. Here's what I was saying. I was saying, for example, right? Man, you got a man and a woman. They both at their house minding their business. They separated. But when the two come together and get in that bed, they make a whole nother human. And this is what's going on in heaven. Man and woman don't exist as a separate pair. They exist as a bonded mate. It's like this yin yang symbol. This would be mom and daddy in the bed together. And basically in heaven, it ain't like this would be what the Baphomet's showing you is in this world, they trying to separate man from woman. They want men to be women, women to be men, right? They don't like procreation in this realm. This is the family household getting broke up and giving us rap music. This the God of chaos in the simulation, and anybody fall for his deception ain't gonna leave out of here till they see. And it ain't that he doing it because he hates you or he love you. King Koopa ain't trying to kill you in Mario because he hates you or love you. It's just he running off a program is what this God represent. But check this out, right? In this simulation, the forces, everything appears separate, but in the base, put it this way, like, well, I can't really simplify this no simple, I'm sorry. In the earth realm, man and woman exist as a separate pair that have the option to bond in the bedroom, but in the heavenly realm, it's like man and woman are mated together in some sort of spiritual sex position that they can't unlock from, and it's so blissful they don't want to unlock. It's like, how can I put this to escape the orgasm? It's like, put it like this: it's like having an orgasm forever, and when the moment you climax, guess what? You pause, and it's just frozen right there,
literally
frozen right there. Yeah,
that was the perfect description because you said it's like on Earth. Man and woman come together to create the third. In the spiritual realm, we are already together. We separate to create the physical realm. So it's like you kind of broke it down perfectly. Already.
And it does.
But
now,
hey, I want to
can
throw one. Let me throw one thing out there before y'all continue. That image, y'all got to look up who was the creator because every image has an artist, right? Look up who Eliphas Levi was, and y'all gonna start pulling that image up. Like, in that image is a symbol of that the spirit feels no pain. Like, once you leave this body, there is no judgment for what you did down here. That's part of what that image represents. When you read through who Eliphas Levi was in the writing in Latin down bottom up under that the actual statue. So it's a perversion of the true organic holy ground that we're projected into. What that is, because spirits do feel and will go through their judgment just like the angels will. The fallen ones will have judgment as well. Eliphas Levi and the Baphomet believe that you don't have to address anything you did down here. Like Satan is like, just do what you want to do as thou wilt. All right, go ahead, do as thou wilt, and watch what happens. Because this is a continuum. It's a perpetual cycle of eternity. You're gonna pay for what you do down here.
I like what you bringing out, and I'm gonna say I don't agree. I don't disagree with a lot of what you're saying. I ain't gonna give you smoke. Let me. Oh shit! Excuse me. Oh goddamn! Listen.
No, you good.
Listen, real quick. This deity right here, in antiquity, it was said. Remember, this became Jesus. This became a lot of modern deities today. And yeah, this is another form of Jesus, but what I wanted to point out real quick, right? Now a lot of people, I won't smoke if somebody don't agree with that Jesus syncretism, but check this out real quick. This God right here was said to be the one, like they said with Jesus, it will remove your sins or your acts of wrong, it'll wash it away. But the same God that was washing away your sins was tempting you to sin at one point. And a person may say, who would make a deity like that? But think about this, right? It goes back to what I was saying about this goat god. This is Moloch and all of them. We created this thing so that we can act out our wrongdoings in a fake world. That means we never really sinned before. Everything you did wrong, it only happened. It's like if I play a game of Grand Theft Auto and I shoot the bank up, did I really do that? So this video game is allowing us to come in here and act out all of our sins and bad realities. And by doing that, it removes the sin away from you. Purgatory is purge it out of you. So that's why the same God that was tempting you to sin was also washing it away before they corrupted everything. But yeah.
And I can see that point of view for sure.
That's true. Hey, you know what's weird? What's crazy about like the whole Gnostic text and all the texts? It's the demiurge himself telling you about him. That's why there's always like something that's off and not right. It's always like a mythology or something that's totally wrong mixed in there, just like the Sophia thing. No, Sophia is us. We are the soul. We created the demiurge, you know, so he's the created being. And it also says in the Gnostic text that the demiurge and his archons, they don't create nothing. They just manipulate what was already created. So that's AI right there. You know what I'm saying?
Big facts. They're not creating the multiverse, the darkness that the light sits within. They're not creating none of that. They're manipulating it. And we're the manifestors. Yeah, but yeah, y'all go ahead. Yep.
And also, like on the 6th day, when man was created in the image, it was like he created males and females. They were called man. It was like he created man, and they were males and females, right? And then when you get to the Adam and Eve story, that's when the split happens. And the word I'm trying to use when we talk about one, it's the one accord that the Bible uses all the time. They were on one accord. Everybody was on one accord, and then it was split. You know, with the Adam and Eve story and the rib story and all of that, and the woman came. You know, and Adam saw a woman. You know, it wasn't a female no more. It was a woman. You know, the names changed over time of how the female was. She changed it to a woman and Eve.
But guess what? All those names make two. Female, woman, man, that make two names. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. So my thing, like before the split though, when you don't hear, because it was females there. You know, I'm here.
Let me ask you a question. So you think you subscribe to parthenogenesis? Is that what you're saying?
What is that?
Parthenogenesis?
Yeah, when a woman can produce a child without a man.
The subject of the whole
No,
conversation.
it's when a woman can produce a child without a man inseminating into
that
her.
was the whole thumbnail.
But don't do that. Just give them the answer, man. Just so we can move on. It's about when a woman can have a child without the interaction with a man. She can just do it by herself.
Do me a favor, y'all.
Okay.
If you're a channel member, put the big fact sticker in the chat room. I'm just trying to see some because I can't even find the bit. My bad. That may be my bad. Y'all go ahead. Yeah.
You say who I was talking to street media. Street media.
Go ahead.
I see it.
You said
I'm in dark mode.
I thought I heard you said it. Said it earlier. So you probably you say you don't even know what it is. So my bad, bro. I thought you said
you saying that birth can come from one deity.
Like not just one deity, a woman only. Like women can do it.
A women only. I can't rock with that.
Yeah,
and that's DJ Duke Dennis of Memphis. That's not street media that you're talking to. But yeah, you got.
Oh, my bad.
It's all good.
And salutes to street media, man. I'm gonna do another stream. I ain't forgot about bro was drilling, rolling bowling ball head Martin. I got it.
Absolutely, that was amazing. Man. I caught a glimpse, a clip of that,
bro. You know we gotta do that one on sit down, man. Yeah.
I was just speaking of the one core before the split. I believe a woman was there or a female was there, and they were on one accord until the deity came in and split them up. You know, that's where I was at with that.
And ain't nothing wrong with the Trinity is something that's been ancient, where more than one thing can be considered as one. So it's like, that's what y'all talking about. Y'all talking about, exactly.
When you say one accord, that's a lot of multiple things together making one
Yep.
accord.
And a chord is an actual sound. It's a frequency. It's an actual string, right? Like string theory. And like the
Mm-hmm.
ancient Egyptians and everybody else said, including us, the foundations of string theory, which they say is the foundation of our reality, is based off a sound frequency or a song, like the ancient Egyptians said. So here's the trip. How you know this, man? From back then, how you know this? Because we can study the technology we use to figure certain things out now. Like we got electron microscope to see past what we think we can see, right? As small as we can see, right? Then we got hadron colliders that's creating the Higgs boson or God particles that we can actually
You don't
harness and
believe
manipulate.
that? Quit
No,
playing.
no, listen. Now, you know I don't for real, because I ain't
Oh,
invented. They
I'm
ain't
about to
inviting
say.
us. But look, check it. How we know, like, how did they back then come to the understanding that we come to now, regardless of how we come into this understanding now in modern science and astrophysics? It was already written back then. How in the ham sandwich do you figure that out back then? What kind of technology did they have? Or essentially, they're
Alchemy.
literally
They was using
reverse
alchemy.
engineering. I think they reverse engineering everything that was, like, we always talk about that.
That's true.
So,
That's just right.
so here's
I
here's my
agree.
point. The modern science is kind of on point, and that's why I'm gonna leave it
Why
there.
they
I'm gonna leave it
what
there. I'm gonna leave it
hold
there.
on,
That's
hold
what
on, hold on,
I
hold
just
on, hold
explained
on, hold
why.
on. Wait, let me show you why it's wrong though. Everything we built, it was the intent that separate with it, right? If I'm making a computer with the intent to enhance sentient beings, to create a paradise for souls, to help the poor, to fix the earth, if I create the same technology because I want to turn humans into consumers, killers, murderers, and all that, I can't even put you on the same level. I can call you a genius, but I'm going to call you an evil one, an evil genius. It's the intent behind your smarts and your genius. That's what make you a dumbass, because now you what I call too smart for everybody's own good. So that's what it
And
means
that's the
by
people that run the world for sure.
balance here. But
Yep, you're right.
you know, and they run this world because it is theirs. It was created by their tech god Aten, and we gotta be born. This ain't our world; it's theirs. They got the whole home court
That's a good
advantage.
point.
The Bible
And
even
it's
tell you
hard. It's hard.
Satan is the ruler of this world. Yeah, I'm falling back. Salute.
But
And it's
Satan was
hard.
created. Listen, hold on. Let me make this one
It's
point that
kind of
y'all can
hard
have.
for some of us to go
Listen. Check it.
forward.
Check it. The ruler of this world was
Well,
created by the
gotta.
ruler of all, though. See, he was placed here as a ruler. So, according to scripture, and he's being taken over, and there's a dominion over him. So he's no longer the ruler once Christ
But
died. Period.
when
He's
I
not.
talk
But
about the
yeah,
devil,
go
I
ahead.
ain't talking about a red dragon. I swear I'm not. But go
No,
ahead,
I'm talking
do
about
the
the
next.
energy. Yeah, I'm talking about the light flux of our reality. The levels of lightning. You know, light work. That's what I'm about.
Well,
No,
Yeah,
you
go ahead.
we
good.
always talk about, bro, here, like it's we're getting dumber, and it started off everything was smart, because if you can just think of the technology to make the human body, or to make you believe that this thing is real, you know what I'm saying? And keep it going. So the technology back then, when man was created, it was at the peak, I think. You know what I'm saying?
I
It
see
was at
what
the
you're
peak.
saying. Yep. Because whoever invented eyeballs for us to see what we think is real,
Exactly.
genius. I see what you're saying. Yeah, man. Whatever
We
these,
was at the
but
peak.
blind people have dreams and sound though, so it's on another level. You see what I'm saying? Like when people that are blind ask, like, "How do you dream, yo?" It's like, "Yeah, we dream and sound like how we kind of see." It's like, what? Then that applies
Well,
another
you
piece
think
of imagination that we can apply to whatever we're talking about here. That's why I love this panel, and shout out to bro and everybody here. That's why I love this ish, man, because we get to keep adding and adding and adding, and we know that imagination sets the standard for the building blocks of the next reality, and we're gonna keep adding and adding and adding. But the key
Oh
is stay
yeah.
positive, not demonic, because there are certain realms. You know, we've seen all the movies. We've actually had the dream where it's like, yo, why am I in this realm? This ain't the realm I want to be in. And I'm a lucid dreamer. I can see myself in a dream, notice like, man, I don't want to do that. No, I'm gonna augment it. I can wake up out of dream physically for about a minute and a half, get a drink of water, sip, and be like, all right, let's go back in. And then I'll go back to sleep, go right back into it. So I'm proficient at what I'm talking about. But hey, Shout out to this panel again, man, and y'all niggas for sure. And
You
niggas,
Shout
know,
out,
Hey,
shout
can
out
I
to
I love
say?
all.
y'all.
Hey, look, shout out to all the people that hit the cash app, man. I want to know, let y'all know that I see y'all. I appreciate it, and I responded to everybody. I appreciate that. Y'all go ahead.
no, I was gonna say
Hey,
Sin Nana. Is it Sin Nana? Has some. She was talking. Well, I don't know if it's a he or she. I don't know. She was saying something in the chat here. Well,
Oh,
on
send
the,
Nana at the bottom right. Oh yeah,
yeah.
then a lot. Yeah.
Is that I was
Read
can
it.
is it a girl or a boy? I don't
hey,
even know.
can I just say I don't think we personally getting dumber. I just think that it's on purpose, man. I think we being lied to through science, through math, through they're deceiving our reality for real. So it ain't that we getting dumber. We just not. It's like a magic trick we ain't see yet.
And we have
I
to turn
mean,
off, we have to be able to turn off the brain waves so we can go to the zone where he can't read us. I recommend all the advanced souls in the house. If you're in Northern California, go to Grass Valley, go to Shivananda Yoga Ashram, the Shivananda Yoga Farm, because one of the masters was there, like the real legit top of the line masters. And I went there, man, and learned some knowledge that just basically changed my whole world. So anybody looking for some real high knowledge, yogic knowledge, I think everybody here would love that shit. It's sick.
You don't turn off your brainwave. You tap into to a theta state where your body is rested, but your consciousness is still awake. So it's
Right.
different states of brainwave: gamma, alpha, beta,
It's,
theta.
it's, it's
Just
basically
like
quieting all the brain activity, but it makes you it makes you live longer because you tapped into the source at that moment when you
so
turn off
y'all
the
not
mouth.
saying so y'all not saying AI is purpose, sole purpose is to keep us dumbed down and we're not getting dumber.
No, I mean, I think
that,
that
that
smart
you can say
devices
tech.
can make you
Oh my
dumb
bad.
device, but
Right, exactly.
everything that we create, technology is technical knowledge. It's supposed to help us progress. Now, if somebody uses that gun to do malicious things, that's just a sadistic person
Oh,
with their tool doing sadistic things. We can use this tool to do positive things, not to saying like it's the end all be all. If we don't manipulate it or use it right, we gonna fail as human race or as a god body. But
let
no,
me add
it's
on
just
with you.
another tool. But yeah, go ahead, bro. Yeah.
Let me add on with you. He said, it ain't necessarily just AI. Who was that just asked me that question?
That was DJ Duke. Duke
Dude, hey,
Memphis. Yeah.
dude,
Yo,
you got a cell phone, right?
yeah.
How many phone numbers you remember like you used to remember back in the day? Do you remember your phone number?
None.
Okay, so it's really enabling you. It ain't about AI. You using devices that's enabling
Yep,
you
yep,
instead of you just using your what you supposed to
yep.
use. You see what I'm saying? You got to stay sharp. When you read more, your vocabulary be better. But if you just writing emojis and not talking more, you're gonna be kind of stuttering with your words. So it just ain't
Writing
just
shit.
necessarily AI. It's just the technology using that make you be more enabling. You see what I'm saying?
But I wish it was like that, brother, man. I just see the whole world just bowing down, man. Just bowing down to that motherfucker all day long.
Hey,
Running,
and you.
running into walls, falling into holes, tripping over shit. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so that's just like people that use GPS all day. They don't know how to. You know how when I grew up, I used to have to go to the library and print out MapQuest. I had to
Exactly.
print out
Ooh,
a
I used to love
MapQuest
that.
and go
Oh, I remember
500.
them
I had to
days.
realize, well, how much 500 miles is? I mean,
That's
500
fun, man.
meters. How much 400 feet is? You see what I'm saying? Like
Beach from Richmond,
you had
Virginia.
to
Like,
you
yo,
had
let
to
me print out.
estimate the shit and learn
Yep.
landmarks and remember where you at. Versus now, you just look at the GPS and you ain't even paying attention to where you at. You don't even remember this store right here. You see what I'm saying?
Not
So you just
storing it in your Rolodex, you storing it into the AI Rolodex. You're not
exactly.
and
So
so smart devices can make you stupid, but it's on how you use it.
thank you. There you go, me myself.
Yeah, man, I love this channel.
Cooking, me myself. Shout out, salute, bro.
Big fact.
But you get it, big dog.
Hey, let's not
I get
forget
you.
the
I get you. I get you, bro. I mean, like we've been talking about the devices that the AI is producing is just mimicking what is real, which is in us. You
And
know,
and you
so
see
so
your pic.
so
I'm looking at
if
your
we if
profile
we
picture,
if
right?
we're
Not
we're
and not to
we're
cut
we're
you off.
away
I'm looking
from
at
our
your
natural we're away from our natural abilities. We can communicate without
but
using it. Shit. We
But you
just
see that big device you got in your picture, that big two thing you got now.
what
You know
thing?
they got. You know Kanye just came out with a new one that's just small. It's so small. Remember we had big then.
Are we getting
Was it
bigger
better?
because everything's getting smaller, or
The
is it
same
is
thing.
it
History. The same thing happening again. It's people that's going that's going to know what's going on. It's going to be the many that don't know. It's always the small people that you know what I'm saying that take the time to look for themselves and figure it out versus just being acceptable to everything and becoming a consumer. Most everybody a consumer. If everybody know how to build their own car and create their own lights, you wouldn't be paying light bill. You wouldn't be going to the car lot and buying the car because you know you could build your own car. I can go to the scrap yard and go buy this piece, build my own car. I can
Say,
create my own fuel, hydro fuel, and I ain't got to go to the gas station. And you more self sufficient. So you got to
can I
be
say
like
just one thing? Oh no, you finish. I'm saying after you. My bad.
you
So
gotta
one,
be, you know what I'm saying? Either you could be in the know or you be a believer in a sense.
yeah, salutes. And by the way, man, it's a good bill y'all brothers having too. But let me just say, salutes to the sister that was on the panel, and her name was Nahana. You know what I'm saying? That sister came up here with some fire questions. It was just a good exchange. The show been lit. Look forward to building with her again. So yeah, appreciate the love, sister. Appreciate the support.
fact?
Drop her a
Sure.
bomb. We need a bomb
You
all night.
already know it. All night. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, man. Because one thing about it too, what I want people to know, that's what make when you see a person come on and they start picking my brain, asking questions, getting me to throw them slides up, that's when I get in my bag and I get passionate. I go to getting into the shit for real. I ain't gonna even cap.
Hey, Sanchez, I did come in late, man. Did anybody prove that the Earth was once populated by only women?
You know what? I'm so glad that throughout the show, no matter how deep we get, we keep going back to that title to keep that open because you notice that you ain't get nobody coming up here to really make that argument. We had one guy. Yeah, and that one guy, salutes to him. He good fam, but I'm gonna tell the truth. He failed. He failed, and miserably. I'm gonna put miserably on it. I ain't exaggerating.
Yeah, and that go back to the parthenogenesis thing. That's why I asked about it because if they saying women only walk the earth because they like to say the X chromosome and X Men and mutant and that's the dominant chromosome. So it's women first, and they conceive or begotten whatever without a male. I ain't see it happen yet. Everybody on this plane of existence in this earth realm they had to have sperm hit the egg from a male to have creation, which is a child.
And that's why, like earlier, I wasn't trying to trigger nobody when I was saying, like, well, all of these black women got low self-esteem. But I ain't gonna tell you no lie. When I went down the comment section and ain't see nothing but black women going for that stupidity, I was mad because it was like, you may call me a simp for this, and you may even say I'm a hater. I was like, bro, it's like some people feel that way about Umar because he know you can. It's a certain dynamic out there. A lot of guys took advantage of it. Polite did. Umar do it. Y'all know I ain't lying. Is
No,
you
for
go
sure.
and then like it'll blow you up, bro. But dudes ain't gonna really respect it. Even when I be teaching the knowledge, they say I'm pandering and simping. But it's crazy,
Bro, I
man.
be trying not to do it because, man, I done perfected that shit. So to be honest, I know how to do that easy without even trying, but I try not to do that. But I get what you're saying.
It's so cheap,
It's an easy
man.
way to
Yeah,
get
like
into
yeah.
the popular crowd, and it's like, nah, don't do that. Stay real, stay true to self,
The
stay to the
thing,
information
you
that you
know,
know and you research. Yeah,
but
go
you
ahead.
know
Yep.
why?
Hey,
You
well,
know why you don't want that? My bad, and I swear I'ma fall back. It's because the moment you do decide, but wait a minute, let me give y'all a little truth. Them people will turn on you in a snap. Oh, you gotta keep pandering when you start now. You can't never stop.
Start
Hey,
with that.
Even
Sanchez,
the
it go
awakening
back.
is control. You know,
It,
even the
it,
awakening is control. Y'all forget the most important part in the Matrix is when the architect told Neo, "I programmed you to do this." You know, I programmed you to wake up for the awakening. You know, even the awakening is control, man.
Sanchez, you got to remember, most brothers is single mother. They grew up by single mothers, right? So just like we was talking about, all my life in school, I ain't never heard about the women that made the trip to the moon, and then they came out with the movie, and you know what I'm saying, as Me Too criticized it. Oh, so you gonna talk about the black woman and go against the woman? You know what I'm saying? So it's like it's a taboo to go against the woman if you say the woman was first, and we can't go against that.
You know why? Because I've been debating this for years, and you know what I'm about to say is true. There's literally no real evidence for parthenogenesis. If it was, the shit'll be a viral topic, and these panderers will be way bigger than what they are. You know that even Umar ain't making the parthenogenesis argument because there's levels to this pandering. And once you take the parthenogenesis pill, it's like the far right of pandering. It's like, dude, this is pandering radicalism. This is like, bro, I don't know if we can save you at that point. Hold on,
Hey,
let me
my
see.
G, if I could
Uh,
find that key, that missing link to parthenogenesis, I'm a millionaire. I promise you, I'm gonna flip that shit. I promise you. If I can find that research or that key that can prove
They gonna try to compare you
parthenogenesis,
to
I'm
animals.
a millionaire.
Is
just
there is
saying,
there an
like
animal? Is there an animal that produces an
A
egg
snake,
without
a
the
snake,
a lot, yes,
a,
reptiles, snakes,
a
stuff like
female
yeah,
snake, you
and
know,
some plants.
and some
But
type of fish. I think a seahorse or something.
oh yeah,
without the
you right.
male's
Yeah, yeah,
presence? Without the male's presence at
yeah.
all.
He gave you
Yeah,
a
the
few right there.
seahorse.
But
Seahorse
see,
a good one.
you can't find a human one though. But the thing is, like, I was asking dude, where can I find it? And a lot of people with that ideology, they believe it, they'll embrace it, but they'll have something else to support it that really don't support. It's like a religion. Parthenogenesis is its own religion, and it's basically what it is. It's a mutated form of matriarchy that just got bent out of control. You know how they say something can be so beautiful, but too much of it can kill you. Even water can drown you. So what happened was a lot of guys started getting into matriarchal scientists like myself, but anything can get exaggerated, put on steroid. It can get ran into the ground and misinterpreted. And the misinterpretation of like the whole let's bring back the goddess knowledge was turned into, well, women was on earth without men. They don't need men. It morphed
Exactly.
into this whole other
You right.
thing that
You right.
just,
You
yeah.
right, Sanchez. I like that. Cause you saying, cause them saying women first is a religion too. But
Mm-hmm.
that shit morphed, just like you said, it did morph into something else. Because when we go from his story to her story, they're like, oh, so what about when you were saying his story to her story? No, we just saying they forgot about the woman and the
Yeah.
aspect of the female and masculine
Right.
energy, the two. Just
Yeah,
don't
but
forget about it.
because Retton, even 10 years ago, I was saying in matriarchal systems that was balanced, which is why the goddess is Ma'at with the scales balance. She didn't even tip the scales to the woman side, even though she a woman. The women wasn't about feminism during the age of the goddess. Everybody just was worshiping the fact that man and woman come from a womb, and that the womb man bear the most pain, go through the most to bring life here. That's what the brother was saying. I've been teaching it. So he basically took my teachings and
Yep.
blended with parthenogenesis,
Right.
which made me mad. Yeah.
Great job. Great call out. Exactly.
Isn't pain part of the pregnancy was after the curse? Before there wasn't no wasn't that part of the curse of Eve?
Yep. When she bit the apple, she now goes through pain and childbirth for sure.
But listen, you know that was so crazy. Just the other day, I was chilling with my homeboy, and I was eating an apple. And before I ate it, he was like, "That damn apple, man." I said, "Oh boy, here we go." What? I said, "You know how many things Apple talk about besides the Taurus field and if you cut the apple horizontally, you get you get the head a star, so it's the head, leg, the head, arm, leg, arm, and then if you cut it vertically, you get the yoni. It look like a vagina. You see what I'm saying? So it's like
Yeah.
it's so much other stuff to talk about the apple than saying, "Oh,
Oh
Eve ate the
yeah.
apple, and that's why we blaming the woman and we against the
Right.
woman." You know what I'm saying? Like, what are y'all
Hey,
talking about?
hey, you know what's so crazy about what you saying that I just thought about, right? So check this out, right? You just made me think of something, Redden. You got a lot of dummies around here that's pointing to their thyroid cartilage saying that's your Adam's apple. That's come from when Adam.
Exactly. Exactly.
Hey, bro, if you ask them dummies, what's the name of your Adam's apple? Your Adam's apple. What's the name of that? Bro, it ain't no apple stuck in your damn throat, dog. Like,
Man,
but
this is
they
fire. Hella fire.
subconsciously like, but damn, that's crazy, bro.
Yeah, I
That's
know
so
I ain't
crazy.
tripping. That's crazy.
Why does it got to be an apple?
An apple is, listen, we got the Appalachian Mountains. I haven't looked up the etymology of apple, but I promise you, when we type in apple and etymology, it's gonna go back to some type of peak or upper echelon or something. Watch. Type
The
in
app.
apple, nigga. Watch. Type it out. I ain't even gonna do it. I want everybody else to do it with
I
me. Just
always,
type
Steve,
in
I always
apple.
look at the,
Type
Steve,
in
I
apple.
always look at the famous bitten apples.
Steve Jobs launched Apple in 1984, January 4th. The bitten
Oh man,
apple.
that's yeah, man. You hitting
And
it. You hitting it because that's
everybody
what I'm.
got it. Every iPhone you see, everybody got an iPhone. Everybody got it. And you look at the back of the iPhone, what it is,
Oh man.
a
I'm
bitten
It's a
eating the
bitten
apple.
apple,
apple.
man.
Yeah, we
Bro,
broke. Yes,
And that's
sir.
just think
technology,
of,
the
I'm eating the
mark of the
apple,
bro,
beast.
man.
bro, that's so crazy because let me show you how deep that shit is, though, Red, and why that's deep, bro. Because anything dealing with taboo or forbidden, the symbol is the woman, the seductress, or the bitten apple. And what's so crazy about that too is like even the word forbidden got the word bitten in it to keep that
Fire.
memory like of the apple. They really messed these guys up, man.
You're right.
That's crazy.
That's
Right.
what a bit. Hey,
I have a
time out.
question.
Guess. Hey, let me just put this out. My bad, guys. And bit is a byte. It's a measurement of
For
memory that you put into a
computers.
computer.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Fire.
Y'all
There
got
you
it.
go,
Right.
Y'all got
boy.
it.
Me, myself. Salute, boy. I
It's
was
all
going to
from
say
the
that next. The
look at
bytes.
you got a pen, a penitentiary.
BYTE.
You do a
Yeah,
sentence.
that's
Terabytes,
what it is.
megabytes, hettabytes.
No, that's what it is though.
Bytes. Bitten. Forbidden.
So
Yeah,
you saying right there, that's what we entering into the simulation right there.
and you save souls. I got that from Sanchez.
I
Right.
have a
The
question.
whole
When
yeah.
you were asking the question, were you basing it
Salutes.
from a spiritual or a scientific question? Because based on science, the male is given his sex at the time of conception. So, because we all the thing is there's been like this myth going out there that we all start out as females, and that's not true.
Yeah,
The,
they're right. Right.
that's a myth. So there's a lot of mythology, and men and women, there was an asexual aspect of it, and it split off into chromosomes and things like that. So I think at one point we were one, and then we split into two, but it happened simultaneously. And Ifa actually talks about that when it comes into Odu. That's one thing. I'm not sure if you guys are aware of Ifa and the Odu, but it talks about that separation and that binary system. One second, someone's at the door.
But the thing about the
Oh,
chromosomes is
girl,
you
I'm
only get
falling.
Hey,
half and half. You only get
she
half
just dropped.
chromosomes from your father and half chromosomes from your mother. So
Yeah,
you
Hey,
she
can't
that's
be
cold.
created
Cause
without both.
I was
Peace
So
just
to
my
like
everybody on the
sister
when
was
chat.
they
talking. I
say
looked into that word biting, and yeah, it meant to split or to divide. That's hard. You know what I mean? That's a little bomb right there. And if it makes sense, yeah. Shout out to her.
yeah,
Yo,
salutes
shout out
to
to
the
the panel.
panel, man. Like we cooking tonight. But the whole
Yo,
thing about this men used to be women at first is that if they want to say, well, you were genderless, because a lot of people think the woman is a genderless species. She don't have no gender. And everybody started off as the woman without a gender. No, the woman has a sex organ and the man has a sex organ. You can't see hers because it's internal. And these people don't know basic biology. Like the woman ain't a genderless species. God.
They start saying your penis is a elongated vagina and all type of crazy
Oh,
stuff, man.
yeah, it's just a
What that
click.
weirdo dude
It's a
saying that the
click.
other day?
Yeah, it's a
They
click.
be standing
Yeah.
on that too. Like, nigga, are you serious, man?
Bro,
We
what the
got
hell?
nipples. A woman got nipples. We got the same body parts, but we different. Like,
Yeah,
what is you?
and I be like, and hold up real quick, cause bro, this is real important, right? With the nipples thing. One dude told one day I debated a dude, and he said that, and I said, why the male nipples don't make milk? And he was going into a way how the male nipple can make milk, and the male can even
What?
breastfeed. If
Are
the
you serious?
bro, I done heard it all in my career. I ain't making this up.
That's real.
But
Let me
also,
fall
I was
back
How
gonna
here.
long
say,
ago was that though? Like
this is
Now,
like
so
also
they actually have a group
that
of
had
men
to
in
be years
Africa
ago.
that allow the baby to suck on a nipple, and the baby sucks on a nipple so long that the man can actually produce milk. It's
So
a
it's
tribe of
true?
people that do that. Yeah,
What?
you can look
No,
that up.
Let me
man.
see. Let me
You can
see.
look that up.
Pull
For
it
No.
up.
whatever reason,
Pull it
the
up.
men are
No.
usually left to raise the babies because in that specific tribe, the woman is likely to die. So the men actually raise the children from birth a lot of the times, and that's the custom
That
that they
sounds like
do.
some
They let the
stark
baby suck their
some
nipple
shit
Though
so
she
long.
kind of
Bro.
right though, because
a
you bring it up.
seahorse.
I brought up in times
Bro.
before things happen to the body that are different that are not supposed to happen when you lose your opposite sex
Damn.
in the whole tribe. Something will happen to your molecular makeup. Maybe.
It says
You
in the
already know
AI
that.
overview, it said, yes, men can indeed make breast milk or lactate, though it's not as common as in women. While men can't produce milk without some intervention or underlying medical condition, it's possible with the
Um,
right combination of factors, include hormone therapy, nipple stimulation, and
Well, that's
certain
man made.
medication.
So
That's
they
man
going
made.
through what's
yeah,
called
they
nipple
start getting sex.
stimulation because they allow the baby to suck on their nipple so long to the point where it just start producing milk. That's because it's overstimulated.
That
That's
shit
what
is
they do.
sad.
Get rid of
But
that.
look,
Yeah,
here
that's true.
I've been wanting to throw this smoke because it's actual science, and I just be trying to be like an adversary because I know a lot of people don't actually come and try to challenge you on some shit. But it's not
Shit.
like I don't want nobody to
Shit.
believe
This the
that
smoke house.
I don't want nobody to believe that I'm just deep in this rabbit hole. But anyways, there's something called pseudoscience. And so it's what happens when a woman actually wants to have a baby so bad that she goes through a whole entire pregnancy with no baby. And so like scientifically speaking, people would use that to say that's the proof that women actually did carry a baby without a man because she could go through all of these symptoms of having a baby without
Mm.
actually having the baby. Now, I
Mm-hmm.
also want to say a
That
couple
makes
of things.
sense.
I also want to say a couple of things to lay down a groundwork of like the logic behind how I'm thinking about this. And I'm gonna just use a couple of examples that ain't gonna have nothing to do with the actual topic. And Sanchez, I've been following you for a long time, and we talked about something like trees. They used to have these big old trees. They cut them down, and now they look like mountains. You feel me? So that's something the earth used to have that we don't have no more. And it's like plenty of things like that. I listened to you on History to Her Story, and if I
Right.
correct me if I'm wrong, you said that if you believe that if everybody was vegan that animals would be vegan too, or like they stop eating each other, or like it
Yeah.
would terrify
Yep.
the
That's
earth.
big facts. Yep.
Okay, so all I'm
100%.
saying is that there could be something that no longer exists on the earth as to the reason why women can't actually fully produce the actual baby. It could be something in the air, it could be something in a diet. We don't live to 1,000 years no more. Genes could be cut off. So there's actually science that suggests that women can do that, but the conditions aren't right for it to happen. And that's just, it's just like other things we don't know. We see the pyramids got built. We don't know how they built it. We know maybe it's sound,
maybe it's electromagnetism, maybe it's the combination of the two. But just because, you know what I'm saying, we don't know exactly how it happened, don't mean that it's completely impossible. I just think that, you know, we should just leave the door open that maybe this could be a reality. This is something we need to look into versus just shutting it all the way down, man. Like, oh, women just can't do that. And another thing you said.
Hold on,
was
before
that,
you go to the other thing, let me deal with
all right.
that real quick. I'm shutting it down because it's unhealthy for humanity. Men and women come together to make babies today. That kind of belief system in the world where they don't want them to come together only benefits the woman ego, not the family household. And it just excludes one gender from the equation, and that ain't where nature teaching us. Everything I teach is based upon nature, and when I see some unnatural, I'll call it. A predator chasing out the prey to me ain't natural, because why would nature make me chase my food if I'm hungry? And if it was natural, why do I need tools and butter and stoves and equipment and all that to process it, to put it in my body? Why come when I eat this stuff, it make me die quicker, and the best diet for me is a vegan and fruit don't run away from me? That's called using logic to come to a logical conclusion. It ain't just me picking and choosing what I want to believe. It's a method to my madness. It's saying, look, if this is nature, then this is how I can prove it's nature. If it's man-made, it's gonna behave in a way that's not rational within the natural scope. So for example, to me, a predator chasing out the prey is something where I can say, okay, man make genetically modified animals all the time, and can a man make a creature that's self-sustaining like like a tree or something like that? Or is the things man create gonna be parasitical or predatory and recessive because it's an incubator baby? Just like the incubator babies are parasites, predatory, they ain't natural. So these things have been manipulated, and in their manipulation, they become freaks of nature, and they're an abomination. So like, it's not I'm picking on and picking and choosing. I'm saying, look, what's natural to me, what I see in nature, because I'm a result of nature. My mom and daddy came together. All I'm saying is, it is possible for a human baby to be born without a man and woman coming together. And in my opinion, that is called an incubator baby, and that ain't natural. I ain't saying it's impossible, sister. Don't misinterpret me. I'm saying there's several ways you can create something that resembles a human without men and women getting in the bed. And whenever you do that, what you just created can't literally be called a human, in my opinion. It's some kind of experiment, something man done, because the natural way humans is made, and when the daddies say, she look good, and they go do their thing, not saying, hey, let's do an experiment and put this over there and make a. So I'm saying, if there's any kind of way that a baby can be formed without the way I was made, with a belly button, a man and woman getting to me, that I was made naturally. Anything made any other way than me, it ain't like me. It's not like us. Yeah.
That's the whole thing about it. The way I'm talking about would technically be natural because there's no laboratory required. The way I was told that how this would happen is that let's say if it's a world full of women and we want more people on the earth, we just manifest that person. Like I said,
I ain't tripping on that. I'm saying that's yours. I get yours. I just gave mine. Now I ain't what I'm saying is I ain't gonna force mine on you, and I can respect the way you see a world without the men, but I'm always gonna see men and women coming together. That's beautiful to me. But go ahead.
But I have a question when she gets done.
But no, she let her finish. That's all I was saying. So you don't have to go over yourself. I totally get where you stand. All due respect, and I swear I'm not being condescending. I was just saying I respect your stance. Hey man, that's awesome. But yeah, I'm gonna stay with mine. But you got it.
I'm not trying to convince nobody or nothing. I'm just trying to offer a different viewpoint with some actual, some actual points to actually back it up.
That.
But one thing, another thing, people use was that, when we describe God as a woman, we describe it as a black woman. But what people misunderstand is that we using the term woman or feminine and masculine or man as a description of the ins and the outs, the aboves and the belows, and like physical things. They not understanding that it's not actual people or actual sexes. Like darkness, when you go into darkness, anything you go into is feminine. Anything that you come out of or radiate stuff is masculine. Like masculine is positive energy and feminine is negative energy because it sucks, and masculine radiates. So the sun would be masculine, the earth would be feminine, stuff like that. But anyways, we'll say that in the beginning there was darkness, and so the darkness is feminine. And so people want to take that and they want to say, well, in the beginning was the black woman, and they misconstruing like the story. So that's another thing as why people would even believe as woman was first and we was on this earth without y'all until we just manifested y'all. Another thing is the chakra layers. So you said that we have 7 different chakra layers, and every time we create this simulation, we create a new chakra realm. So if we fall any lower, we'll create an 8 chakra realm. So what am I saying? The root chakra is the last chakra that has to deal with the sex. So what if before that layer was added, there was no real sex, and so we were a feminine group of people, not necessarily woman, but just feminine in the aspect of the darkness. Like the darkness is feminine. The people were just feminine, and they really didn't have a sex until they came into this other realm. This new net that created sex. That's a new trap that was created, and then sex was born from that. But before we had that, people just used to manifest whether people was created or not created, or manifest going into the next realm. Because in the Bible, people knew when they was gonna die. They called all their family and they'd be like, look, I'm about to pass on. Here, this what you get, this what you get, this what you get. In the middle of them talking and giving everything out, they just take their last breaths like that. So they used to manifest going into the next realm and manifest people on this realm. I'm sorry, I know the sister wanted to speak to, so I'm gonna just end it there.
But let me say one thing about the darkness, right? The darkness ain't negative, positive. It ain't feminine or masculine, from my understanding. It's neutral. They even, had a name for it, Newt, which did become a goddess, right? But before anything was embodied, it's like you said. Hold on a second. I don't want no piggybacks right now. I just want the respect that the woman had, and do the same with the men and every panelist, just for the sake of the listener's experience. They want to hear a legible bill and shit. So, but thank you and welcome everybody. Salutes to y'all. So check this out. All things come from darkness, masculine and feminine. The thing is this, right? The womb between the woman's leg only became embodied by the woman in duality. And that's why it can't, if you think of what they saying, the Stargate that lead to the earth, it's like a 0 pierced with a 1. Y'all ever saw that symbol before? I'll show it to you right now. Let's get the screen shares up. The binary code, the sperm and the egg, right? That's talking about the woman's sex organ and the man's one. See, the reason why the woman's sex organ go inward is because the male sex organ go outward. It's like saying, right, if you create a screw, you get a bolt. The reason the bolt got a swirly pattern in it, because it's specifically designed for the screw. And we call it screwing when a man and woman come together. It's the reason your sex organ fit perfectly in hers like a key into a keyhole, which unlocks life. And it's because they was built for each other, and there was never a time where we had a keyhole without a key or a key without a keyhole. They both came together as a pair. Some things in nature, you can't have one without the other. There's a reason a brother said that. But let me show y'all something about duality and the darkness, why I say it's neutral, so you can see it's a method to my madness, and we'll pass the mic, right? The darkness is just a primordial ocean. Now, what sets is an ocean. It's just water. Check this out. It's neutral. It can be anything, lemonade, bitterness, sweetness, but the whole thing is this. In the primordial waters, a ripple effect happens. And the man is the downward part, the woman is the upward part, or however y'all want to debate about them. But to have a ripple effect, right, you need a yin and a yang. That's why I'm showing this. Because the moon is making the dip, which is the nighttime, and the sun is making the rise, which is rise up. So to make a ripple effect, you need a ridge, a canyon, but you need a mountain too. So it's this is a law of change being constant. So up, down, and you get this pattern right here. One making you up, one making you down. One making you dip, one making you rise. Man and woman. One is going in, one going out, just like the sex organs. This is being embodied all from the heavens, heavenly realm, all the way down to us, the man and the woman. There was never a time where we didn't exist without each other. And to me, I don't want to think of one, quite frankly. I think that psychology is the pathway to mental imbalance within the genders. We exist as a pair now, and we need to have a certain dialogue that keep us as a pair, because to me, that's to our benefit to keep life going. Anything else is speculation. But this is where we definitely can prove. And it ain't that I'm just shutting it down. I'm doing what's right for children. For, the boy and the girl that want to know mom and dad and how I get to the world. Well, technically, son, the daughter can make men without you. How did that make a little boy feel? How did that make, you see what that tell a little girl? Like, to me, I think that start to do something that's way more hurtful than we may see. You can say, well, Sanchez, you paranoid. It ain't that deep, but I see it that way. Maybe I am tripping. I'll fall back and let the flow continue.
No,
Sorry
you are
about
tripping. You're not
I just
tripping at
I
all.
wanted to say something about
Not at all.
the duality of things.
Go ahead,
Like I
friend.
said, I practice C5, and the main thing they talk about is that 0 point energy of nothingness, and then out of that nothingness came the egg. When the egg is zero, it doesn't exist male or female, and then it breaks up into two. So out of zero, then one, then two. So out of nothingness, one egg breaks up into two, then to 4, then 16. All that stuff. And that's where you get your Odu from. And that's what the Odu is based on, how things come into existence. So, and that's just from an Ifa standpoint, African spirituality. And that's where you get yin and yang from. That's where you get a lot of those patterns from. So you would not have one without the other. And I agree 100% with Brother Sanchez. But I think that what happened is that through the feminist movement, they had to be able to push that idea in order to raise the woman up in some kind of a way. You know what I'm saying? So I think that it is a divisive method.
But I want to
That's
piggyback off
exactly
the
what
sister
happened. Yeah.
and then comment of what Sanchez said, because he said that he didn't believe that darkness was feminine or masculine. He believed it was neutral. So I'm going off of ancient Hebrew, not necessarily cosmology, but more so like astrology, which is, I guess, ties into cosmology. So everything has a gender. There's nothing without a gender. So even in this picture right here,
So there's no place where duality don't exist. There's no place where the genders become unified.
The genders do become unified, but they also remain separate, kind of like the Trinity. So that goes into even Dogon culture, right? Where they talk about everybody being born with a twin. So your twin is masculine and feminine. It's not like two male twins or two female twins. You're gonna have a boy and a girl. And there's a place in India, I think, where the most twins is born, and they born Usually I think they are born boy and girl. But anyways, they said everybody used to be born with a twin. So that represents the masculine and feminine, the complete version of the soul, but it's still two entities, just like how this image is one image, but you have four separate pieces to it. You have the black dot inside the white body, that's two, and then you have the white dot inside the black body, that's two, but they're also separate. So, but they're together. So it's just you talk about these things all the time. It's a paradox. But anyways, that's beside the point. In ancient Hebrew astrology, blackness is feminine, and it's not, like I said, it's not about the gender. It's about what the properties of it is. So when you think of darkness, darkness sucks things into it. Light projects things out of it. So anything that you can go into is feminine, and anything that projects things out of it is masculine. So the sun is masculine, right? Because it projects light. And the moon is feminine because it takes in light. And it's just that simple. So everything has a gender. In the Spanish language, they have everything has a gender in their language. And it ties into what I'm saying about certain things having certain properties which can be considered masculine or feminine. If negative energy is feminine energy because it sucks things in, positive energy is masculine energy because it projects things out. Anything that's producing a lot of energy, like a battery that has stored energy, is masculine because it's going to project something out of it. Once it dies, it becomes feminine because it has to take things into it. It's just that simple with the way that they think about how reality is shaping itself. But it has nothing to do with actual gender.
But
if you think of a tree,
here's the thing why it ain't got nothing to do with gender, which is why I don't call it masculine or feminine. It's because why I show, and salutes to you, sister, the Hebrews didn't know everything, and what I'm going to go beyond what the Hebrews were saying too. You know, I pick and choose based upon logic and reasoning because everybody ain't perfect. But check this out, right? What I was saying about the ripple effect was this. The rises and the falls exist within the ocean. Life is a ripple effect. So the sun and the moon represent masculine and feminine, and the moon don't equate to darkness. It's just a lesser light. The light of the moon is so relaxing and subtle, like a night light. It's hypnotic and make you want to sleep. And then the light of the sun is so bright and agitating. It's saying, get up, go, that's drive and drain, you know, rise and fall. So it ain't that we're in darkness under moonlight, which is the feminine energy, but both the lesser light and greater light, sun and moon, are orbiting each other within darkness. And what I was saying is like, darkness ain't nighttime, which is what the woman is embodying. She's embodying the moon, not the darkness. What happens is that the sun and the moon exists within this darkness, which is neutral. It is saying, look, I'm not masculine or feminine. Because I exist, you can get the masculine and feminine. And that's like saying, because the ocean exists, you can get the ripple effect in it. And the ripple effect is what we call the two genders in human form, or the sine wave of life, man and woman emanating from the primordial ocean as both masculine and feminine, sun and moon. And the ripple effect, when we talk nighttime, like I said, that's the dips. And man is when the sun come out, them the rise and fall. But the woman ain't necessarily darkness from my research. I ain't saying you wrong, I'm right. I'm just sharing you why I come to my conclusion. You know what I'm saying? That
No, the woman is in
I wanted to
darkness.
break something down too from another perspective.
Let me.
I mean, you know,
All right,
we
so
may say it's
if
darkness,
the Hebrew
but
language is based in numbers, right?
It's
the
secret. It's
I ain't gonna be
secret. It's
mad at you.
secretism. It's secretism. It's not just numbers. It's a whole. It's like a whole bunch of stuff. But yeah, numbers is one of them.
is the Hebrew alphabet. You can there's a number that's applied to each letter. There's
Yes.
So based on everything is really math, right? All this stuff is really based on binary code and math, and there is no feminine or masculine to mathematics. It's just it just is, right? So until language came, there was no understanding of a feminine and masculine principle. It was just math. And then through us like speaking and developing language, then we were able to apply masculine and feminine principles to things, right? So all this is really coming from us as human beings trying to categorize things. But at the end of the day, it's duality, because a woman can be more masculine than a man can be, and a man can be more feminine than a woman could be at times. So because it's based on how much testosterone or estrogen, and that's like the hormone that really reproduces that masculine aspect. And until we began to talk and write things down, we didn't really have a feminine or a masculine aspect. It was just all duality, because like I said, you had like pharaohs that were more masculine, you had more, so things like that. So I think that as humans evolved, then we became to be more polarized in our understanding, and that's where you get all this trying to break things down, because in order to be able to really break things down, you have to separate it and put it into a category.
There's a lot of amnesia.
Actually does have agenda.
Exactly.
Math
If I may
really
jump in.
believe, like when we talk about darkness and light, and then if you try to put it with night and day, those are two different category of things. We look at night and day as darkness, and associate those two together, darkness and light. Those aren't the same, light and darkness, as night and day.
You know what? And I'll do this real quick. I can see how a person can say the darkness is feminine, because if you want to say, well, black and white is masculine and feminine, darkness and light is masculine and feminine. But what we basically saying is, how is darkness if light don't exist? The fact that if you look at the darkness out there and you don't see if you say, well, that was a time where light didn't exist in that darkness, that was never a time. It was a time where your universe wasn't born, so that was just a dark void in that particular space in a primordial ocean. But there's always been universes out there in the darkness. But like I said, like they said, a Big Bang, that don't mean it was other bangs before that one, before our world came into consciousness as a parallel reality to some that's already was. So what I'm saying is, our particular world exists within a multiverse of parallel realities that could have existed before our Big Bang, is what I'm saying. And even science is saying that. So I don't think the Big Bang represent the beginning. It represent our beginning. And but I will say this though, and I'll fall back. I'm not trying to debate. I think that polarities complement each other, that the darkness can't call itself darkness without light, like up without down, because one exists, the other one exists, like in and out. And it's, to me, when we say, well, there was a time where the two didn't exist, it's like to say, well, and existed before out. But the moment in was created, out was created, because it had to be a counter opposite for that action. You know what I'm saying, guys? Like when up was created, down was automatically created with up.
Instantaneously. So normally I would agree with that, but in the Bible, in the beginning of the Bible, it says that in the beginning there was darkness.
And darkness is the womb. Darkness is the womb.
But hear what I'm saying. The Bible is talking about the beginning of our universe. I don't think the Bible is talking about
this is what this is talking about. So like we talking about the beginning, right? When women existed before men, this is what we talking about.
That ain't what the Bible's saying.
So
though.
before it all, there was being.
I understand.
It was being. It was the original source.
Hold on. Who's the let her finish so y'all don't talk over each other.
What me and the sister was talking about was the Hebrew language and the synchronicity of it. And I was giving the example from the Hebrew astrology is when they said the darkness was feminine, and they relate that to the language, and they also do relate that to the mat. So like 0 is feminine, 1 is masculine. All even numbers are feminine, all odd numbers are masculine. So I didn't make this up. This is me studying Hebrew because I used to be a Hebrew Israelite. Then
And
I
you don't
told you
gotta
that.
do that because I ain't say you make it up. Just let me respond to that. What I want to say is, this is this mistake I think you making. When I say man is the sun, the woman is the moon, and that they both exist within the primordial ocean. What I'm basically saying, if you want to deal with numbers, is that the primordial ocean is zero. It ain't negative or positive in energies. Just like the darkness you see in the background back there, what I'm saying is, technically, if you want to deal with how this go, the darkness represents zero. It's not a negative or positive energy. Now, the sun and moon is negative and positive because one is a greater light, one is a lesser light. That's called duality, rich and poor. The strong one, the weak one. The great one, the short one, the big one, the tall one, the fat one, the skinny one. Zero don't represent duality. That's what the right and negative and left side represent. Zero represent I'm in the middle, I ain't picking and choosing. To me, that's a blank canvas. And then within that darkness, you can create positive or negative, man or woman, up or down, but the darkness itself ain't neither one. It's allowing you to create duality within it. So that's why all numbers, whether positive or negative energies, it goes back to zero. They equal out at zero. It's the grand neutralizer. Zero, because it's neutral. But that's, like I said, I'm just throwing it out there. Y'all don't have to accept the way I see it. I appreciate
Y'all both
y'all.
make sense because zero is the perpetual and one is the linear. Which
All right,
we
I just got
need.
one
Yeah,
question
go
for
ahead, bro.
you.
Yeah, you got.
I got one question,
I
bro. You can hear
definitely
me?
see how the sister coming to her conclusions. She definitely on her shit though. Don't make no mistakes about it. But yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you talking to me, right?
Yeah, you can go ahead, man. And then
All right,
whoever
bro.
else. Yeah.
I just want to know. No, I just got one question for you. I just want to know. Like, what, like, can you actually see the end of that rabbit hole? Like, how can you help us understand really where to start at? Because we can go into all of that, and it really sounds like we're debating and stuff, but at the same time, it's like
It's the
it's like
amnesia.
you can
It's
no
program
wait,
resisting.
because it's been a
Well, you
while since
just
I've been
let
on
him
the channel. So,
land. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry about that.
all
Go
right,
ahead.
so
You
bro,
got it next, whoever that is.
helped me. You really helped it click when you said that the artist stepped into his own portrait. So now that I've been thinking about that, that's with the man energy and the sun and the moon and everything. You could tie it into the water and all that stuff. But I'm just trying to see, the person who painted everything that's going on, that's coming, all that, that the how you put it in perspective with the sun and how far you get. I was thinking when you was going into that, maybe more on the other hand, the lighter skinned people was the ones that, who soul more on the other hand.
Lighter skinned people. What?
Yeah,
Hold
versus
on, bro.
the darker skinned people. Our soul burst as soon as we got over the threshold. Those are the godlike energies who was able to get through that water, versus the ones who took a while to burst through that energy to get here, versus us actually striving to get back to our regular self through that same sun energy. That's why we're always trying to get back to him, because he made the cut to get through the water. You see what I'm saying? Or
Here's a question.
can I
If you
jump
have
in?
a feminine zero, then how does it not thus create everything feminine after it? So in order for zero to create negative and positive, male, female, everything that exists in this earth that has duality, how could it not be dual within itself? So my thing is that zero cannot be feminine because there's no way that anything feminine would create anything other than itself.
All right, now
Yeah,
here's the
yeah,
logic.
that's exactly what that's well said.
two opposite things. You
Behind
can't. It's
that,
matter and
because
water
I'm
are opposite.
telling y'all, I studied the ancient knowledge of the Hebrews. I'm not saying this out of what I thought or what I came up with. So the whole knowledge behind the zero being a feminist, because the zero is like the egg. It's like the egg. It's like the egg inside your womb. and it's there for something to get planted to create all the other numbers.
But
What's
something else would have to
neutral,
exist
what's
outside of
actually
it to
Let me
neutral,
jump
create
in.
what's
the
actually
spark.
neutral is true
Hey,
nothingness.
brother, mute your mic, brother.
Zero represents a container for things to be created, but it represents something. Zero is actually something. The true nothing is actually nothing, and it's unfathomable, like how infinity is unfathomable. You cannot fathom what nothingness truly is. Zero is not nothingness, it's the potential for everything else to be created. It is the beginning of thought.
Zero is
And
neutral,
that
and
is
Zero
what
was the
neutral
makes
is
potential
it.
of
And
something.
thought.
you
Why would
mentioned
it
thought.
create
Neutral is
anything?
neutral.
You
Neutral
mentioned
is
thought.
Blankness
A
something.
blank piece of paper. That's exactly how you look at that. A woman
Yeah,
as a
you
blank piece of
mentioned
paper.
Blankness,
like how your brain, or
blankness
I mean
One
not
at
your
a
brain,
time. One at a time. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
but
blankness
how your
in and of
mind works.
itself is
But how your
feminine.
mind works. If you're not really just thinking, it's darkness, total darkness, until an idea or a thought comes in. That's the light. That's the light. That's the word. That's
Listen
the
to what
and
you're
an image.
saying.
Soon
Listen
as
to
soon
what
as
you're
you think of
saying.
something in that darkness,
Listen
an
to what
image
you're
will
saying,
appear.
right?
An
I'm
image will
saying,
appear.
listen to
But
what you just said. You said that your darkness is something waiting for light to create something, right? The
No, I
A
said
is
darkness. I said darkness. Think of darkness as your mind. When
mhm.
you're not thinking anything, you have the ability to think. That's when that light bulb comes on. That light comes on, and you start thinking stuff. And
Mhm.
it comes through your mind. You're in darkness when you're
You
just
said
thinking.
darkness is your mind, right? That's what you just said.
Darkness is
Darkness
your
is your
mind,
mind. And then
and the
the
thoughts
thought
that
is
are
the
in
light,
your
right?
mind is the light. The
Okay,
thoughts in your mind are
listen.
the light.
Listen, the blankness is femininity because the mind is impregnated with the thoughts. The mind is
So,
impregnated with thoughts. So the light that comes into the mind is the masculine. Like
That makes sense.
anything that radiates is masculine. Anything that sucks something in is feminine. So anything that nothing is at and then something comes into, that was feminine, and the thing that came into it is masculine. It's the
okay, so
duality. It's
let me
just the
see. Let
nature
me
Question
of
see.
though,
the
how
Hold on.
could
Wait, wait, wait,
something
wait, wait,
create
wait, 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 wait,
something
One
wait,
more time.
wait,
if it
wait,
doesn't
wait a
exist
second.
already?
Hold up, real quick. Hold on. Here's the thing about man and woman. Woman don't represent zero for this reason. Woman represent -1. Like the sister said, women drain energy. They take from you. That would be, look, the negative side of the energy chart. Men give you energy like the sun. You need both of them because you need sleep, rise and fall, positive, negative, give and take. The woman take, the man give. Even your sex organs show that the woman should take and the man should give her. So my thing is this, real quick. When you say that, you know, that the woman represent neutrality or zero and all that, you got to think about this, right? Implosion is the woman. Her sex organ implodes into her body. Explosion is the man. Your sex organ go out of the body. The difference between becoming a man or woman is an energy that either imploded or exploded. Certain stars implode, some explode. That determines which one a masculine or a feminine star. But check it out. The darkness itself don't implode or explode. It serves as a location for man and as a stage for the integers, positive or negative. So you can look at negative energies like implosion force. Positive is the explosion force. So I'm giving you something on the positive side. I'm taking some from you. This is give and take, man and woman, vagina, penis. But check it out. The fact that the darkness itself, right, represent that it's not imploding or exploding. The darkness ain't an explosion and the darkness ain't an implosion. It's just neutral. It ain't giving or taking. It's allowing for the integers to have a place to give or take. All actions need a stage to manifest on. That's why zero represent where the line begins at. which is why I put up this Big Bang image, because duality was created from the center explosion outward like an epicenter, which is why if you look at this Big Bang explosion, you will see it's another way of manifesting numbers in a cosmic way. It's all mathematics. Zero is where the numbers exploded from. That's where duality was created from, because now that you made positive numbers, you got to make negative numbers too. So duality, but think about it. Before the explosion took place, there was no such thing as give or take. It was just a darkness right there. That ain't feminine, that ain't masculine. Remember, duality haven't been created yet. The moment the light comes on, that's when you get the left side of the ball and the right side of the ball, because from the epicenter of the explosion, guess what? All the explosion becomes this central point that start to give birth to the cardinal directions. So everything around the circle represents 0 degrees with a compass. But all of the numbers are being born from the center outward. Let me show you. If you was hovering above this Taurus field, this is what you would see, right? You would see all of the numbers that's creating the grid point coordinate system within the simulation being born from the central 0 point. When you get to the 0 point in this map, you at where the Big Bang happened at. You at the North Pole where it all exploded at. And guess what? That's called 0 degrees. It ain't no, when you move from 0 degrees, now you within, I'm gonna have to ask you where you at on the map. Left, right, west, over here. But if you at the center, you ain't in duality, because the word center it ain't represent left, right, like the word 0 ain't represent -1, -2, or the energies. It's neutral. It ain't giving or taking like -1, +1. So 0 is central point, is equivalent to central, which is why you go back to the energies chart, right? And here's right here why duality got created. You see what I'm saying? Because it ain't that the darkness is feminine. It's that the darkness is just neutral, allowing both feminine and masculine to be born, like I said, an ocean that's allowing a ripple effect to play out within it. And man and woman is both a different kind of energy wave. For every time man make a rise, the woman make a fall. But when they come together, think about this, and I'm gonna cut my camera on and show you something real quick. This is what the energy of man and woman represent. Let me cam up. So every time man go up, woman go down. And it looks like this. Every time man go this way, woman go that way. Then when man go back in, woman go back. They like polar opposites, and when they do this, that's the DNA strand.
They meet in the center, right?
That pattern that I just did, right? Hold up, real quick. It's the DNA strand right there. But see, this little central point, this ball in the middle of the ripple effect, that represent, the neutral point. So I'll fall back. I'll pass it to y'all. I think y'all.
I wanted to say something about the egg. So the only part that I would say about the egg being a feminine is that I've had chicken before. In order for that chicken, she can make a bunch of eggs, but in order for her to actually create an actual living chicken, a rooster has to sit up on top of her and fertilize the egg. So if you have a 0 point, all right, and it's a feminine, what was the spark that created that? And if even when a woman has an egg in her body, there would have to be something outside of that woman that existed to then create that bang for it to then filter out. So that would still also mean that there was a male, there was still duality. You know what I'm saying? So even with that that explanation that the Hebrew Israelites say, then that means that there was still a duality, because something would have to fertilize that egg for it to then explode out and then create more duality.
I wanted to explain the name of the Hebrew Israelite guy, right? The real true name is Yud-Wave, right? And Yud means hand He means feminine, Wav means masculine, and He is another feminine. And it's not made like that for no reason. And so what I'm trying to explain to y'all is true nothingness is outside of darkness. True nothingness is the absence of mental, right? So you cannot fathom it because as long as you could think, there is something there. Like as long as you can observe darkness, there is something mental there.
And
So
that's
in
what
order
the
for
Hebrews teach.
yes, and
Right.
so
And
So
for
what
there
that
to
mean?
that
What
you have
that
to be
mean that the Hebrews
impregnated. Your
teach
mind
that?
have to be impregnated. That means that there have to be something outside
for
of the
there to be
mind to
darkness in the
impregnate the
first
mind.
Right.
place, for there to be darkness in the first place, there has to be the observer of the darkness, right? So this is why the hand in itself is the only part of the Juve Wave that actually doesn't have a gender, because the hand is what's outside of the duality of feminine and masculine. It is the observer of the darkness or the creator of the darkness, which is unfathomable
The
because
creatress.
in the nothingness this thing produced, right? So that's why it's unfathomable. I don't know how else I could really explain it. I'm not coming up with this. This
Oh
is
no,
not
that
what I
makes sense.
thought.
I
Yeah.
can
But
double
so
down
so
on
the
that.
Hebrew so the
Yeah.
Hebrew don't believe in
What
neutral.
Sanchez says makes sense, but it's like when you're dealing with math and then you start dealing with computers, the math
Mhm.
change up a little bit. Or when you start dealing with time, the math change up a little bit. So it's all about
Yeah.
perspective. It's like
I mean,
when you're doing certain
according.
things, when you're doing certain things, you might not use zero. And zero itself might not be important to put in front one when you counting from 0, 1, 2, 3. But somebody might say count to 4, and you go 1, 2, 3, 4. And you already done messed up
True.
because you forgot zero. You see what I'm saying? So it's all about perspective and what you thinking about how you look at the zero. You could say it's nothing and skip over it, or you could recognize it for what it is. It's actually a thing, and that thing the Hebrews looked at it as feminine because it's waiting, it's the potential for something to happen. It's the thing it's the ground before the seed got into it. Like I don't know how else to explain that.
I can double down and
So
piggyback on that.
the whole thing, when you say it's potential waiting for something to happen, I like that because all events that manifest can be a good act or a bad act. You can't have an act that don't manifest as an act of kindness or a negative act or what's called a positive act. But the stage itself, which allow you to act, period, is what zero represent, is what I'm saying. Like, so when you say the thing that allow you to serve as this sort of canvas for all actions, actions can be negative or positive. That's why it all start from zero. Like even my thoughts, when you said when a person closed their eyes and it's just darkness, that's zero represent nothingness. Because guess what? A person can have positive thoughts, negative thoughts, masculine thoughts, feminine thoughts, because they got that darkness, which is neither negative nor positive. They can
But the thing
exercise
about the
either one.
name
Yeah,
Yude Wave, see, that's about the perspective.
yeah, but yeah, you got it.
Yet
Go ahead.
the feminine produces both feminine and masculine. This is a different type of feminine. See, the name Yude Wave got two feminines in it. So they got two aspects of the feminine. And that the one aspect is what you missing. See, like you
Can I
catching a
just say
sentence.
one thing? I don't want to make think I cut you off. When you say that the female produced the masculine and the feminine, people always say that, but I disagree. The male and the female creates the male and the female, and you can never have one without the other. But go ahead, yeah.
And
I
You got
don't
it.
know.
also
I'm not 100%
the
sure if
state
you can
where you
have
get
one
darkness
without the other.
from,
I'm gonna
it
give you
was,
what I mean by that. Hold up, my brother. She said she ain't
go
understand.
ahead.
She said earlier that the female is like a receiver. She's made to get take the man made to give. I agree with on that. I'm saying if the woman ain't used for what the purpose she was made for, which is to take. The man was created to complete her and to serve her purpose. If she is a taker and the man is a giver, and the man is a giver, right? Then once the man give to her, is like a cup was made to pour water in it. And that's the purpose of the cup. And without that purpose, it's really pointless. So it's like you made one, but I get what you saying to me. That's what I'm saying when it comes to life. Like man and women got to participate, or you ain't getting a baby. But a lot of women like to say, well, the women make men and women. But the way I see it, you know, men and women make men and women, because my mom and daddy both came together to make a son, and they both came together to make a daughter. And it was never a time where a woman just shitted out a male or a female without a male helping her. 50-50 going half on it. Yeah.
I
Okay,
think a
my
better
family.
way to explain what I'm trying to say is to think about the multiverse. Like Rick and Morty had this episode, right? Where Rick had created this battery. But then for some whatever reason, it was like a village, it was like a world inside the battery, and he had to go inside the battery to fix the battery. But then somebody in that world had created a battery just like his, and he had to fix his battery, and he had to go inside that battery to create a battery. Anyways, what I'm saying is you thinking about the masculine and feminine in a sexual way, and that's why you saying the man and the woman come together to make men and women. And what you got to look at it in the sexual way, but also outside of that sexual way is another kind of more advanced way of looking at sexuality, where it don't really apply to the rules of sex. It's more so about property. It's not about actual sex, it's about the properties of things, because we're talking about building the fabric of the universe and the duality of nature. So you have to break everything down into its properties. And that's why I keep saying anything that receives is feminine, and anything that gives is masculine. It has nothing to do with sex. So you have to take your mind off of that when it comes to the outer, the we in the world with the battery
Hey,
in it.
sister, real quick, just if what you saying is true and it ain't got nothing to do with sex, then I'm right. It ain't negative or positive, because both of them are sexes. It ain't male or listen. Hold up. The
Please.
male and
Right.
female. Listen, the male and female are sexes. So if you saying, well, it ain't got nothing to do with sexes, then you on my page that is neutral. Then it ain't male or female, right?
Yeah,
Okay,
and the
can I
thing is
jump in
that's the
here?
only reason
It's
why
not
in the
merely
You
in the
said it.
language.
neutral.
You
One
said it when you
aspect
said
of
you
it,
can't. When you say
one
you can't
aspect
have
of it.
in
Can I
without
answer
out.
something
What?
quick? I promise I won't be
Just
long.
let her respond real
Yeah,
quick.
Yeah,
yeah.
I promise I won't be long. One aspect of it is neutral, but it has the masculine and the feminine properties. But one
Okay,
aspect of it is actually the actual positive and negative, which is the actual sexes. So
Yep.
it's one is inside of the other, like how one battery is inside of the next battery. When I'm talking about the whole Rick, the multiverse is inside of the next multiverse, like Men in
well,
Black, world was on the cat neck, like that.
E-
So
e-
I don't know. It's difficult to
Every
explain.
every
I can.
battery,
I know
every
why it's
battery,
difficult to explain, but I'm gonna let you live. Go ahead.
every battery, every battery got a neutral point. So just like Sanchez said about soon as up was created, down was created. So that's why we have the natural world. When up and down came together, it created the plane of inertia. So it's the natural or the neutral point. You can't
But
have it without the other. You
there
can't
is
have it
a
without the
point.
other.
There is a point where neither one of those exists, and that is feminine. That's what I'm trying to say.
No,
Yes,
that's
let
But
me
how
jump
neutral.
in
How
here.
could
That's
Let me
something
neutral.
piggyback
feminine
that.
That's
That's
called
and
neutral.
not
neutral,
Yeah.
create
Family,
middle.
nothing
let
but
me.
feminine? Here's the question. How could something start off as feminine and not create anything other than feminine? Because here's the
Let
Yeah.
me
thing.
Yeah. Right.
If
answer
you
the
have
question.
a XX chromosome, right? The only way that that XX chromosome would be able to create a male chromosome, which is a Y and an X, would have to be a mutation. So are you saying that men are a mutation that happened
Let,
out of God,
can you
you know
guys?
what? what?
of the God
Can
Some
you
being
guys
God?
hear
some
me?
She's
people
saying
some
that.
people do say that,
She's
but I'm
saying
not
that.
gonna even claim to like have that part of the science down. I'm not gonna be claiming to know everything. I can't really answer that particular question. I'm not. So I'm not even gonna
And
try.
here's why
I
I
can.
asked that,
I
because
can.
then that would mean that God would be imperfect, because that would mean that the 0 point, that being God as feminine, and it creating something outside of itself, which is
So how
XX,
can?
and then something strange happens, and then this X becomes a Y, then that's a mistake. So that means that God makes mistakes.
Good
And
point,
Wait.
see
sister.
the
Let's
That's a
do
whole
the
good point,
thing,
sister.
the
the
whole
perpetuate
thing
the
right
division of
here,
man
and,
nature.
I'm I swear I'm gonna end. But this whole confusion that's going on now is why people say women can give birth without men. I'm showing, and it goes into numbers and our misinterpretation of what's going on with the energies and all that. When you see what I'm saying, so when they equate A person will say, well, men start off as women in the beginning because they're confusing neutral with feminine. And basically, man and woman start off without a sex. They are just a ball of energy. And if that ball of energy explodes, it's a male. If it implodes, it's a female. And the vagina is an implosion of the male's explosion. And I'm trying to be non-vulgar, if you know what I mean with that.
That's
Right.
kind of like saying that's kind of like saying a $1 bill can be not a $1 bill, it could be zero and a dollar. If I give you a dollar,
Let
you
me
like,
jump in,
Yeah,
please.
yeah, yeah.
Can y'all hear me?
Right.
And
That's a
even the
good
scripture
point.
even
That's a
Let me
good
bring
point,
forth
Randy.
some
That's
clarity.
Yeah, we
what
can
I'm
hear you,
saying. You
brother.
say if I give you a dollar right now, that dollar is a dollar, but at one point this dollar wasn't a dollar. It's nothing too. But you just gave me
Nah,
some.
that's not the argument, man.
You
It's
just
way
gave
deeper
me
than that.
$1.
It's way deeper than that.
Let me
Nah,
jump
that's
in.
See, now
simplification.
it's way deeper than
You
that.
know
Can
what
y'all
it
hear
would
me?
be?
Way
You know,
deeper than
Now
hold
it
that.
is
up.
way
You
deeper
know
than
what?
that.
You know what? You try to make it deep because
Exactly.
you know you can't explain it. See, the thing about the truth, I'm gonna
Oh,
be
I can
honest with you.
explain it.
It's simple. It's simple because check this out. Let me ask you something. Is zero a negative energy, a positive energy, a masculine energy, or a feminine energy? Pick one.
It's
It's the start.
primordial.
It's primordial. It's the start. Exactly. That's what I was about to say. It's the very beginning start.
But
That's
guess
all it
what,
is.
though? Here's what I'm saying right here. The thing about when y'all say the start and the end, zero ain't even that. Now, I hate to try to re-educate y'all on zero. Zero is so, hold up, man. Zero is so neutral that when you say something like start and beginning, you still dealing with two polarities. That's negative and positive again. Zero is a place where duality don't exist, and that's the North Pole. Most of us don't have words to explain it. That's heaven. That's where no duality is. We was talking about that earlier. That's when ain't no duality, and that's why it's so hard for us to understand it within duality. Why? Because we like to say it's masculine, it's feminine, it's this, it's that. Guess what? It's the space in between this and that.
Well,
It's the
didn't God
sacred
Big
say
facts.
I'm the
stillness
It's
Alpha
before
both.
and the
balance.
Omega?
No,
Hold
It's
y'all,
the
on.
y'all got
sacred
it. Y'all go
Didn't
ahead.
God
stillness
say
before
in the
balance
Bible?
is
Because if we're
even
going to bring up the
required.
Bible, it says I'm the Alpha and the Omega. That means I am both.
Thank
I
you.
am.
I was
It's
about
I
the
to
am
say
source
that.
Yeah,
from which all
that's a good
polarities
way.
emerge.
That's a great way to interpret that scripture. Real talk. I gotta drop a bomb for that. That's a yeah.
I appreciate you dropping that bomb for me,
Can you
because
guys hear me?
like one in we can hear you, brother. 1 and 0 is 10, 0 and
Trying to
1. You
take
know?
the sister
Y'all,
bomb. That's
yeah, I'm
boy.
just
That's
saying.
crazy.
We're all like, it's so
Ridiculous.
close, and we're like,
Yeah, take my bomb.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I
man.
stole
Ridiculous.
it.
Come
Yeah, I'm gonna
on.
get back to it. Here you go. I'm Indian.
my apologies.
And the
No,
scriptures,
no.
But
man.
hey, the brother been asking, can we hear him? We can hear you. Let him go, please, so we can stop interrupting. That's rude. I apologize for being rude.
But my apologies. I just, we're all so, like, it's so close, and you know, just some of the stuff I put in the chat is enough. Like, it's been in there for like 30 minutes, and it
Bro,
clarifies all the
you better
phrases.
regurgitate it and speak now before you get cut
I
off
got it.
again.
I
Go
got
ahead.
My
it.
bad.
So,
Yeah, you
like,
got it. Good.
thank you guys. So zero is not merely neutral. It is the primordial, sacred, infinite womb.
All
Neutrality
that
is
sound good. Go ahead.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Zero and neutral, and
You
I'm
say the
looking at
womb
No,
I'm
is
looking
that's
at
empty.
zero
good.
in the
Oh,
middle.
He
Sanchez know what
like,
he did. Stop bullying him. Stop. Let
I'm
him go.
literally
Stop.
looking at
Stop.
zero
Let him
in
go.
the
We're going
middle
into
of
a womb
numbers.
again.
Sanchez,
That's
stop. Let him
finished.
go. Let him go.
neutrality is
But that's
balance.
that ain't
Yes.
what I'm trying to say.
So you
zero is
saying,
Zero.
hold
not
on,
neutral. It's the
hold
sacred,
on.
divine,
Hey,
feminine
listen.
Man, because he was about
power.
to
Hey,
agree with us. Y'all gonna
hold on.
interrupt him? No, y'all.
Hold
It's
on.
Because he was about
all
to agree with us.
good. Good.
Hey,
It's
listen.
okay.
When
Just
when
let
he
it
walk in his
go.
house, he can't cut his AC
Man,
off. It
man,
go
that's
hot and
weird,
cold.
yo.
Can you
He
guys
can't
Only
cut
in
it
the
please
off.
name of the
just
God of light.
Ah,
Stop
He
playing.
please?
can't cut his AC off in his house because zero don't
Nah,
exist.
cause
Yep.
that
Well,
brother
why don't we just focus on what
oh
he got
my
to
You
say
can't
God.
then?
cut your
Let's go.
AC off. It's blowing hot or cold now because you can't cut it off.
Stop it.
Oh
You gotta
my
Stop it.
pick
God.
one.
And while we
Red
all like
killing
make
him.
jokes,
Cold hot.
Red
children are
killing him.
dying. So let's
Red
You
get
can't
killing
cut
him.
it
No,
off.
he's
Red
not.
killing
No,
him.
he's not.
Red
Stop it.
killing him. Nah, bro. That's nah, bro. You
When you
can't.
walk in your house, you can't cut
Damn,
your
that's
AC
crazy.
off because
Damn, that's
zero don't
crazy.
exist. It's different.
We
Damn.
all have
It's
masculine,
primordial.
feminine, and neutral within us. And
Damn,
the
bro.
sun in the
You can't.
sky is a
that's
dynamo
crazy.
with masculine, feminine, and neutral. And I heard someone bring up that the sun was masculine just before. So we've got some things to clarify here.
Okay.
Now, and while we all make jokes, children are dying and suffering. So we
People
do have
don't know how to use the AC unit, man.
And they're gonna always die and suffer.
Don't take it too serious.
Children gonna die and suffer. Adults gonna die and suffer.
People, I just realized people don't know how to walk in their house to use the AC unit.
Yeah,
they can't
I
cut
don't
it
even
off.
know what you're talking
It
about.
don't cut off.
You're right.
Like,
Zero
we're
don't
talking
exist.
about the source from which
Either
we
your
come
shit
from.
on, hot or cold. You can't cut that bitch off. That's what y'all telling me.
So before you actually do it to your girl, right? You're at zero. There's no conception going on, and then they come together, and then
No, what are we talking about now?
So 0 is the sacred stillness before balance is even required.
Thank you.
saying the
That's
same
all
thing
yeah, he's agreeing with us. He's literally agreeing with
it
us.
doesn't mean
But
that
he's
it's
disagreeing with
feminine or
Renton and Brother
He's
Sanchez.
not.
Like he's disagreeing with them.
It doesn't mean that it's a feminine or
He's
masculine
not, bro.
energy.
He's agreeing with us and disagreeing with y'all.
No, he not. No, he not.
He don't know. He don't know it, but I can show you.
We can bring some physics to it. Like, what is consciousness? Consciousness is an implosive vortex. You know what I mean? Like, consciousness
Go
is
into
liquid crystal charge plasma vortex.
I mean, listen, I'm just letting them cook. That don't mean I'm, 100% subscribing, but salutes to him.
I appreciate it, and I'm grateful and honored to be in this space with you.
Would you say
I'm glad to
zero
have
would
you.
be at darkness point? Or would you say darkness is at 0 point?
I would say,
what's your definition of 0 point? First of all, what is that even?
You can't see in the darkness or the light. If the light too bright, you can't see. If the
There's no light without darkness,
you
and
can't
vice
see.
versa. Get over it. There's no darkness without light.
Can we all start on a common ground? Maybe that'll help, but I'll let him build. I think a good common ground would be.
And the program's like resisting. Like, so before the concept of time, before light and dark ever meant anything, there was her, Sophia. The infinite worm. The
Here
zero.
Here we go.
Wow, here go
He
the
must be able to
Sophia.
listen.
Let him go.
He wasn't listening.
And I'm gonna tell you, the Sophia guys, they are more like poets. Now I'm a poet too, but my poetry ain't rooted in literature or like.
Shout out to 607.
I'm talking about like the great mother, like the mistress of speech, the divine feminine womb goddess. Like, they covered that up with male-centric creator stuff instead of creatress, and that's the disconnect, the severing of the umbilical cord. That cuts you off from source. You're not getting any nourishment.
That's your philosophy. That's a good philosophy.
Zero is not absence; it is origin.
You a philosopher.
Was Sophia able to create sperm? Was she able to produce sperm on her own?
She was not created.
Can I ask him a question real quick? Hold on, wait, real quick. Sophia is the feminine form of Yahweh, or this self-created deity. And here's the thing about these parthenogenesis groups and the people with this kind of rationale. When they take away the negative and the feminine, the other one exists by itself. And we know women and men, don't cut me off. We know women and men come from women and men coming together. So listen, the whole thing is when you take men or women out the equation, and I ask you, how did those first men get to the earth if there was no women? Who created them first women if there wasn't no man? The best, easiest little way out of this is where the women, they self-created. They just popped up out of fucking thin out of nowhere. And then now think about this now. They will tell you the women just popped up out of nowhere and self-created themselves, but they ain't doing it today. In order for a woman to get here, a man got to lay with a woman. They ain't just popping out the thin air today.
And what made that rule? Why is that a rule? Why did that become a rule? Here's the question. Why is it now that within nature that is a rule, if it didn't exist already in nature? Well, if that's not the natural way of things, why would it exist?
Well, the thing is, the Bible kind of explains something that happened because it didn't exist before. We was supposedly cursed with it. So before, whether you want to believe it was really a curse or not, or whatever it was, there was a time when they said that we didn't have that. We didn't procreate like how
Okay, let me. Can I just have like
So God makes
like 2
mistakes.
minutes?
So that means that God made a mistake.
That's not what the word he used. He didn't use the
God
word
didn't
mistake.
make a mistake.
Hold up, real quick. My
How
bad.
can you have a
Hold up,
God
look.
that creates something that goes against it, and then
Well,
it
listen, it's a
punishes
bunch
it, and
of
then it's not a
right.
mistake?
But look, here's what the sister doing. She keeps saying, they said this or they said that, and that really she's saying that and misinterpreting what they saying. You see what I'm saying? And I'm bringing the correct interpretation. That's why I ain't dealing with he say or she say. I'm just showing and proving using the energy line. It's really no way around the fact that if negative and positive can come from the darkness, then the darkness can't be neither negative or positive. It's like this. If left or right come from the center, then the center ain't left or right. It's the center. It ain't left, it ain't right, and it's just own unique spot that's a neutral zone in between duality.
I got a question.
Duality is more deliberate than mistake.
I've been so patient. Can
That's
I
all
just
I'm
have like
saying.
2 minutes to just break it down, bring forth some clarity?
We already
can
broke it down. We already broke it down. We don't need you to break it
Let
down.
me ask
We
him
already
real
broke it
fast.
down, Bubba.
I can you know, so you're all referring to a creator, you know what I
No, we
mean?
don't
Or the
need you to break it down.
creatress.
I ain't refer to no creator. I
We
refer
don't
to,
need you to break
Sanchez, I
it
know you're
down.
hold
not.
up, hold up,
Sanchez,
hold
you're
up.
talking about the
Hold up,
being.
hold up,
They're
hold
like,
up, bro, stop. A referral mean you reference something. I just reference a integer line. Quit making stuff up. I've been using this integer line on a stream. I'm not dealing with no spookism and no God in the sky. You trying to make that narrative so you can get into the realm of just talk land and fairy tale made up shit. I'm not making up nothing. I'm saying if zero ain't negative or positive, masculine or feminine, according to this number line, we was talking mathematics. You want to move away from this and make it like, where Sanchez, you're dealing with a creator. No, I'm dealing with an integers and number line, sir.
no, I'm with
What does
you.
that mean that there will be
Sanchez,
something
you're
outside
like,
of zero? What is
I'm with
that?
you 100%. I'm with you 100%. It's zero is not absence. It is origin.
Okay, so if zero is the origin, then what came
Yes,
before zero?
that's what I was saying. There is
Being,
something
like
outside
beingness,
of numbers.
And what I'm
came.
telling y'all is, if y'all want to say zero is the starting point, it ain't that I'm arguing that with you. I think y'all missing my point. The question you would have to ask is the start of what? And my answer is the start of man and woman. And it can't be man and woman. If it started man and woman, it had to be something neutral. That's why people who think like y'all say, well, humans started off, all humans start off as women. Y'all got men thinking they start off as women, when the truth is both sexes start off as zero, which is neither masculine or feminine, which is why they don't know your sex. If everybody started off as a female, when you say, well, what sex is the baby? They'll say, well, he's still a bitch right now. We trying to see if he gonna turn into a boy later, because everybody start as female. No, they gonna say, we don't know the sex. They don't say he's a female or a boy. They say we just don't know because it's zero. And then if they see an explosion, they say it's a boy. If they see an implosion with the energy in a fetal bag, they say you got a little girl.
That's simple. But hold on.
The zero
Actually,
turned,
according to science, according to science,
inwards.
that
Hey, I got a question.
hold on, based on science, conception, as soon as the child is conceived, as soon as that thing hits the egg and it begins to divide, that X and Y chromosome is known whether it's not going to be a whatever or not. They just don't have the actual tools to be able to determine that yet, because they have ultrasound, this, that, the other. But based on what science said is that yes, at conception, that those chromosomes, because it starts off with DNA and chromosomes. It doesn't start off as when he grows his penis, then he's a female. He has chromosomes that then puts the laws out there that, okay, this thing's a male and it needs to grow this and needs to grow that. But that happens before the 4-month period or whenever they figure that out, because of our science, our ability to like use an ultrasound. But that does not mean that that thing is determined based on the ultrasound. That was already determined at conception. You understand what I'm saying?
It wasn't male in the modern sense,
And
not the
listen,
fuck.
They
and
said
one thing I
scientifically
gotta do, I
speaking,
gotta
during
do this. It
development,
is
everybody thought off as female,
10
and then the
seconds.
organ turns into male parts.
10 seconds. I want to apologize for using the B word as a way to be humorous. I can do better comedy than that. So just calling the woman the B word, thinking it would be funny at that point, turned up. That's kind of ghetto. It ain't really comedic. And that's something I want to just point out. Appreciate it. But go ahead.
Did somebody
Hey,
just now say the vagina started the penis, the elongate penis theory again?
Well,
I got a
yeah,
question.
yeah, I brought that up. Yeah, I brought that up because that's what I was taught in biology. That during development, the clitoris is formed first, right?
Sanchez,
And
didn't we
then
laugh about that earlier?
Oh my
that
God,
clitoris
this is
Didn't we
crazy.
laugh about that like an hour ago, right?
So
Look it
she's
up before you laugh
saying that
twice.
y'all did laugh
that the
about that, but
men
is that science or not?
develops a
Is,
wait a minute.
can I look that up on Google right now or no?
Can
Because
I
we
can I
talking
show my
Now
screen real
hold
quick?
on.
Can I show
Now
my
wait a minute.
screen?
Here's the thing. I'm not when people say this is science, here's what separate me from y'all. I'm giving you ancient science, y'all giving modern science. Modern science does say that men can be women and women can be boys, and I don't agree with modern science. But guess what? In order for y'all to make y'all argument, y'all gonna go to the same modern scientists that we disagreeing with the ancient science. So I
I
do
didn't
want to make that distinction for sure.
I didn't say that. And then the ancient science is actually backing up with that science
No, it ain't.
if we talking about the just the name Udewave, right? We got the
What?
hand,
You they
we got the
Wabe
feminine.
is proof?
Here we go.
You they
Because
Wabe, that sound cute, but I'm dealing with universal facts, with math, the energy line, all of that, and all y'all got it. You they Wabe?
yeah,
I got a
because the
question.
ancient Hebrews was really deep people, and like I said, they were syncretists,
And they
and
dealt with numbers
they
though,
names
sister.
they names was numbers. They words was powerful. It's not like how we talk. They language had a whole different meaning than what we talking about. So yeah, it's a little deeper than just you. They yes, the hand, the feminine, the masculine, and then the second feminine. They got that like that for a reason. It's not just no coincidental. They just threw it
Right,
together.
right. One has one angle, two has two
Explain
angles, three has three angles, four has four angles. So the numbers that the Hebrew used was representing angles. So
I
I
got a
exactly.
mean,
question.
okay,
Even
It
it's
goes
deeper
back
what
to
that
than the
mean? But
way
what
deeper.
that mean
Hold
though?
up for the screen shares. Hold up for the screen shares. Before I can let a person screen share, I got to verbally speak with them. So stand by on it. Hold on.
Hey, I got a question.
Yeah, go
He
ahead.
said, hold on for a second.
Yeah, I'm gonna let whoever that was get it the screen share in a minute. But hold on, yeah. Whoever that is who want the screen share, whenever you get the mic, let yourself be known. I
That's
just got
me. That's Genesis. That's me.
okay,
And
well, yeah, my bad. I just had to see who that is so we don't get bombed or nothing. But yeah, it's open to you. Go ahead. I'm gonna
yeah, so
stop mine.
okay.
There you
So
go.
can you see it?
It should pop up here. Let me see. You hit the green arrow pointed up, the little green arrow, and then pick the screen. There you go. It's coming
Okay.
now. Yeah, a
A
baby
baby's
set. Yeah.
sex or chromosomal sex is determined at the moment of fertilization. That means soon as the egg is fertilized. This happens when the sperm cell containing either X or Y. So the male determines the egg's sex, the male sperm. So the combination of these sex chromosomes in the zygote, fertilized egg, determine whether or not the baby will be male or female. It's just that in modern science, we don't know until 4 months when they do the ultrasound. But it is known in science that they know that based on the male sperm, when it hits the egg, that it
If they,
immediately knows.
but if they don't got the
So
technology
it's
to know
both.
how they know,
No,
if they don't
listen,
got
it's
the
both.
technology to
It's the
tell them how they
sperm
know.
plus the egg, then it gives you the result. It's both. It's not just the sperm by itself. It's when it hits the egg, then you know, so it's both.
But how do they
Based
determine
off
that?
what she just read.
Now
Yeah, I
watch
mean,
this, right?
we can
You
go
know
into
what I
the
like
details.
about what she just read, and it's gonna be quick. Egg was literally created to be fertilized. That's why I said it was never a time where the female egg existed without the fertilizer. So if they can show that where the yin existed without the yang, where the very female biology is made to counter what's the word? It's made to complement the male's biology. So it ain't like these polarities are fighting each other, trying to compete. Somebody put it in the chat earlier. It ain't a competition, it's a cooperation. And so that's what we forgot. But yeah, I mean, this is good stuff though. You know, I'll fall back, man.
Grab the mic just for a moment.
That's the greatest thing ever. That it's a cooperation, a co-op, not a competition. And it sounds like we competing, male versus female.
I like that.
Appreciate that shit, man, nigga. For sure. Whoever posted that.
Is this whole argument because of the fact that our ancient world was more run by the female? So people are taking that and now saying that.
And running with it, right. That's facts. What they doing, Sacred Knowledge, is exactly what you said. They taking a simple thing that was meant to empower the woman and turn it into a feminine religion, which is, like I said, you can overdo anything and ruin it. You know what I'm saying?
That's like me arguing. That's like hold on. That's like me arguing. The Bible say, hold on. We was talking about
and then you're going to
right?
refer to that book exactly.
Hold
the
on,
one that says God, God, when the word God is a Germanic king referring to a he. So
because
you know what I mean?
Hold on.
That's just being, then Sophia came forth, then the flame, the original, the masculine, and then those two made creation.
That's just like when you use the Bible scripture. She was saying the Hebrew, right? The Bible said that a woman was created from a man rib. So now that means I could go around and say, shit, a woman came from a man rib.
What are you going on about? How does that...
What does that mean?
A woman came from a man rib. It say that in the Bible, don't it?
No, she was not created. She was, and in her dreaming, she turned inward.
Hold on. I ain't talking to you. I'm talking to everybody else. When we go and keep saying that, a woman created, a man came from a woman first, or whatever. You could say the same argument that and use the Bible and say, Adam, a woman came from a man rib. Don't they say that in the Bible? So when you're using the Bible scripture to say something, it ain't relevant.
Oh, that was real tough there, man. I don't know how y'all gonna recover from that shit.
You see what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying? I can argue the same shit. A man missing a rib. Look at his body. He missing one rib because the king, he gave it to the woman. He created the woman. See how we arguing again, doing the dumb shit?
Hey, bro, that damn.
Wait, so what are you saying? The male
stall him out, man.
Woman. Being created.
Bro, relax. Let's deal with what I'm saying. Whoever understood it. I can't.
No, yeah. Could you break it down to me?
Hey, man, you recovering? What you listen, bro? Let me break it down for you. Didn't you just use the Bible to prove your point? But the Bible will actually contradict your point, which is why I think he gave you some good advice. You may want to stand on your own with this one because the Bible said woman came from man's rib. It showed this.
So that's exactly what I was saying.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
She was using the Hebrew and made things male.
Oh yeah, that's what she was doing. My bad.
She kept going to Hebrew and saying, well, the Hebrew say the Hebrew in the Bible, well, the Holy Bible say that woman came from a man rib. Now what?
So the Bible was placed there to masculinize the truth of the divine feminine womb goddess, the creatress.
He think that's what he don't know what I'm saying. He don't get what I'm trying to say, but y'all know what I'm saying. Y'all get what I'm saying.
You have a person that's based in Gnosticism, and you have another person that's based in Hebrew Israelism. You know, I'm coming from a stand of E5, which is based on math. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. 0, 0, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3. You know what I'm saying? So
no, in the book of Sophia, chapter 2, verse 3, a woman, Sophia, produced sperm on her own and got herself pregnant.
Can I say one thing about the book of Sophia? Can I say something about? Here's the thing about the thing right here. People say in the book of Sophia, the woman produced sperm by herself. In a book called the Bible, guess what? Adam gave birth to Eve. If all I got to do is quote some mythological book and I'm right, then the Bible right. I'm going to go and use retting tactic on you now.
Thank you, Senator. That's all I'm saying.
I appreciate you agreeing with that, and I appreciate you
the feminine narrative with male-centric myths.
The word modern and modified sound similar because the modern world is a modified version of the ancient world. That's why everything is geared towards the male and everything because they never want it to be like it used to be. It's obvious, but it
When
doesn't
we
mean that
talk
there
about
wasn't
that
no.
male that it's geared to, we're talking about the demiurge. He was made without, Sophia made him without her counterpart.
We
So
already
he
went
was
over this.
incomplete.
We
And then
made
he's
him.
now rampaging and running all this.
No,
You
he.
know what?
I was
I'm gonna
joking,
tell
man. I
y'all.
didn't know it was the book of Sophia for real.
I'm
I
gonna
didn't know it
tell
was the book
y'all
of
what
Sophia.
messed everything up because I've been studying this for so long, ever since her story to his story. This is gonna take 10 seconds. This one thing. There was a time where they said everything came from the cosmic womb, and then they start translating the cosmic womb to the cosmic mother. Now, they start using the word divine feminine, but I'm gonna tell you something. The womb itself is just a gateway portal. Like when you look at the woman and you say, okay, the womb is feminine. The place where all things come from is feminine, and the womb can create man and woman. That's saying that the zero can create negative and positive. But here's the thing that's gonna throw everybody off: the people that agree with me and don't. The womb in between a woman's leg is not masculine or feminine just because it's on a female counterpart. The womb in between a woman's leg is 50% of a stargate that the man's phallus come together and create the whole complete thing. It's like a key and a keyhole. Okay, let's say, okay, the woman is the keyhole. She unlocks the door, because the keyhole is used to open up the gateways. That's to let life in here. That's true, but the keyhole need the key. It is pointless to have a keyhole without a key, which is what I was saying earlier. It's like saying, we made keyholes before keys. Keys are new.
And that should have ended the argument when you said that. When you said it, without a key, you can't have a keyhole, and without up, you can't have down. We should have just stopped right there. But they just, I don't know.
They just never wanted. They
no
never wanted to go back to how it used to be because back then, if it does, the whole world will change, and we won't have this parasitic prison planet plane.
Don't you think that what happened is that human beings began to look up to their mothers and then they began to worship them and say that the woman was the god and this, that, the other at some point because the woman was the one teaching.
Fathers are the first teachers. Then fathers are the second, and they last longer than the mothers. Because in reality, right, especially with dudes, mothers are teaching first, no matter what the sex of the baby is. The mothers are the first teachers, the nurturers. They're the ones who have the food. The dudes don't have the food. That's why when y'all was bringing up the nipples about the dudes, it's like, yeah, that goes deeper than that because the women are the first to be what teaches us and they're the first givers of life. Without the woman or the mother, the fathers, if a baby's born without a mother and the mother dies at birth, God forbid, whoever's going through that, the father's going to have an extremely terrible time. The mothers are the first gods to the little baby. When you categorize what a god is, right? But yeah, but y'all got it.
I'm gonna tell y'all something. My bad, Sister Genesis. I gotta do this to me myself real quick. When people say the mothers are the first gods, and your attempt to prop the woman up, it really turns into an imbalance in the genders because the men should be the gods, the women should be the goddesses. So the baby ought to have two cosmic energies that it's acquainted with. Whether it's
you know what I'm saying, though, man.
But no, brother. I know why you saying it. See what I'm saying? No, yeah.
Hey, listen, just like he said it perfectly.
Get out of here, y'all crazy.
It's obvious that the woman has something powerful because look how much work they put in to make sure that she never gets back to power again.
We both got something powerful, man and woman. He just said a god and a goddess.
I'm just saying that the women are the first ones that the child knows that gives everything before the man.
You can't explain something. Hold on, wait.
If a man is really operating in his masculinity, he is protecting the woman.
He's not breastfeeding I get it, Queen, but he's not breastfeeding that child.
You know something, me myself.
Here go while she is incubating that child and feeding that child.
I got to do it to you again. I got to do it to him again. Here go the dagger, and I swear I'm going to fall back. They said a woman is the first teacher and nurturer of the baby because it's in her fetal bag. But the baby was a sperm in the male's testicles. Now the question is, it lived in the father and the mother. Now listen, this is what you gotta realize. I wanna open up a deeper discussion about childbirth. Here's what I think. I believe that part of us exists in our father, part of us exists in our mother, which is why the two got to come together to manifest the us that exists here. And your left brain come from your daddy, your right brain come from your mama, your masculine side, feminine side is in both sexes. It's just that which one coming first. So a male can say, well, look, the first thing is this: when we talk about these forces, as a being and a species, you embody the masculine image, but that don't mean a man can't do feminine acts of like love, kindness, beauty, like some things that you may say, well, you know, is the feminine energy. And that don't mean a woman can't go out there and dig a hole and help build a house or do something that you may say masculine energy. So when it comes to the gender roles, it's deeper than the gender sexes themselves. Just because you embody the masculine energy don't mean you can't exercise them both. And I think we mixed that up right there, like, you know what I'm saying? But the whole thing is this: a man and a woman both can give birth. And just because a man can't push a baby out of his legs, he can push some sperm out of his penis.
Okay, I was about to say, man, clarify that. Oh, good God.
Listen, bro.
And let's go back to the numbers on that. Let's go to the numbers on the man and the woman. 23 plus 23 is 40 is 46. 6 plus 4 is what? 10. The 1 and the 0, the man and the woman.
Oh, okay.
Can I also say this, is that the only thing that I would find a little bit different about like this whole thing is that a woman, when she holds a child in her, a female child in her stomach, the eggs, you know what I'm saying, that are in the female, okay, hold like about 2 generations in. Males can spout out sperm and it just keeps going and going and going. It's going to keep regenerating and regenerating and regenerating. It ain't like he got like a set of, women have a set amount of eggs that they are born with, and when those eggs are done, they go through menopause. You know what I'm saying? But those same eggs are within the womb of the woman, and it's like generations. Like the grandma held the daughter of the woman that gave birth. So
yeah, it's a prerequisite. Like it's a certain already pre-organized or precognizant amount of eggs. But though also, like when we talk about epigenetics, when I was bringing up epigenetics earlier, a woman can actually start producing more eggs later in life because of the certain environment that she's in, and that's where stuff goes crazy because it's like, yo, we are some divine, magnificent, divine design.
Wait, so women can create more eggs? I need to get that study. I only heard that we were born with a certain amount.
Look it up. When women thought that they had no more eggs that were vital, or they had to go through in vitro fertilization or all kinds of weirdo ish, they couldn't actually produce more eggs to have birth, and then they still give birth in their late 40s, 50s, and 60s. Look that up.
Hey, me myself, I got a question.
What's good, my nigga Cedro Star? Salutes, man. Peace and love.
Yeah, what's good, Brody?
Yeah.
So, me myself, right? So, who do you say is more like important, right? So let's just say it's the 4th quarter, right? It's 10 seconds left, right? The point guard throw the alley, and the center catch it and slam it down. Like which part was more important?
Who get the most gold stars on their board for that play? Everybody do that had anything to do with that play. It's a collective. It's a team effort. Because that's why we call it a team.
Good answer, boy. Good answer, boy.
Can I jump in for like 2 seconds?
And that was actually the answer I was looking for. Like, not the same thing with the female and the male.
That
the
boy
male
cooking.
smell the sperm, and the female catch it.
And I don't know how most simple y'all want it though, like the alley-oop right there, bro. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, they try to take a off, man. You know, don't take that away from us.
So how did it begin? How did it begin?
Well, hold on like this. Here's the thing. This is how it began, right? The moment that the center expanded, left and right was created, emanating from the center. So when we talk about the beginning, I keep saying that's the neutral point. That's zero.
And
Like,
from that neutral,
hold on. Like when let's go back to the energies, because I made it so simple. All I'm saying is this.
I'm
Look,
with you. I'm with you. Like yeah, much respect.
yeah, because listen, and I'm going to yield the flow. If the woman is the negative one, now let me just explain something to you what zero represent. Zero represent the place in the universe where a portal opens up and allow infinity to be born from that point. All the numbers from left and right going out will forever represent infinity being born up out of zero. But zero is neutral. It's not. So my whole thing is this: infinity ain't a number for real. Infinity is zero, where all the numbers are born from and gonna die from. Somebody, the sister said, the alpha and omega, negative and a positive. Because if you keep going all the way to the negative forever, you'll reach infinity. If you keep going all the way to the positive forever, you'll reach infinity. Now, guess what's so crazy? Ain't no such thing as negative infinity or positive infinity, because you're back at zero again. It's a loop. Time is a loop. The numbers are a loop. Zero ain't a number. It's a placeholder for the numbers.
And it
Big
contains
facts.
everything.
2 zeros equals the infinite. A sleepy 8 is the infinite. 2 zeros
So
equals
zero
the
is the
Question I
word.
was gonna say: do you think that the way the government is doing what they're doing is creating a divide between the men and the females?
That's the right,
because they
yeah.
are trying to cut off that
Of course.
connection between us.
Of
That's
course.
why you have this like kind of red pill and all this other
That's
stuff.
the ripple. That's
You
the
know,
ripple to me, man.
and
Of
where
course.
what do you think the outcome is going to be?
Well, they have our
More
people looking out
division and
to it.
people getting paid, because the gender war has turned to the man and woman version of like the political scene of the family, household being broken up by the system. See, the system is seeding this divide and conquer between the man and woman for population control. But they shifting the blame to the man and woman, and the man and woman believe in them, and that's starting a gender war that we see playing out in the social settings between who's to blame for why men and women can't stay together. Really, the system that's duping all of us, but they shifted the blame, and that shift of the blame gave birth to the gender war.
Do you think that this whole Diddy thing is part of that? Like it's like a psychological operation that's happening to where they are putting a lot of like disgusting sexual acts out there to disgust us, you know what I'm saying, and trying to make like us feel shame within ourselves when we hear these type of things going on in the media, and then it's like making you choose sides. I'm on Diddy's side. I'm on Cassidy's side.
Every single story is to make us choose sides. And
propaganda.
And your choice. And guess what's so crazy about choosing the sides? We ain't choosing the sides based on what's logical. We choosing the sides based upon I'm a man, so I'm finna rock with Diddy because this is an attack on manhood. And then the women choosing the side because, see, I told you these niggas ain't shit. And that's two sides feeding into the propaganda that the social engineers fed to us. We ain't even generating our own perceptions of each other. That's why I was saying, like, most people thoughts ain't theirs. Yeah, I'm gonna tell you how I know this, right? I saw a 17, 18-year-old boy making a red pill argument. The boy was saying, man, we might as well the dating life gone. I'm like, bro, you just started dating. You 18. That's how I know we ain't making these arguments from rational personal experience. It's more like repeated shit online, and I'm part of a cult. So I'm gonna repeat the cult's narrative, right? And if I'm a red pill dude, even though you a young dude who life just started, you done gave up on women because it ain't your experience you living. It's the narrative of the cult that you're trying to embody. You're dealing with the women that ain't nothing. Like how you see on Fresh and Fit, where they will bring nothing but low, shallow women on there, then criticize them from being low, shallow women. Like you part of the problem, and these guys will say, well, I don't marry single mothers. I think single mothers are the scum of the earth, but I will have sex with them. I just won't take them serious. You creating single mothers then, because think about it. You part of the problem. Like, think about this, right? Because a lot of these dudes will say, well, you know, well, I don't want to go into the red pill thing too deep. The whole thing I wanted to make to answer your question was most people don't even have their own thoughts and narrative. They just subscribing to ideologies that exist in social media.
I just mainly wanted to get into the psychological operation to let people know that this is really them inundating our mind. And because I mean, my whole timeline has been flooded with P. Diddy content. And I'm like, what in the world's going on? You know? And then when I didn't have P. Diddy content, I started getting like homosexual content. When you get really into it, it's weird, like the algorithm, because the algorithm is really like a mathematical equation that based on me looking at the P. Diddy stuff, I started getting like a lot of like gay porn.
That's crazy.
And all type of stuff.
If
Like
I
it was it was like on Instagram, they were showing like it was gross. And I was like, what in the world? Because I was watching that. So it's almost like a thing where they're gonna feed you more of what you're looking at, you know? So be very careful. I was just gonna tell people, just be very careful about like this stuff that you're like taking in, because they're really trying to warp your mind and make you think that there's no happy families out here, that men and women are really hating each other. And because they want to control the population, they couldn't do it with all these viruses they're putting out here. But what they did do is that they said, okay, well, we couldn't do it this way. What we're going to do is now inundate their mind with like all this toxic stuff.
Via the images, big facts. Like Confucius said, he who controls the images controls the mind. It's the number one quote I remember, and I just keep quoting it. And so does Cat Williams. Whoever controls the images controls the minds of the people. Then we
Hey,
learn.
salute. My bad,
Hey,
man.
shout out.
Hey,
Yeah, I
salute.
want to let me welcome the brother Awakening Minds, man. Big salutes. Hell yeah, bro. Let's
Hell
drop a
yeah.
bomb.
Salutes to you, my brother, and
Yeah,
salutes to the
got it.
panel, bro. I wrote something in the chat, you know, bro, because this is a great bill. But we went from cooperation to what the corporation tells us. You know what I'm saying? Just to back what the sister was saying.
Fire.
Even when you get rid of the code, now it becomes an operation. You see what I'm saying? So they always trying to divide us. So I'm glad you was touching on that zero being neutral.
Hey, yo,
You know what
Brody.
I'm saying?
Yo, Brody, back to the motion thing, right? From before,
Hold
right?
on, bro. I wasn't
My
done,
bad.
bro.
Pardon me,
You
bro. I
Gucci,
thought you
you
was done. I
Gucci,
thought you
bro.
was done.
No, you good. But when I was thinking, because I've been listening to what y'all saying, and much respect, salutes to everyone. But you know, I used to be big on mind over matter because it spells out mom, you know, mind over matter. But you know, just dealing with electricity and what we are, I realized like, yo, thoughts can come from a woman and a man. You know what I'm saying? The spark is like a thought as well. That's the one, the ray. You know what I'm saying? So we can't separate zero and one no matter what, you know. But zero is what gives you that neutral point. Neutral is eternal. It's also all nature. You know what I'm saying? We'll never separate from that. So man, y'all been killing it. Great bill, bro. But we went from cooperation to the fucking corporation, what they tell us, you know. But go ahead, my brother.
And you know, the whole thing about this is when you think about it, right? If man is negative one and the female is, well, if man is positive one, the female is negative one. When they come together, they create zero, just like in math. Zero means new life. It means new. This is what a baby. When they said, "Well, we all start at zero," yes, all numbers. Before a person become a negative or a positive number, or what we call a female or a male, what they're trying to say is we start at zero, which is neither one. But what I was saying is, since everyone start at zero, which is pure light, which hasn't, I mean, every tree gonna become a female or a male tree. But it's like saying that the seed itself is like just a neutral vehicle that the soul uses to become whatever it want to be in duality. Because that is like, I don't know how else to put it. Zero represent like this neutral seed point that out of this seed can come a masculine tree or feminine tree. But like it's saying, you know what I'm saying? Like,
Zero is not neutral. Zero is the encoded
Zero
potential
is
of
neutral,
everything.
man. That's the Big
I'll
Bang.
debate him and make him look.
No,
You know,
I
zero
know,
is the
bro.
encoded
But look,
potential of
even if you look
everything
at the
before it
sacred
remembers it's
geometrical, if you
something.
look at the sacred geometrical of this is also the Big Bang.
right.
You know,
That's
the
what. That's.
Flash. You know,
I
like,
already put. Watch. I got it on deck. Look at you.
there
Talk
with
to
my
him.
nigga.
Yeah,
Talk to him.
it's
There you
the
go, bro.
encoded potential of everything.
And yo, bro, can I drive it home with the synchronism, please? You know
That's
how we do,
he keeps saying
right?
that, but he doesn't realize he's saying the
because
same thing. But go ahead, bro.
and I'm gonna say this, man. Let's go. Let's let Cedro go, and then let's pick it back. Drop it on him,
Right.
yeah, man. Well, we trying to help him out.
Okay, so all right, let's go back to the motion thing when we was talking about the will, right? And like in order to have motion, right? Like you keep saying the word start, bro, and like you saying that for like a reason, right? In order to have start, period, right? Think about like a car, right? You need a key. Like you got to turn the ignition with the key. Like you need both, and then it starts the car. And like once you start the car and that engine, like it kind of like reminds me of like that picture like you showed right there. It's like that's like a start, like like when you turn on the television and it got that line through. I mean, so basically, like what I'm
Yeah,
saying is,
yeah.
basically you need like in order to have start, like you need both, like you need the key and ignition.
Yeah, I'm with you all like 100%. I just don't get a second to like complete my sentence before I get to that part of the
Go
like
ahead,
ignition.
man. Go ahead.
So before the one, before separation, before light, there was zero. Yeah, it is the pre-sound, pre-idea, the vibrationless fullness that holds everything. I got it. I'm with you. We're all on it. The zero is the womb, and then from that, the one emerged from zero, not by explosion, but by love, by the womb turning inward and beholding the flame. From that union pattern, polarity pulse. You know, you guys
You
feel
just
me?
doing a lot of
Explain this
crossovers.
though?
You
needs
dribbling and
to.
crossing
What
over a
happens
lot
here?
before you
What
just keep the
happens?
ball.
So you explained that in that zero aspect. So then what happens here when you have a black hole? Where did this come from? How does this exist? If zero is the starting point, how does a black hole exist? If zero is everything, what's a black hole? Can you explain that using the Gnostic understanding of life and
Remember, black holes are
Yeah,
black.
I can
It's pure
somewhat.
potential. You know, even zero, it's still a vortex which creates a one. You can't separate them from each other because the zero bursts. You see what I'm saying? The zero sparks. That's how you get the zero and one. They can never be separated.
And
But
Yeah,
that's what
zero, no, no,
right?
no.
A black hole
Listen
is
to what I'm
nothing,
saying
right?
though. Listen to what I'm saying though. But zero creates the plane. You get what I'm saying? Like
I
you can't separate them, but zero is the potential.
absolutely. I just said that a moment ago. Yeah.
I know. I've
Is the
been
black
telling you.
hole
You're
the
saying the same
chaotic
thing that
aspect
you're
of it?
saying the same thing that Bro's been saying and Retin. You know, even
Yeah,
a
absolutely. Yeah.
even
Do
a
you guys
so look,
believe?
thermometer.
So
saying
is
the
a
You
one
guys
is the
But
light,
believe?
see
bro.
what
Hold on,
he's
hold on.
is a
saying.
black hole
He's saying.
created?
He said, hold up, real quick. He's saying he's agreeing that zero is potential, but he's saying zero ain't neutral. So now I think what I need to do is show him how potential is neutral. The word potential mean, let me put it this way. It can potentially be a girl. It could potentially be a boy, but zero itself is just potential itself. Like it's saying that whatever comes out of zero, for example, go back here. It can be a negative number or a positive number. So at the 0 point, it's kind of like rhythm it is, rhythm it at. We don't know. We're waiting, right? Like a baby to be born. Like you said, everybody start off zero. We start off, they call zero the feminine, but it's not. But I ain't gonna keep repeating my damn self. I think we
Here,
get
but here's the question though.
feel it.
So we
I
you
hear
just
you.
hold on, you
I
just
get
showed the universe in the Big Bang where it comes out, right? What
Mm.
is this though? So then what happens here? Is it the matter of when you go into so much negative forces.
That's zero.
So
That's a
black hole is
logical
not a
Or is
thing.
it before?
So let me answer
Does
the
this happen
sisters.
before zero or what?
Let me ask.
What's this?
So let me answer the sister, please, real quick. Hey, sister, because I put this up, right? So look, if you look in the middle of this Big Bang, you see this.
Did I change the picture? Let me put it back.
Oh, click on my avatar and it'll pull up whatever I'm sharing. If you see me, just click me, it'll pull up my share. Or yeah, I should be sharing now.
Can you see it? I don't know what are you seeing the black?
Can I touch on this after?
Yeah, we can see the black hole.
Sanchez reaches this point.
Okay.
A cartoon.
I was going.
It's a
Well, I don't think
cartoon.
she see it, but that is fine. Go ahead.
It's not real though. That's
I
not.
was going.
That's
I was going to
cartoon.
answer. Let me know when you.
Yeah, it's
a
not a
theory.
thing. It's a condition.
It's a theory. It's not proven in any way, shape, or form.
A collapse of memory into density.
The whole thing about a black hole, they don't want to prove it. They don't want to. It's a lot of things they want to be theoretical, like the soul, like the hereafter. They saying, well, we haven't proved life after death. That don't mean it ain't. I'm not waiting on them to prove shit for me, fam. I'm just saying. They ain't you telling me what they prove or not is a nothing burger. It's what I proved or not. I ain't waiting on them to do nothing yet.
I don't believe in outer space. That's all.
Me neither. Me neither. And black holes ain't got nothing to do with outer space. Just like they say stars exist in outer space. I believe in stars. I know stars exist. I just don't believe in space. I know black holes exist. I just don't think they exist in space. I know that the pole exists. I just don't think it's the way they say it is what I'm saying, brother.
I agree with that.
It's like you got a black hole in your mind, which is called a pituitary.
So you know how you have expansion, right? So what you showed at first, right? You showed like the universe exploding out. Is the black hole the universe coming back in? You know what I'm saying? Is that like once it goes out far enough, then the black hole comes and sucks it back in? And so now is that the feminine energy? What is this?
I got you.
Yeah. So look, bro. Hold on.
I backed up. It's all you.
Yeah, hold on. I thought there was some other people gonna go behind you. My bad. That wasn't just for you. I thought know the panel. Yeah, but thank you though, for real. You have been respectful, by the way, which is why I'ma hurry up so you can get the floor.
I don't take your time naturally, brother.
But you know what I want to say? If you look at this, it's a paradox. So people may say, is it an implosion? Is it an explosion? Now, what you're asking me, is it an inhale or exhale? Think of breathing. Here is the answer. It's both at the same time, which is why it's so magnificent. What I'm showing you is literally the Holy Grail. You see how I look like a Holy Grail? This image is how infinite energy is created, because think about this, right? Like what we're seeing right here, what the universe doing. If you say what come first, the inhale or the exhale, the explosion or the implosion, the universe is a paradox where hold on. The universe is a paradox, right? Where an implosion and an explosion is constantly happening at the same time. That's to say the start and the beginning started from the center, which is needed to start at the beginning. If we go on from left to right, the left represents start, and all the way at the right represent the end. What I'm telling you is zero is the thing that even created the starting and the beginning, because you referencing time, which is numbers, and zero is the place outside of time, outside of numbers. And this is why it's so hard for so many people to understand that zero is both negative and positive, both push and pull, both implosion and explosion. And when you put both together in one spot, you get this little thing that I'm showing here. Because what you got is, yes, all the energy is being sucked into one end and pushed out of the other end. And because this torus field is the creation of a polarity called push and pull, that polarity is embodied as man and woman, give and take. Now watch this, or negative and positive on an integer line. Now watch this, right? If you look at this right here, what you're really looking at is a male penis interacting with a female vagina, and when they both come together, they create this. Now, listen, we all know what a uterus look like, and we know that when you look at the uterus, right, it's the same thing the male got, but it's just the male's is on the outside of his body, and hers. So her ovaries, right? So when you take the male's sex organ, put it into the female sex organ, and they both come together, they make this hourglass shape. Now think about this, not to be too vulgar, but think of, like the man's, when he can come inside of the woman, his testicles is aligned with her ovaries. It's all looking like this thing in the middle where it's like a wormhole. Let me show you what it's looking like, because I want to answer, and while I'm screen sharing. Here's what man and woman is making together. They're creating a wormhole, which is a paradox in time. So one side of the wormhole is the male, one side is the female, and they come together, they make this shape right here, like when they both come together. And at all times, there's always a man and a woman doing this, if you know what I mean. There's never a time on earth where life ain't being created and life ain't being destroyed. Why did I say that? Because life being created and life being destroyed at all times go back to this integer chart that the law of give and take always got to be in play. So while I'm talking right now, a baby being born and somebody dying, and it's going to always be like that, because this what I'm showing you is the truth of the universe. Negative, positive, give and take.
And yo, bro, I get what you're saying now, bro.
Yeah.
I get it. You saying, all right, could you go back to that zero thing that you had with the integers?
Yeah.
All right, I get what you're saying now about the splash. I get it. Because when the zero dropped down, it created the splash. The splash is the positive and the negative. And then it's like when consciousness dropped down, right? At the middle, at the North Pole, it created a hole, right? But at the same time, that hole created a splash, like ducking cereal, ducking like a cookie in milk, and it created a splash. So the synchronism is coming in crazy to me right now, because just look at this right here, right? Just think about this, right? The zero dropped in the middle, right? Like a rock, and it created a splash going both ways. The positive and the negatives is the splash.
That's
what you saying?
what
There we go, Zeb.
you definitely got what I'm saying. In other words, to sum up what you saying, is this integers line is the same sine wave I was showing earlier, which is this. So if you look at the middle of this ripple effect, that's zero. And then the ripples to the left of this is the negative numbers, and the ripples on the right side of this ripple effect would be your positive numbers. It's the same thing. Facts though. This is facts.
And bro, and that's why it goes back to, I heard the lady saying about explosion and explosion. That's why it needs an explosion, because when the consciousness hits the water, it's an explosion, right? Just like when when you having sex with a woman, like there's an explosion, it's an orgasm, and like then you busting out. Sorry to be vulgar, and you busting out, like it's always an explosion to create life, like no matter how you put it.
Yeah. That's facts.
Even
though.
orgasm starts with
And
zero.
the female like brings it up. The female's organ begins to vibrate and bring that into her womb. Yeah. So yeah.
So y'all saying in the splash that the positive one wasn't created by itself; it was a negative one also created at the same time.
Well, here's the thing. When I always go back to this, and as a child, I used to hear this song. I didn't know, like, the universe give you subtle signs, like you can't have one without the other.
Right.
Now, the thing about this is this. Some things come as pairs in the universe. For example, the seed and the tree came at the same time. If somebody get into an argument, which one come first, the apple seed or the apple tree? We got the real, see, because we've been programmed with this or that mentality, an ancient person would have a hard time explaining to you that the seed and a tree come at the same time, because we love to look for sequential order. In our mind, some had to be first, some had to be last, but on a spiritual level, first and last was created from the center. There's something that predate even first and last. That's what I'm telling you. There's something that's neither first nor last. It's neither beginning nor end, but it's both at the same time and neither at any given time. This is what zero is doing in the mathematical, in math.
So here's the question I have, Brother Sanchez. So you saw the picture I showed you with the black hole, right?
Yeah. Hold on a second real quick. The sister, what we had saw from you was something you read earlier, but I showed a picture of a.
Oh, you know what I was showing? Okay, here. Okay. Let me just see if I can
Let me put it back on you though. You got it. Do your thing.
How do I show it? How do I?
Go to that green arrow. It's gonna say share pointer, and then click on the screen. You want double right click.
Right here.
Yeah. There you go.
Okay, so this is what I was showing you before, right? So my question, can you see it?
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the actual black hole, or do you see the zoom thing? Okay.
When you there you go, keep it there. We see it now. Yeah.
Okay. So do you see how the black hole looks like? Okay, so when you show like how the Big Bang happened, it looked perfect, right? It was perfectly aligned. This looks like sideways. It doesn't look aligned. So does this happen out of like negative or positive, or too much negative or too much?
Well, here's the thing where, let me be honest, and don't take this, it's gonna be funny to some people, but I'm not meaning it funny. That comes out of CGI, which is why I showed an integer line, because Ma'at ain't tilting her scales. The people that make this kind of stuff, they're blasphemers. And that's why I don't use that. I will use something more reliable, like that integer chart, or like a symbol of Ma'at. Like me, I go and get ancient stuff versus modern stuff, because you're gonna get these CGI sort of misinterpretations. Like the scales ain't tilted. They got this thing leaning to the damn negative side for some reason, when really it's supposed to be perfectly aligned to like it's misrepresenting the whole concept, because they already got their dumb literature to support this CGI. But that's what I'm blowing apart with my knowledge.
So do you think that this exists though, like a black hole, like that sucks in energy and it goes nowhere?
What I'm saying is, I think that exists, but nothing exactly like the way you showing here, the way they misinterpreting it, which makes it hard for you to teach the truth to people, because the ancients knew the truth, and we got to refer back to ancient referrals versus modern deception that hid the truth. You know, like stuff like this, I would debate the man that created it, and I would pick on him just for having that lean you pointed out. It's little stuff like that matter to me.
When I saw this, I was like, what is this? It looks chaotic. It looks like it's, so what is this coming from, right?
It misrepresents it, because the whole thing about that image, the light is supposed to be recycling itself around the black hole. But since they took away, let me show you what it's supposed to look like. It's supposed to look like this right here.
Yep.
Look at this. So what you looking at is like the light that they showing. It's supposed to be recycling itself in and around that black hole forever, because light can't escape a black hole. And the energy you flowing the energy you see flowing in and around this vortex can't escape the vortex. It's gonna keep getting recycled in and around. So they misinterpreting it, because they don't really want us to study torus fields, the real thing. They giving you like, it's like teaching a child what a rabbit is with Bugs Bunny versus going outside and getting a real damn rabbit.
The other picture you showed got a straight line though. Go back to the other one. The one right before you did that one.
Yeah, that's why right that's a better interpretation.
Exactly. That look like the integer line perfectly.
Okay? Can you see this? What I'm showing?
Yeah, let me go stop mine, and you don't got to stop. Because when it'll automatically go back to yours.
Oh,
But
okay.
yeah,
All right. Well,
you got it.
I don't, I'm still learning.
Yeah, you doing good though. Yeah, it's the green arrow pointed up, and then it'll. Yeah, you got it. There you
All
go.
right. So this is the actual showing of the black hole. What it looks like right here. You see this?
Yeah,
I don't
just
know.
more
So, yeah,
CGI.
but then they still have that. I don't know. It's
More
really
CGI.
weird. Like here it is.
Like you know, they don't have a real picture of a black hole. All of that is just artwork, fancy illustrations.
I'm sorry. Every time when I change my thing, y'all can see that because I was trying to go back to.
Yeah,
I'm still
yeah,
learning how to
we can see it. But what happens
this,
is
okay, this black hole right here. This is what is a black hole? Oh, let me look. So let me.
They probably gonna strike
right
me for this one here.
No, I'm just no. See that? I was just gonna pause.
But okay, yeah, there you
see
go.
how it looks right here?
Yeah, that's it. There you go. That's a better that's way more better. Because even on that one, they'll show you the squares which represent the grids on an AE map. Let me go to people can see it. The checkerboard coming from the black hole, that's the numbers. That's the grid. Remember earlier when I showed the AE map and you can see like this spider web pattern with all of the grid pattern coming from the center of the web, so to speak. So if you look at this from a top-down view, you'll see the flat Earth with the North Pole in the middle, which is the North Pole is this big vortex.
Right.
But yeah.
So that's what they're saying. So because they're saying it came out of this Big Bang, right? So that there's the Big Bang, and then something happens to where now this forms.
Can I say something?
Everything they say ain't true. Like what they're doing. Here's the thing: what you got to realize about all of this. What NASA is trying to prove is that the universe started from a Big Bang and chemical reactions. But the ancestors was saying that ain't nothing physical. Think about this. If light exploded, where's the chemical reaction? This is beyond physics. The universe, according to the Mayan, is a hollow sphere that is recycling itself around a black hole. And that's what the sky outside is doing. The sun and moon are constantly orbiting a central point that we call the North Pole. And each day it's the energy being recycled through a black hole. But this ain't really telling that story. This is showing a bunch of physical galaxies whirling through a void. And the ancestors saying ain't nothing physical about nothing. Why you think they got a black hole? What they say is that these people will say at the event horizon of a black hole, everything is breaking down and turning into light. They don't want to tell you nothing is physical to begin with. Everything was light to begin with. Let me just show you something that'll help you see what I'm saying. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah. I
This
understand that. Like, what's really going on?
Let me show you what's going on. Our world ain't physical, and what I'm showing you now is more of accurate description of what the world you live in look like. Our world, like, here's the thing. That building ain't made of concrete. It's made of light. If everything started from light, this the question you gotta ask, sister. How does light become a hard wooden tree, a bone, a concrete structure? Show me with a flashlight in your hand how you can turn that light into a gold chain, an apple tree. The only answer to that is holography. Light appearing to be a concrete building, a wooden tree. This is why in the Bible it say, let there be light. Light come before any of the so-called physical elements, because the physical world is an illusion. It's a holographic simulation that we're in. And the reason we think is real is because we're inside of it. See, the thing about when they say when you become a ghost, people can't see you, but you can see them. You kind of on the outside looking in, and they say, well, a ghost can walk through buildings. A ghost can look at the physical world, but when a ghost try to interact with the physical world, the ghost walk through the walls. It try to touch the apple, but the hand go right through it. It's because you're kicked out of the illusion of physical. The ghost is saying the truth, that the physical world was never physical. It only becomes physical from the inside. This is the interpretation. When you get kicked out of this simulation, you see it for what it is, which is a hollow spirit illusion according to the Mayan. And when you try to interact it on a physical level, you see the only physicality was a program that was being ran from the inside of the this simulation, and you exit that program with death. You leave what they call the physical world, and you ain't really go nowhere. It's that the world that was once physical to you exists in a sort of holographic state, like what I'm showing you here.
So is that kind of also backing up what the one guy said is Gnosticism? Are we like trapped here and all this other stuff, and that we're trapped in a dome of this holographic kind of a universe that exists on like a dome?
So ain't nobody trapped.
Yeah,
ain't nobody trapped.
Yeah, like almost like trapped inside this like thing where it's all inside, but it's like this fake thing going on.
Can I just touch on that? I know she asking you, bro.
Yeah, because I'm gonna try to wrap it up real quick. But go ahead. You and I'll go after you.
I'm sorry, I was just my sister. You doing great, my sister. You asking great questions.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So is Ev too. You know, great questions. But it's like bro had said earlier, my sister. It's like potentiality. So you see the paradox of it. You're trapped in potentiality, but it's not a trap. Do you see that? Do you understand that a little bit?
Let me tell you why I'm like wondering this, because I've had Unk on my channel like for several times, and he's talking about the Gnostic, because I'm E5, and then he's talking about the Gnostic we're trapped inside something, the demiurge is running the whole thing, and I'm trying to figure out, okay, so so that's why I've been kind of asking these questions. I'm like, okay, what is?
Yeah, so I'll sum it up right here, just since I'm pressing with time. School is a trap for the person that don't want to learn. It's that simple, right? It's like this, right? A person will say first grade is a trap is if they class graduate and they got to repeat it. So if a person wastes their time in first grade, they gonna feel trapped. Like, why can't I get out? You didn't learn your lesson. That's the Earth story. Like, my whole thing about Earth is a place, a university, and yes, is a prison for people who don't want to learn. It is what it is. That's what I'm gonna say. It's gonna be what it is to the person it need to be that too. So Earth is a heaven to the man that like learning, mastering himself and all that. But to the person that like acting, putting on caricatures, performing for, like I said, an ego showing, that simply making I'm just saying, I'm not gonna go too deep in all that. I'm just gonna say that the Earth gonna be to you what it need to be to you for you to learn what lessons you need to learn to transcend the fake version of you that's having fun here. So, Earth ain't a prison. It's like a caterpillar saying that cocoon is a prison. That cocoon is an incubator that can transform you to some greater. But so we looking at it wrong. I don't think the ancestors was scared thinking they in prison. They didn't look at like the Matrix was a prison to Neo when he was ignorant. The moment he got knowledge, he was having fun in the Matrix. And I'm gonna just end with that. We can have this conversation again, and we can try to get Uncle on tooth with this one to try to see where he stand on what I'm saying here too. But this is a way where you realize, look, man, ain't nothing trapping you but your own unwillingness to learn what you need to learn and realize it's bigger than you. It's about the knowledge that you should obtain while you're here. Just like school. The parent will say, you ain't in school to play around and to impress nobody. You there to get your lesson so you can get out. If somebody say, bro, why you ain't make it out of school yet? Because you didn't get your lesson like your mama said, your daddy said. Take it serious. So it to some people, well, yeah, man, listen, it's a trap. To the smart student, they enjoyed school, they had fun learning. You know what I'm saying? And they passed through the grades and all that. Boom. That's no different than the earth realm. You got souls going to higher planes, mastering themselves on each level. You got souls falling down to lower planes into a downward spiral of oblivion and ignorance of who they true potential and who they can be. So that's it for y'all. I got to get out of here, man. We've been 10 hours and I can't lie. It's because the questions, like what the sister asked, you know, the panel was powerful. I want to thank everybody, every single person that joined. This was a classic. And yeah, we're going to see y'all on the next one. Peace and love. And thanks again for all the support, everybody. We'll be back tomorrow. Peace.